Now, if you don't mind, I happen to find you exceedingly fucking boring.
Manchester, are we ready for Championship Sunday? This is what we live for. Hello, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. We have seen some amazing things happen on this stage over the last 2 days. We, of course, have seen some phenomenal performances from all of the players that have stepped up and shown out here in front of this live crowd. But in particular, if you've missed it, this crowd has been absolutely electric, so first things first, give yourselves a round of applause. Now, the good thing about Championship Sunday is it's not a short day. We've got plenty to get through. We've got a show match featuring some of your favorite creators, some fans, and a couple, maybe one or two professional players in there, including a world champion. After that, the panel reveal, and then our grand final. Are we ready, Manchester? Let's get started with our amazing desk with Milos, Jesse, and Laxing.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers, our beautiful, wonderful man. And here we are. Manchester, give it up one more time! There's nothing like it. Take it in, boys. Incredible. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Hi, welcome to Desk. I'm Milos. With me are Jesse and Laxing. Let's set you up for today. First, with our bracket. It's actually pretty simple. We've gone through the majority of what we've had match-wise over the past couple of days, and we're left with a grand final. BDS takes on Beast Coast, a classic EU versus NA.
Yeah, and the two teams that we saw topping their regions, BDS the first team out of Europe, Beast Coast the first team out of North America. One of these teams came in expected to likely win the event. The other team, I don't think anybody saw coming.
It comes down to who is the better region of it, whether being it's North America or Europe. I mean, it's the best case scenario possibly, especially for myself as an NA fan. I mean, it's nice that we're actually here because we haven't been here for quite some time.
An NA fan in EU, and seeing a European crowd cheering for a North American team has been incredible, but you're gonna have to cheer a bit louder today as we get into our schedule. Here's what it looks like. Yet again, quite simple. Coming up is our special show match, and we'll talk about that in detail over the next few minutes. But of course, our grand final best of 5 series, BDS versus Beast Coast, live at the Manchester Major. In between, reminder, Operation New Blood and the reveal will come in then. And I hope you're ready for what's about to come, because I've gotten a bit of a tease of what's gone so far. But let's set things up for our grand final just a bit, kind of recap things and how these teams made it here, starting off with BDS. There it is. Here's their road to the final, lads.
Yeah, I mean, their first match was up against Fury. This was the highly anticipated match because we couldn't see it at SI, unfortunately. But then you look at BDS running all the way through. They find that SSG match. They end up going against Talon. That was a huge upset that no one ever expected. That cake match really came down to a barn burner. Users actually brought that game back in Oregon, if you remember that 1v2 clutch. And then they end up securing, playing flawless all the way through now to make it here versus Beast Coast.
Yeah, BDS came in with a lot of questions, right? Yes, they were the top team in Europe, but they're still a brand new team. Are they going to stack up against the best teams from Brazil, the best teams from around the world? And we very quickly found the answer. Absolutely, they will. They slammed through the bracket, absolutely demolishing Team Secret and through Dark Zero as well. They've looked so good for these last couple of games, and they are going to be a scary threat heading into the finals.
Not to be pedantic or anything, or kind of sequester on one specific point. You said Brazil. What is that? Because I haven't seen Brazil over the past couple days here.
Nah, they've been a little bit lost, unfortunately, Milos. We saw a couple of quarterfinal exits. Team Liquid made it to the semis, but Brazil, for the first time in a very long time, will not be in our grand finals.
Oh boy, that is pretty substantial for the Brazilian region, Lax.
I mean, when you look at the entire year of last year, it was nothing but Brazil. So the fact that we're actually in a final now where Brazil isn't part of it and it comes down to that EUNA, I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that we get BDS to play Beast Coast in this final because BDS has seen this final before, and they played Team Liquid. That was back in Jönköping in November 2022, where for the first time ever, we got to see BDS lifting the trophy.
And then,
but to move on to Beast.
Yes, and then we have the Cinderella story of Beast Coast coming in from NA. They had a huge resurgence, bounce back, came first, then they come here. They only found one loss, and it was 2 phase, and then they immediately bounced back all the way through, beating all these teams, running back into phase, in quarters, and beating them with a swift 2-0, and then finding another 2-0 on top of Liquid, knocking out the last 2 remaining Brazilian teams here.
Yeah, and we gotta really focus on how difficult this bracket has been for them. FaZe Clan into Liquid into BDS. You know, Beast Coast aren't winning these games just because they're more talented than these other teams. Everybody's talented. They're not beating them just because they're working harder. Everybody's working hard. They're not beating them because they're better prepped. Everybody is super well prepped. They're beating them because they got a chip on their shoulder. Every single person is doubting Beast Coast right now, and they need to prove to everybody that they want it more, they want to win. This team, honestly, truly more than anybody else, is not afraid to lose, and that's something you can't fake.
And that's the story of doubt that's kind of not just loomed over Beast Coast as a team, but over the individual players on that squad. They've seen success, they've seen main stages, but they've been rejected from a lot of teams. They found themselves on one new squad, and these kind of, I guess, mercenaries for hire suddenly are in the grand final.
I mean, I'm more just impressed how fast this transition. I mean, when you start a brand new team and you have to build at that foundation, the fact that Hot and Cold put this together and found success with this team, and again, found themselves here playing in the grand finals, I mean, you got to give each one of those players a huge pat on the back.
We call BDS a European super team because they got the best from the French team, the best from the English team, and they mash them together. BDS is secretly a North American super team. They just had to do it with the scraps. You know, they grabbed some of the best players from all around North America. They grabbed some from, you know, Space Station. They grabbed some coming through from M80. They grabbed all different players, right? And they put them together to have the best team in NA. It's been incredible watching them explode on the scene.
We talked about numbers, you know, we talked about strategies and all of that, but what can we gather to learn as kind of the average everyday players from these big super teams and players?
Well, I think sometimes there's a couple different strats that we can look at, right? I think oftentimes when you're watching these competitive matches, you're watching because you're fans of the teams, you're watching it because you love the storylines, but you're also watching it to learn as an individual, right?
I think that's the beautiful thing about Siege, though, is you are able to learn, and Siege is such an intricate game that there's so many different strats, so many textures of development and play styles. That is the true beauty of Siege that no other game offers.
Well, cake of many layers here, but if there's anything for us average players, I would say, to learn, it's something from specifically BDS, and Alpha waits on Telestration to break it down.
Thank you so much, Milos. And yes, I just wanted to have a look at how BDS can get so creative on attack, especially when it becomes border yesterday against Dark Zero. Now we're on Telus bomb site, and usually the way it's played, you have 3 roamers up top playing vertical, and then you have 2 anchors. A first one here would be watching the window jump in with a diffuser from the bathroom or from server, and then a second one is preventing the plant here on the solo Telus wall from customs onto the drop here. Now, what I have ready for you here is an attack from BDS. It's a rush with 3 groups. Basically, a first one here is jumping in on the window that splits, ready to plant in smoke grenades. At the same time, he's covered by glass. Now, with a long angle onto server, and at the same time, a short angle onto the rotate. And then you have Ying ready to send Candelas through the downhole to flash anyone on site. And at the same time, your Lion coming through Passport, punishing anyone dropping down in East. Now, let's take a look at how it plays out in the game. You have Blitz getting close to the window, and actually he's removing the shield. And that's interesting because there is a Solis. So the Solis could actually watch him if he has his shield on. Now, by doing this, he's also not making any noise, which is very smart. Then the Ying is sending all of her Candelas at the same time and flashing everyone on side. Now, this is great synergy here, because the Lion at the same time is running into Passport, sending his line charge, and that's the call for the execute. You've got a Glass and Blitz both sending all of their smoke grenades at the same time, smoking all of the bomb side. The Blitz is rushing in and going for the plant behind the Soda Machine, covered by the Glass. Now, if you look at this, Lion comes through, Candelas, smokes, everything goes at the same time, with the plant going down. And if you look at the setup, it's actually perfect. You've got a Passport player here, punishing all of the roamers jumping down. At the same time, the Ying, after sending her Candelas, can now go, rotate towards Vent, and backstab the bomb site. And then the Glass can watch the long angle, punish the Warden, or anyone dropping down the hatch. Perfect execute, perfect setup. Now let's take a look at how it pays. You have the Glass watching towards Warden, and actually will get the pick thanks to that long angle. And at the same time, the Lion from Passport, punishing the Solis rotating down. It's a 5v3, diffuser is planted, perfect setup, and it's well rewarded for BDS. Now this setup is really easy to reuse with your 5-stack next time you play Border. Back to you, Milos, on the desk.
Thank you very much, Alpha Man. I can promise you that I will try my best executing that, because I'm not on the same level of play as Laxing or even Jesse in some ways. Yeah, just a little himbo host here over here that I can't really talk much
We'll
about.
get out of silver together with strats like those.
Let's go. There we go. All the silvers in the chat. Here's congratulations to you. Maybe we can all make it out together. But we have to start talking about our show match. This is what we have up next. And there's some graphics. Okay, there's stuff to talk about in this. And first of all, what map will we be on? Hereford Base. Everybody's favorite. When's the last time you all played Hereford Base? You remember the map?
I think I played it back
It's been a while, huh?
2018 maybe, 2017, maybe the last time I played it.
2017, 2016, Recruit, Young, Shield.
Just,
Yeah.
Hereford was a crazy map. I'll just say that. It was staircases. That's what defined that map, was the middle staircase and the side staircase.
There was graphics built up, so let's go through them one by one. Of course, we're gonna explain everything that goes on with them. So please, production, come on. Let's move on to the rest of it. We got a game, we got graphics, and here is our Moneyball prize pool ratings. Olive, our good girl, 900,999, 999, incredible. There we go. Raza with 600. Vamos, can we get a vamos? Come on, you can do it better. 1, 2, 3, vamos!
That's much better.
There we go. 150 fun facts. Usain Bolt, Wild, is in here. They couldn't make it to the event. 9.58, I don't know what that means. King George, 4'6", that is a height measurement. Can we give it up for world champion King George?
Nothing wrong with being 4'6", by the way.
You know, I thought
Short
it
king.
was 4'5".
Short King. 2 pints, that is Alit Letton, I don't know what that is. Demo, 17 pounds, that is Demo's day rate. And then Tom J. Sherlock, a pint, which has had many of them, I've heard.
Who the fan favorite is here with Tom getting all the hype right now.
Of course, Jesse, you prepared all of these, not Emmy whatsoever. This could not be something silly that Fluke prepared.
No, I've run the numbers on these, Milos. We really had to dig deep into the archives, into the databases to find these numbers, but we've done it, and we've come through with, of course, all the top tier analysis of the show match.
So MVP, Milos, EPS sum, entry hello, Katie good, cost rich. Absolutely not. Some hello, good, rich. I won't say give it up for myself.
I don't know. When you look at the fit right there, I'd say good and rich.
Buddy, look at yourself. We're all looking great. We're just going to sit here and talk about how good we all look in it. Do we have some more trivia? Or
I sure hope so.
specifics? Nah.
No.
I think we're done with the stats at this point. But we have 5 pros. Well, not really 5 pros. 5, I don't know, can we call content creators pros?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
They're professionals.
They've been in here for a long time.
They're making money.
Pros.
Pro
They're
game.
up on the stage.
Pro gamers. So we got team creator versus team fans. We got 5 content creators that I think everybody's seen here over the past few days. And there's pro players that will be joining the fans that have been randomly selected to play alongside them, which is a huge, huge piece. They're already set in the backdrop.
Are they the good pro players or the, like, bad ones?
The good pro players are playing later today on the stage.
Oh, that's true.
That's all you
There
need
are
to know.
probably the bad ones left.
However, there will also be people that are joining our casters, that they themselves are T2, T3 casters, of course, still our colleagues in many ways, and they're going to be talking things about the game and how it all shapes up. But we've talked enough. It's time for us to get into game. Gabe, Jesse, thank you so much. For all those here, are you ready to introduce our show match? Let's bring them up.
From
from our stage to this crowd, please welcome on Team Creators. We've got Tom Sherlock, we've got Littleton, collectively TNA. We've got legendary Brazilian streamer Hazza, King George, Alicia, and Kudos. If you've never seen one of these show matches before, we're about to have so much fun. And for every single one of these creators on the stage right now, they are hyped and ready for their opponents. Their opponents are Team Fans! Now, Team Fans, of course, as you can see, has a couple of very well-known pros on there. From the fan side, we've got Jack and Bilal. From Secret, we've got Twister. From G2, we've got Doki. And from Fnatic, we've got my good friend, Leon Gids. I got a feeling they're going to be taking this very seriously here. Let's get into this, shall we? But first, I want a little bit of a chat. Tom, come up here. Doki, where are you? We got any Doki fans in the house? Doki.
You, mate.
Oh! This is what it's about. Doki, you didn't manage to make the stage with G2.
Oh well.
How do we feel about that, Manchester?
Sorry, guys.
But here you are now, and you've got to take down this team of content creators. Are you feeling confident in your roster?
I mean, the full G2 roster lost to Ferex, so we could lose to a team of content creators as well, to be honest.
At least he's honest. That's why we love him. Tom, you've been out in that crowd making so much noise. You're largely responsible for a lot of the creative chants that we're hearing here this weekend. However, now you're on the flip side. They're chanting at you, you're on the stage. What do you want to say to this world champion?
Good luck, have fun. That's it. No, simple. I mean, it's mad to hear my name being chanted louder than Doki's. That's wild.
Anything you want to say to him?
I paid them to do it. I didn't want you to feel bad. sorry, mate. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Good luck, Ian.
Thank you very much.
And the trophy looks good, guys.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. I'm not going to touch it, but I wish. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time, he says. Guys, go and take your seats with your teams. It's about to go down here for our show match. This is going to be awesome. Manchester, are we ready for it? Let's get into it. Casting the action for this one, we have Demo, X, and maybe a couple of fans. Am I right?
You are entirely right there, Ian. Welcome to the show match, of course. The show match is all about the community, and what better to do, Demo, than to get a community caster in for this as well. We are joined now by Chamberine. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, hello, and I just decided to pop by for a little bit today. I was just, I got the DML.
You were in the area?
I was just
You were in the area?
Flip past. I decided, go drop in, do a little bit of casting. I've done a little bit for uni. So why not? Why not?
Fantastic. We are all about fun. We have got a star-studded lineup, I think it's fair to say, Demo. We've got some pros in there. We've got some people that have been inside of this tournament.
You can't say star-studded and then Tom's in the mix.
Well, I mean, Tom J. Sherlock's there, of course, but there are other people in the mix as well. We've got King George.
The best invitational player. He's played one and won one. Nobody has that record but him.
Yeah, everyone else has tried to go back for a second bite, but we always joke about that one being a thing. We've got Twister, of course, coming in, the coach for Team Secret. And we've got plenty of surprises along the way here today as well. We are going to be, we're going to be changing the rules. I mean, there are really no rules in a show match. And we are also going to be swapping out some people at various points.
Honestly, I'm just excited to see the two hottest prospects in Europe. Just kind of starting things off. Of course, A. Littleton, Tom J. Sherlock, we know the history. We know them. And I'm just so glad I get to cast them. That's why I'm here. That's what I wanted to see.
They are sharing one brain cell today.
Yep.
We've literally got Tom sat on the knee. Yep. So one mouse, one keyboard potentially.
Yeah.
We've seen it done before, but it does require a level of coordination.
Oh, goodness.
Did this even go to a social vote?
No.
I'm going to go out there and say that this is rigged. I'm going to be honest. Unless, do the crowd agree? Are the crowd on Team Fans?
Oh.
Okay.
What about Team Creators?
Oh, okay, so we've got a little bit of love for both. I'm sure that the crowd will sway one way or another. I think we've got Ian. He's actually getting up to a little bit of mischief. What are you up to, Ian?
Well, this is what this is all about. It's about creating chaos in a show match. And I've been asked to ask the fans here, we want to mess around with Tom's settings before we get into this, right? So I'm going to judge it on volume in the crowd. Shall we make him change to right-click prone or spacebar ADS? Right-click prone. Spacebar ADS. Hold on, let me just, it's very loud in here. I'm going to take this, let me hear again. Right-click prone. Spacebar ADS. Okay. Sorry, Tom. Sorry. Spacebar ADS. Let's get back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Ian. If that's what's happening in round one, I dread to think. Spacebar ADS isn't as bad as it could be.
Cham, have you done a spacebar ADS before?
I haven't. I actually haven't played that long on MNK for a while. I was a controller player for a long time. Just came across from console just last year. So
wow.
Get me on the sticks and we're good to go, but I'm not that great on
I know that Alicia, she does a lot of controller stuff.
Yeah.
So there is some elements into that.
Yeah.
Sadly, we couldn't get the King controller, Mr. Jinxie.
Well, no, there are a lot of controller players out there, of course, and I think it's where a lot of people start, right? It's a lot easier, barrier entry and stuff like that. It is a lot easier, but Tom will be rocking the old Spacebar Prone.
What's that?
I don't think we can read it, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Milosh is lovely. That's what that reads. That's exactly what that reads. So it is going to take us a couple of seconds to change around the settings. I imagine that's all we're changing for the time being. We're going to be playing this on a Hereford base. Let's have a look and see if we've got a little bit more information about this match. I think we've got a graphic ready to roll. Oh, brilliant.
Oh.
So I got told there was a graphic to show. I didn't realize there was a head-to-head between me and Demo. Fantastic. Crush, Milosh. Cost, cheap. Oh, you're cheaper. Yeah, of course, because you're only £17. Brain, smooth or slippy? I'll take the slippy.
I don't have
It's slippy up there, you know? You're smooth-brained.
Jolly Green Giant for you.
Yappy dog.
I don't agree with that.
I do. This is fantastic.
Okay.
I rate it. I rate it entirely. Brilliant. I'm a Jolly Green Giant and you're a Yappy dog.
Does Cham agree? Is that...
I'm going to stay out of this debate.
Probably wise.
I'm just going to let you guys...
That's a Dad's answer right there.
I'm
really
gonna sit on the fence.
Probably for the best, indeed. I did notice on the walk-in that Doki actually brought his own mouse mat as well.
It can't be. He needs to get some kills. He didn't really do much of that, really, at this major, so I think this is his chance.
He was the only person to bring his own peripheral onto the stage.
To be fair, when I was up with the fans, they were asking if they could bring their own peripherals. So, they've clearly been cooking something.
Ooh. Maybe they were looking for an advantage. Let's see what happens as we get ourselves into Hereford. The all chat is, of course, going to be somewhere to keep a keen eye in this matchup.
So, just to let everyone know, there will be some different names. All the content creators, you will see their names, you'll know exactly who that is. But with the other side, we have some interesting names. No, not the Blitz, no!
Oh. We can't be having bans in a show match.
Oh. No. As you can see, we've got Hotshot, the computer, Smoking Gun, Yingon, The Exhaust, and Blazing Ace. Those are our names.
Is there any reason behind the names?
Well, wait for that hard crossing again. Fenrir. Boom. Out the way. We will be rotating some people in and out during this game.
Who, I may ask?
Who may? Again, it's really wait for this. Hey, Milosh has been banned. No, Milosh, no! Assets cosplay.
We've actually seen like a fairly competitive set of bands here. Are these guys taking it more seriously than we are?
Yeah, there's been some walking in going on here. There's been prep, I think. I think we've been thinking about this.
There's been some serious prep.
They've been working this out.
Well, look at the coach. We've got Creeds.
I got Creeds.
We haven't actually touched on the coaches yet, have we?
No.
We do have two. Obviously, every good team needs a great coach.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Creeds.
Yep.
Player from ITB.
Knows the game.
Inside and out.
Amazingly.
We've also got Fresh.
Where is he?
Where's Fresh?
There's Creeds.
There's Creeds. Go and get him.
Unusual position for him to be in.
There he is. There he is. Who does he think he is?
Yeah.
Doesn't flinch at the
Let's hope he
pressure.
doesn't get this team relegated.
Stood behind there with his little notebook. I had a glimpse into the notebook earlier, and there is nothing of value written in there. Please don't worry at all. But let's get ourselves stuck into round number 1. So it's going to be a regulation match. First to 7. There is an overtime. It is not infinite. However, we are going to be playing on Hereford, so a map that really doesn't see a lot of action, obviously. It isn't a popular map, isn't in the pool.
It really isn't a popular map, and it's my first time ever casting Hereford, so let's see if I can actually remember the calls on it. Oh my word. I have not played it in a long time.
Oh, don't worry about the calls. I don't even know if I know the calls. I think the only 2 rooms that I remember are Tractor.
Tractor.
The tractor room, that's correct.
Yes.
So, just keep everyone up to date. We have our names. Hotshot, that is Twister from Secret, the coach. We then have the computer, which is one of our fan slot. That is going to be Jack Young. Then we move over to the smoking gun. It's our hammer lifter. It's Doki. So keep an eye on that one. I'm sure he'll be wanting to get some kills. Then we move on to the exhaust again, another fan. We have Bilal coming in. And then finally, blazing ace, is Mr. Giddens.
Mr. Giddens. I am excited to see the performance from this, especially the Scottish people that are involved. They don't have many. A little 1v1 early on here between the Montaigne, with a bit of pressure onto the computer. King George is just about to potentially push up from below with the Deimos. But for now, just waiting and inviting the pressure. Now, computer just holding on.
It's cagey stuff at the moment. Kudos trying to make some ground on the Monty, and there it goes. Comes on through. Blazing Ace gets one onto King George before he departs, but a good advantage for the creators right now.
Oh, here comes Twister. Here he comes, accompanied by Doki as well. Both of them looking for a double up, a team up, but that's not where the creators are. They're over the other side of the map. Here comes Doki. One lines up a second, but no, he gets shot down. Alicia beats him to it.
Alicia with the roller taking out Doki, and Hotshot here potentially for the flank coming up from behind. You guys need to be careful. Oh my god! Unbelievable! 1v2 for Kudos now.
Twister there on the flank of a lifetime. Kudos, he was the first in on the Monty, and he's going to be the last out here potentially. He's got 2 to go through. We'll throw out the EMP there, but the beeper is going to give him away, and they know exactly where he is. 3 kills for Twister on the round.
Oh boy.
Initial thoughts after the first round?
Listen, it was a little bit cagey to start with, but then
was
things
very
got,
cagey.
They sped up a little bit, and I respect that we're still sticking to the meta of this major. We're still sticking with the Mountain. Yes, the Blitz was banned, and it took a little bit of fun out of it, but shields are just so strong, so why not?
It didn't slow down the fans, though, did it?
No.
It really did not slow down the fans at all.
Oh, there's the mullet man.
Bit of animosity in the crowd. Oh dear, oh dear.
Welcome to Manchester.
Welcome indeed.
Oh, this is a new strat.
Oh.
This isn't usually allowed during the live play of the round. The coach can't interfere with any players.
Let him put his hands on him.
A little bit of just a little bit of a shoulder rub, just to loosen things up, keep everything nice and loose there.
There's a coach who always used to do
Smoking
that.
gun.
There was actually like a coach I remember would always do that during
Really?
like the like whenever we
In the
tech pauses and
timeouts.
stuff, tech pauses. He would do that, but I forget who it was. Was it Murat? I don't know.
Maybe.
It might. I don't know. It could have been Murat.
Mind you, you probably would need a massage after losing to someone with a controller, after winning a hammer.
Very true. Very true.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he got slammed. Here we go. We've got a Boss G coming in from Jack Young. What can he do? Has he been watching Turd? Perhaps.
Third Boss G meta is now sweeping through the regions, and hopefully we get to see more of it. Alicia, a couple of drones from below, but that's an aggressive shotgun. Unbelievable. Alicia leaves the round in the first 30 seconds. Still continuing to peek it here. Doki getting aggressive. He's got one back onto Alicia now. Can he find more though? Oh, not going to find anything from that. Raza shuts them down. 4 versus 4. Down but not out situation for Tom and Andy. Oh, hot shot. I'll finish him off with the melee.
I mean, to be fair, we're not expecting much out of Tom and Andy. Let's be honest.
They're there just for a bit of fun.
They're Spacebar's ADS, so they are seriously muddied at the moment. I'm not looking for too much out of them. If they get a single kill, I will be impressed enough as it is.
Yeah, it would go down in history as the best episode of Big Chef, Little Chef, to be honest.
Keep it watching Raza. Brazil, maybe knocked out, but he's still here representing his region. There's a second for him in the round. Kudos Is he going to be able to find it whenever that smoke leaves? Oh, he sees the body. The exhaust is gone. Belial is gone. Here comes the hot shot. Oh, the shotgun is putting in work right now. Twister's on a rampage.
He's not finished here. He's lining them up right now. He's got Raza knocked down. He's get him in the main squad.
That's
Get
what
him
you
on
want.
the roster.
Oh. Secret players. I would be scared if I were you, the way your coach is playing. Now, what is going on here?
We have our beloved Tachanka mascot.
Crowd loves Tachanka.
It must be so hot under that.
Oh, yeah, it is warm. It is warm. So, I think the idea is the mascot is going to be there just for a bit of fun. We don't really know what they have in store.
I mean, we kind of do know.
Do we?
At the moment, they're trying to bring the crowd up.
Yeah. No bananas?
No bananas.
No, not this time.
I think we've got some bananas coming.
Bolo ate them all last year.
No, I think we've got some bananas coming.
I think Kenny had a few bananas earlier in the event.
Is this Tachanka going to the other side as well to say hello to our creators?
I think they need to go and give Tom and Andy a bit of a wake-up.
Yes.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I feel like Tachanka was very polite behind the fans. I'm not sure it's going to be the same behind these creators. He wants a little bit of crowd interaction. Are you going to give it to him? Are you going to give it to him, crowd?
Oh, so wholesome.
There we go. We get a little bit of love.
Sit down. Come on. You're not allowed to stand up. You know the rules.
How intimidating is that going to be having that stood behind you? It is absolutely massive.
Oh, there's Fresh. Fresh is gone. Fresh been taken out. It's now Tachanka's the coach.
Subbed out. You can only have one person stood behind, of course.
There's the banana.
There's a banana.
There's the banana we were asking for.
Look at it. Did you just mog it on this crowd?
Looked like it. Oh. I'm curious. Way!
As a Scottish person, should I boo that? Is the real question.
Let's ask Doki.
10 seconds to
It is the Union Jack.
Yep. Not the Union Jack.
Of
5
course.
seconds left.
It's only one of them.
Round number 3. Do any shenanigans await us here?
Attackers objective.
We're going to hit the mid-floor site, and the defenders so far have been very successful. Now, I'm not sure if that's down to the fact that the attackers have been poor, or the fact that they are basically playing 4 versus 5.
Yeah, they are. Tom and Andy are white.
Oh, sorry, I was meaning King George. He's not a kill yet.
Oh!
No, not AG.
That man has a hammer and you're flaming him? What are you doing?
Oh! No, King George, no. A king in the UK? Has to deliver.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Doke starts things off, finding Raza. What a great one. Oh, the TN. Unbelievable.
He's happy with that one.
No. Nice shot from Raza. I think Doki will regret doing that to his community.
Yeah, imagine so.
Defender exposed.
Not much action other than that, though. No. Raza's fell, the ace gone. So, I mean, we can put at least a little bit of stock in the fact that they have removed a hard breacher, which then again is Hereford. Are we really going to be hard breaching? I doubt it.
I don't think so.
I really don't think it's coming down to that. I'll be honest, I think it's being chosen for the gun.
I think it's who wants to run outside the most is probably the best way to look at it. No!
With the pistol again, he's not finished. Almost finds the upside down repel, but eventually will be finished
on the
off.
board.
Tom and Andy manage a kill.
Good night immediately from Tom and Andy.
Unbelievable stuff. HP not looking to hopper the other side though. Team fans think, ooh, through the wall. Alicia is cooking. One unbelievable game so far. Kudos. And Cole head down the staircase, waiting for the pressure to come. Another Ella pistol. How many of these are we going to see on this game?
We do have Ian. He is going to be down there with the mascot right at the moment, really riling that crowd up. Still down to the pistol here for Doki.
Oh,
okay.
We're going to throw this one down to Ian.
Jack, come up here, come up here. Let's bring the mascot up onto the stage because I want to direct some traffic up here. Can we bring the merch up as well? Anybody in the crowd want some merchandise? I'm sorry. I said, does anybody in the crowd want some merchandise? All right, let's do a sound check here. Do you want it over there? What about over on the left? Should we go middle? Let's go middle first. Let's start with the middle. Here it comes. Oh. Wait, we've got a little bit more. We've got a little bit more, Mitch. Just to double check. On the right, you wanted some, right? Let's do some on the right. Give some on the right, and I'll give some. Should I give some on the left as well? All right, can we get back to it? Can we get back to it? Let's give you a rest. All right, back to the casters.
Welcome back to the casting desk, everybody. Ian there is showing the crowd what we've got. We've got a little bit of merchandise for the crowd there, and the Chanka is going to be dishing that one out there. We actually saw the creators win that round as well at the end there, Demo.
Yeah, Alicia, big clutch. Dying to the controller player again. There's no way. So we have had our switch. We have had 2 fans come out and 2 fans go in. So now we've Kion Carter comes in, and we've also got Michael as well appearing. So that's our 2 new fans. You'll be sitting in the computer slot and also the exhaust. The pros are still there though.
Yes.
Oh, what is this? A classic strat.
Is it a classic strat? Have you ever seen this before?
Yes, of course I have. I mean, it's
silly,
a trick question. I mean, I've never seen it on Hereford in a long time here. What is Tom up to? Doke.
He's not that tall, Tom. He doesn't have the reach.
He's going to have to stand. He's left with no option.
Take the chair.
Pull his chair away. I am pleasantly surprised at Alicia's performance so far. I love to see a controller pin doing well. The strat almost works it. Raza, be careful. Supernova in hand and wins it out. But another pick goes off on the other side. 5 versus 3.
I can't believe Raza missed that the first time.
Yeah.
He gets it still.
Was it hot shot or was it exhaust?
It was the exhaust.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he tried it. He almost actually got it. I mean, if he hits the shot on the Raza there, it would have been quite a great kill.
Look how long it took Andy to shoot that.
Yeah.
That's what he's working with right now. It's no joke remapping the keybinds.
It's looking good for Team Creators to try and get back into this game. A big C4, goes fishing, finds nothing. Maybe Tom and Andy, can they do something? I mean, they're all starting to stack together here, Cham.
Yeah, I'm looking for them to even this up. This is a good opportunity to bring it to 2-2. Oh my word, what's going on here? 2 versus 2 now. It's all a minute and a half in the round, and oh my word, triple kill for Doki! What? What's going on?
Not going to be enough there as Raza. He opened the round with a kill, and he's going to finish things off with a kill, the very same.
Chicken man.
Chamberlain, thank you so much for joining us during this little community cast, during the show match. It's been fantastic to get you on, get your perspective, and to have a little bit of fun with it. But for now, we must bid you a farewell, and we are going to rotate out and grab ourselves a brand new caster.
Yes, I will say goodbye, and I will substitute myself out. So see you guys later. Bye. Thanks for having me.
Well, there we go. We are going to be grabbing a new caster now. We do have Dianic joining us. Welcome. Welcome to the casting station. This is Dianic, everybody.
Hello.
For anyone that is unaware, they have done some community casting and some previous experience inside of Rainbow Six Siege casting. So you're coming on to the community cast, and we're going to have a little bit of fun with it. You've been sat there watching. How have you thought it's been going so far?
It should be fun. I'm just smiling the entire time on the outside. I'm just looking at the screen, just like, what is going on? Like, this is so funny. And I don't think you guys realize how big that Tachanka chibi is.
It's massive, isn't it?
Like, I thought my 4 is big, but that one is just outrageously bigger. Like,
gives you a run for the money.
Yeah, it really does.
People thought it was you for a long
I haven't got that
period.
big of a head, obviously. Maybe if Des was a little bit taller, maybe it'd be a little bit different. We are going to be getting ourselves into the round. It looks, I mean, I'm no expert, but this looks like a knife fight.
We're going to go for it. What are we waiting on? Get in there, Tom. No cheating. None of that. Here we go. Bang! Oh! King George with the first stab. Another one comes out, Tom and Andy, but it's quickly swung back in the team's
Look at
fans.
the hot shot.
Oh, Alicia, they're coming for you. Oh, Smoking Gun with a final kill.
So we have, of course, swapped out fans at this point as well. Demo, I believe you'd be able to tell us who we've now got in there.
We swapped that now, I think one more round, actually.
Is it one more round?
Yeah, we had them in the last round. So, well, I think this is the last round until we get more fans switched in and out. But at the moment, pretty close game, Di, isn't it? 3-2.
It is pretty close, and let's not forget, even though this is a show match, people and like the fans and the pros are playing, everybody wants to win. It's a stage. You want to be at there and just like winning it and say, I've won the show match, right? So it is still competitive. Even though it is a show match, people are still trying. There might be still a few strategies they need to cook here in order to get next few wins. Like 2-3 could still be a little bit of a change. Like both these two teams can win. It just comes down who can cook better.
But it comes down to it. Like you say, there's a competitive nature on this roster throughout each team. You've got ex-pros, you've got current pros, you've got people that where they compete and they play to win. So they aren't going to want to just roll over and let it all happen to you. But we've got to throw a ninth round in there sometimes. Yeah. It's random, isn't it? It's RNG to whether you come away with a win or not on it.
It's just a little bit cheeky, right? Because it is a show match. You want to do things you're not allowed to do in the match, but you maybe want to give the other team a little bit of hope and then take it away from them. Few things they can do, and I think so far it's doing pretty well. Kali, that can be also quite juicy.
George has been loving the sniper so far. He's played the Glaz, and now he's on the Kali. This just seems to be a corner strat from the defense. They're just all ratting away, trying to hide out and see what they can pick up. The attackers have the Monty. You can try and do something with it. I mean, look at the kills. Twister up there, 9 and 3. Smoking Gun, 9 and 4. That's Doki.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
I wonder what Doki is going to do here. Oh, we've got the dog!
Olive!
We've got Olive the dog!
Such a good dog. Worth the most. I'm only worth 17 quid, apparently. Tom's even worse than me, 1 pint.
The crowd are desperate for an interrogation here.
Oh, phone call, though.
Yeah, the logic bomb's going to slow it down a little bit. Or are they desperate for merch? Oh, no, I've just looked over, and they're desperate for merch.
Oh,
Brilliant.
that's
it. Of course.
Yep.
Definitely. I mean, right here we have definitely interesting operators coming through. It just comes on who can get the first pick. Still 5-5 on the board for both these two teams. Not a pink single pick, and I'm talking about it. And I guess they just wanted to prove me wrong.
There we go. Blazing Ace is going to come out with a kill over onto Raza. Doki is still desperate for an interrogation here, though, Demo.
Oh, here we go, one! He's going to be down, but the Monty's there to stop him from getting it off. Is he going to peek? Oh, we see, I suppose, a bit of a stolen kill happened there, but I don't think they're going to be worried. Kudos with the pistol! A quick double, and King George with a sniper shot. And Twister, what are you doing? He's outside!
That's how quickly it can change. It looked very promising, and now all of a sudden the defense is in the bins fighting for this win. 2-3, they have the upper hand, they are the defense. But on the other hand, there's a Kali and a Monty, and that is what is scaring me.
The Kali and the Monty, good for taking 1v1s at range and at close. They complement each other quite well, but close up and personal like this, the pistol sometimes does a better job. Leon there, able to grab himself one. Doesn't really want to take the one with this Monty at the moment. Kudos looking to bear down on him, but it's 3 kills for Leon on the round, making it 4. Bree fires over there onto Alicia and secures the round.
And that is the free split.
Yep.
Wow.
Free split.
Split. I'm just absolutely nervous here.
Well, Ian is going to be on the stage. Ian has a little bit more mischief that he wants to play in the show match.
Yeah, it's not mischief this time. I'm just a little bit concerned about Fresh. Leanne, will you just come with me? Sorry, Fresh, you're just looking a little bit hot and bothered, so let me just sort you out, mate. We'll start with a little bit of this. Yeah, and do you want some powder as well? I can give you some powder. It's right there on the tip of your nose, just like that, and then up there. Yeah, how are you feeling about how things are going for you and your team?
I mean, we put them under the pressure. We got 2 attacks. It's all on them now, and we've got a game plan for them as well. We're ready for it.
What's the game plan? Tell me.
No, they might hear it.
Yeah,
all right, we've got 3. I've got it in my notebook. We've got 3 things.
Yeah.
1, interrogation.
for you, sadly.
The second game plan, cap cam trap kills.
Yeah.
And the third game plan, spawn peek everything.
Beautiful. Leanne, how does he look? Does he look good?
Perfect, looking good, good look.
All right, Fresh, you look good. He's ready for it. The crowd are ready for it. Is there anybody else we can talk to down here? What do you think? Tom, pop over here for a second. What do you make of Fresh as a coach?
He looks bloody lovely as always.
He does look bloody lovely as always. You all do. Should we get back into the game, Leanne? Should we go backstage? All right, let's get back to it. I think we're ready anyway. If the casters are, hopefully, let's get back into the action.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. There's been a couple of changes throughout that short half-time intermission there. Fresh got his makeup reapplied, obviously. I think he was looking a little bit hot and bothered there. He was obviously feeling the heat of the studio lights right now. But we have also changed out a few of our players.
Yes, we have. So we've got 2 new fans coming in. We have Jamshed and also Abby, who makes the appearance. So there's our 2 fans. But we've also replaced the pros.
Well, we've almost replaced it with the entire ITB lineup.
It's ITB, and I feel so proud to see them on the stage. Everyone was hoping that they'd make it. They finally are here, and I think it's only right that we be a bit patriotic and we sing them a song. Sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good.
Brilliant stuff there, crowd. Give yourself a round of applause for that. We are going to be getting and joining in exactly where we left off, round number 7 right now. As Demo's already mentioned, we've had a couple of changes come in, but there's no changes on that creator side. They are here for the long haul, Die.
Well, listen, it is Tom J. Sherlock on one hand and the ITB roster on the other hand. Are we going to see a roster change if Tom J. Sherlock just performs better than the players?
You want him sacked?
I mean...
Team fans, please coach, oh dear.
That's, there's quite literally 2 people on this that have plucked out of the audience. Do not play the game professionally at all. So that is a bold statement. King George.
On the Tachanka.
And on the board, picking himself up to the fire. Might secure the second down, but in the meantime, it has just gone a bit short.
Oh, the Tachanka, something we don't see every day, Ty, but it's working out for them.
Couple of kills there coming in. Kudos and Raza both adding on to the pain. A hot shot on Blazing Ace left, of course, Oscar. And I can't remember who's sat in Blazing Ace's position. Is that where Kenny is?
It's Kangaroo Kenny!
Kangaroo Kenny, the coach of ITB. Oh, very capable one, the upside down rappel. Kudos! He's there to strike a very aggressive round from the creators. Fresh's game plan may be working out there.
It does seem like it's working out. And that's how easy it can be. You can have the upper hand when it comes to the defensive side, but as soon as you switch it, it can look a little bit dry.
I love the fact that we've got Kangaroo Kenny, who is the coach for ITB, being coached by one of his players, one of his prodigies.
And now he's coaching the team.
He's telling them what to do still.
I think if he could, he would probably like to switch places with Creeds and say, look, Creeds, I respect that you're better at the game than me. You respect that I'm a better coach than you. Let's do something. Let's
Creeds
work
is planning
together.
for the future. He's thinking ahead. I respect the kid.
He's got a 5-year plan.
He's got a lot of years left still playing, but he's ready.
He's got a 5-year plan.
Womp womp.
Well, we go to a mid-floor site here for round number 8. Surely there's more shenanigans on the way.
Oh, there is. Is it this round?
I think a couple of rounds time.
Ooh.
There's a couple of rounds to the next bout of shenanigans, but
something fun coming up.
We do have Tom and Andy. Sounds like a kid's cartoon, doesn't it? It's like Tom and Jerry, Tom and Andy.
Would you watch it, Di? Would you watch these two just running around?
Listen, I watch Tom and Jerry. Like, I grew up with that. I would watch Tom and Andy. That would be on my to-do list when I come home after school if I would be a kid. But if you look at the attacker side, we have a Monty and we have a Finca, which I want to see a push. I want to see a quick round. I just want to see the attackers pull something off.
I think they're playing too cagey. I think you're right. I want to see an Amari. I want to see a Sens. I want to see all this stuff that just blasts them into sight straight away. And these guys are playing it like it's a grand final. The grand final doesn't start for a couple of hours yet.
No.
I mean, what is better than a surprise gift?
Exactly.
A surprise rush. You just go in and you just deal with what is happening in that scenario. At the end, like, who can cook a better strat in this moment? Because there is no talking before. And that, Monty gone.
Boss G connects a hit. Here comes Kangaroo Kenny. He's hunting for somebody. Raza finds another, and team fans are once again on the back foot. But a kill does come back in for Kangaroo and Kenny. Tom's off the board. He's tried his approach. Raza still on the prowl, though.
Dokkaebi core going out as well, although the Dokkaebi is going to fall as that Boss G nets King George a second. Raza, bit of a tear inside of this round, all down to the computer. He's going to pick himself up one. But that's the first of 3 more left to find here. Not sure what the body shooting's all about, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, Raza did it. He's giving it right back to him.
1 versus 3.
Come on. I think he can do it.
I want to see him flooded. Where's the aggression? There it is. Alicia comes in and nets that final kill. Say, Alicia has been star player so far on the side of the creators.
Sleeper pick.
Sleeper agent.
Definitely. The advantage gone. 2v4, and now we're in a 4-4 stand, and that's how easy it can go. And I'm afraid, and I want this surprise gift. I want them to just be quick, because if they don't do it, it just looks like the defense just gonna take it.
We can get a little bit of a listen as to what's going on there.
They've switched.
Again.
Chuckle Brothers.
See, I thought that they were going to be playing the whole game, one on the mouse, one on the keyboard.
I'm disappointed.
I feel like we've been, been scammed a little bit there.
Do you want my money back if that is the truth?
Tom can pay you.
Would love that. I mean, Kali, Lion, Doc, that's already going in the right direction for my eyes. But we also have Doc on the other hand, which, let's be honest, he has been, in the past, has been nerfed. And now, yet again, he's up there. Spawn peaks, they can be dangerous, especially in half-full base. You don't know him all. It's not a competitive match.
I don't think I know all the spawn peaks on Hereford base.
I do. Hello.
Yeah.
Mike DGen over here.
I would have forgotten them a long time ago. We are going to see King George back at it again on his Boss G villain arc. Will he be successful, though? We've not even seen a pistol round yet.
No. Well, there was, I think there were some... Well, I definitely know that one team was playing pistols. Maybe the other team didn't agree to that, but they were. Oh, my word. King George cannot be stopping this Boss G. Just training them together.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
That is the ace gone, Heartbreacher gone from the board, but Glaz was still there, and as we can see, Holton shot.
Oscar!
Oh, Hotshot gets the kill there onto Raza, just tucked in behind the boxes there.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Still not finished. Nobody knows which way to look. It's fantastic. They're checking rooms and they're like, oh, what's in this room? I've forgotten. Hotshot on a bit of a tear, though. Oscar, will he be able to find his 3rd here on the round?
Oh, it's tense. The shotguns are lining up. The Glaz also starting to push in. The exhaust is gone. Smoking gun with a Glaz, a quick peek. Kudos has eliminated that buck that was causing so many issues, and it's a 2 versus 2. Kendry still up, but they're both gone. Tom and Andy, oh, they're loving that one.
Well, another good round coming in there from the creators. This back and forth 6-man roster that they're rocking really seems to be working out quite well for them. Dianic, thank you so much for joining us here on the cast. It's been fantastic to get you on, getting a little cheer from the crowd there as well. It's been wonderful to get you. Thank you so much for doing it. I know it was super short notice and very unexpected, but it's been wonderful to get you on and get your perspective.
Just thank you guys. That's all I have to say is
You're welcome.
thank you guys.
Brilliant. Take it easy, thank you.
Thank you.
So there we have it. We are going to be getting ourselves back into the game now. I think we do have a couple more special guests lined up.
You're stuck with me again.
I'm back stuck with Demo, which is a blessing and a curse in some ways. But of course, I think we've got a couple more tricks up our sleeve as well.
Here we go.
We have got a little bit of tomfoolery going on.
This is what we call the chicken round, everyone.
This is the chicken round.
All the creators are playing with this on their screen. So best of luck to them.
Monitor brightness is key right now.
Opacity to the max.
You need to crank that up and hope that the paper is as thin as possible.
Oh, that would have been a good round. Brightness to 1%. That would have been great to see. But we've got a couple of chicken noises as well. Who's let those chickens out the coop? Who's done that? Sledge is here as well. The chicken's in the crowd. Chicken man? No, it's just a man with a chicken hat.
Where have we got these sound effects from?
I don't know.
Someone's having fun with the soundboard somewhere.
No, wait.
I hope
I
hope that noise is getting put into the players' ears. Instead of the white noise, I hope it's just getting the quacking or the cluck.
We have 2 new fans also rotating in. We have Caitlin joining us, and we also have Andarn, who I'm sure everyone knows as being our Sledge cosplayer. He's mostly known as.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of love for Andarn inside of the crowd. There is a fantastic showing of cosplayers here. And I saw the big photo that you guys did outside yesterday. And of course, cosplay is such a big part of the community.
Can we get a cheer for the cosplayers?
Can we get a cheer for the cosplayers? I always really enjoy seeing how creative and resourceful you guys are in developing your outfits. He's actually playing with the mask on. The problem is he playing as the Sledge? There's not a Sledge on the board here.
He's not even that's true.
He's missed a chance.
He has missed a chance. But someone who hasn't missed a chance is, once again, this first kill going in favor of Team Fans. Craters in the back foot. These chickens must be causing issues. I mean, it's not ideal, Ollie, is it? Oh, an interrogation from Tom!
He's hit it on the main stage. An interrogation onto Hotshot, onto Oscar. It's not going to do much at this point, given that they are still 4 versus 2, but it's one to tick off the bucket list.
Not again.
He might be on for a second here. Look how cautious he's being.
Oh, here he comes. Tom!
Yeah! Two in the round! Tom can retire happy after that one.
Not again. Surely not again. Here he goes. No, he's down. Yep, that's his death rattle. There's a chicken. Alicia full flash. And in comes Kangaroo Kenny to seal the deal. The chicken round, even though there were 2 interrogations, he still lost the round. Chicken power.
Some serious chicken power coming in that round. They now can be taken off, of course, and we just play as normal as this could be.
5-5, by the way, everyone. It's as best as what we're going to get.
They're genuinely trying, though.
Yes.
Both teams are genuinely trying. I really enjoy the pitiful chicken sound that we've got when we're seeing people in the chicken outfits. Are these dressing up just for the fun of it, or is it like a BDS thing?
I don't know.
A cockerel mascot sort of thing?
There's the real chicken man.
I saw the cockerel yesterday.
French chicken. The chickens are off the screen, everyone, it looks like. Andy's back in the seat. Tom's had his 2 seconds of fame. Oh, that's Tom, excuses, Tom. He's trying to peddle excuses.
I love how Tom's ran to the other side of the stage and he's just gone, Kendrick, by the way, I know you're in the middle of setting up and stuff, but we had a chicken on the middle of our screen. That's why you killed me.
Kendrick's like, don't care, mate. I'm trying to win here.
But he did still get 2 interrogations. So it's, I think it's fairly reasonable.
Raz has been locked in this entire game as well. Like, he is, the emotions in his face, he's just straight to business. KG just running around with shotguns. I mean, him and Turd must have had a link up or something. Had to.
Oh! Gets the 1 shot off. Needs to hit the 2nd at that sort of range, though.
It's like pigeon shooting.
I mean, it's going to be as deadly on the way back with that Vendetta. Oh, what a shot from Kendrew. King George, he's already preempted the nice shot, and Kenny's going to die typing in all chat.
Oh, every window, every doorway, every spawn peak. Then Razzie, good night. King George, I hit you first. My, oh my, 4v4. Here comes Oscar again. Oscar's just been ratting around. Backstab, what a shot. Sits down Alicia, but a great trade-off, though. Tom and Andy are there. But then we see the Sledge open up a kill. Razza downstairs again, another one. Here comes the Sledge. Shots back and forth, a drop shot, but no. Andarn shakes his head saying, not on my watch.
This time he's got his act together and he is playing the Sledge as the Sledge. There was only really 1 operator he could have chosen, let's be honest.
It's only Andy.
All on his own.
Oh,
he's going to get a little bit of an assistance, though. That just locks it into a clean 1 versus 1. The pressure now on the main stage, the crowd, the lights. Everything bearing down on you. Some shaky shots coming out of Andarn there. He is eventually going to transition the corner, and Andy's going to get him.
The trio, those 3 together.
I mean, it's not going to be distracting at all with Tom breathing down your neck as you're playing in that clutch situation.
Tom's breathing down everyone's neck. He's just walking around. Alicia match point, that's correct. Team Creators 1 round away from winning the game.
1v2 clutch at land, baby.
Round 12, on our way.
I think it might have to be a Monty.
Oh, it might have to be a Monty. Kendrews went for the crutch operator that we've seen all throughout the tournament. Surely you'd think that, you know, the trio of ITB, surely there's some sense of synergy they could come up with something.
They've got to have a pocket play, haven't they?
Come on.
At this point, they have to have a pocket play.
Your coach is right there as well. Like, come on.
Didn't make it to the main stage here in Manchester, but get a chance to play on the main stage in a show match. It is by no means the same thing, but it's still a fantastic experience. I don't think that they want to let this go in regulation.
10 seconds left.
Are they going to have what it takes to take us into an overtime here? Tom's going serious. He's on the Solace. The time for games, the time for Caveira, that's all past.
And Amaru from Kendrew. Here he has it. Where's he going to go, though? Straight for a window, straight up to the balcony. There's a couple of options you have.
Straight up a hatch.
Oh, hatch. Didn't think about that one. I think there's only one hatch you can go up in the top floor as well. But he has to get through the LMG first. Where's he going? Just into a mid-floor window? He can't actually get an angle for it. And yeah, he will be going up the hatch, it looks like, Ollie, perhaps. He might try and kill these guys above before he tries to enter into the bomb site.
Maybe we're going to be waiting for a little bit of synergy to join in with him. We do have Raza. He's in a good position to rotate up and get back on that top floor. But we're even sending yokai drones outside of the map to gain information here. This is incredibly cagey. Kenny going to kick things off with a first. He's got a good line onto the second as well.
Oh, Alicia almost gets picked up as well. It's going to be Oscar holding down the flank. Kendrew with a shotgun trying to pressure now Alicia in for a world of hurt. They know exactly where they are, and Tom needs to come to the day, but no, he misses his shots. Tom, oh, the moment is gone, and a flank comes in from Andorn from above.
Tom's in a prime position. He needs to do something. There's not a lot of HP remaining on Team Creators here, and this is their round to take it in regulation, but it looks like it may not happen.
Oh.
Alicia is going to get taken down by the smoking gun of Kendrew. Tap firing King George.
The hammer winner.
He's trying to get something going, but that plant is going down for the first time here today.
King George, what can he create? Not a thing.
He's just tapped the same angle for about 40 seconds.
Possibly the same.
There's no surprise he's not won that round.
We have overtime. Ready to lock it in. 6 rounds apiece. And Ollie, we have another friend joining us.
We have overtime and a surprise guest. We are joined on the broadcast now by none other than half of Tom and Andy. And it's the Andy half.
Hi, how are we going?
How are you doing? You all right?
Yeah, tremendous, thanks.
Great to get you on here.
See you. Thanks for having me.
No, you're more than welcome. Fantastic. You're having fun playing up there in the on the stage?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you just saw the clutch there, Alex. I don't know if you just saw that.
I mean, yeah, we might have seen it.
Yeah.
From a few angles as well, you might be able to tell.
Really good fun.
Raza helped you as well, Cap Can Kill?
1v2 for me.
Okay.
Method of death, unimportant.
No Cap Can. It doesn't matter that the Cap Can came in.
Exactly.
No, but you did manage to slam Andon. And I'm going to...
Is that who it was, Andon?
Yeah. I'm going to say you absolutely slammed him. He was playing the sledge as the sledge.
Oh, right, yeah.
I feel like finally you have somebody who's the same height as you, by the way.
It's
nice.
actually nice being on the desk with someone that's this
I
size.
need a box now, and I never need the box.
He's the only thing X has certainly got better hair than me, unfortunately. Just any hair, actually, is better than mine.
Just maybe a little bit more, yeah. What was the first couple of rounds like? Did you do the whole half and half?
Yeah, so I was on the mouse, Tom was on the keyboard, and only one of us had a headset, so that was challenging.
Interesting, yeah. Who did you prioritise the headset to? The keyboard player or the mouse player?
Mouse player or the headset.
Oh, the mouse player.
The very first round, the keybinds were the wrong way round. So, shoot was on spacebar and prone was on left mouse.
What was that angle? Is someone standing up playing again? What's happened there? Was it Oscar?
Well, Tom went round and took away Joker's chair.
That's Oscar. We do see the chest cam.
He's just standing up for the fun of it right now. Brilliant.
Oh, here we go. A quick rush of smoke in as well. Here we are, but no! The Capcan trap. Raza has been so dangerous.
Another Capcan for Raza.
Give him credit this
It's
time,
just
Andy.
business
Come
as
on.
usual,
Yeah,
isn't
look,
it?
it's what we talked about in the lead up to it. You know, we really thought about how useful Capcan would be, and it's paying dividends. Raza, he's absolutely on fire. It's almost as if he used to play this game for a living.
He's doing a lot of body shooting, though. You can tell it means a lot to him, this up there.
Yeah.
He's rolling back the years right now.
Really making it sting, yeah. Just like that, come on.
There's your boy. Final kill.
Oh, what a man, eh?
What's Fresh like as a coach?
Oh, tremendous. We wouldn't be where we are without him, that's for sure. We wouldn't be where we are without him.
There's been a lot of waffle on this desk today, but that may be the best one yet. Oh, look, coach-player link up.
Nice.
Forbidden love.
That still tickled me. Well, it could be the final round right now. We're on 7-6. This isn't like, we weren't sure if this was going to stay as it is. Is it going to go to overtime? Is it going to be a quick game, a short game? But it's nice because both sides have taken it really seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for the chickens on the screen.
chicken
that
round.
was.
Yeah.
Tom still got
By the
two
way,
interrogations.
2 chicken-based interrogations.
That was
from Tom
unreal.
round.
Well, we had the quack as well.
Oh, yeah.
the cluck,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
supposed to
yeah.
say.
We had the
Yeah,
cluck.
Cluck, yeah.
So every time a kill would come through, we'd get a little cluck coming through.
Right, got you.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and they could see nothing on the screen, by the way. You couldn't see through the chicken. It was. I don't know how Tom's done it. He should play with the chicken on his monitor all the time.
Oh, he's locked in right now, Tom. 1 round for Team Creators, and they will take the dub over Team Fans.
Where is he hiding?
Oh, they've locked him in.
Oh, my goodness.
There's no way that's worked. And I bet you any money, that is a Jack Allen strap I've ever seen one.
He's done that to me before, but it didn't end up working out as well as that. I don't think that we've heard from Ian in too long, so we're going to send this one back down to Ian on the stage, and he's going to interview a player whilst they're playing.
Yeah, he doesn't know that I'm about to do that, to be honest. But Kangaroo Kenny's over here on the end. I don't know if he can hear me. In fact, he can't, because these headphones are that good. They are noise cancelling. Can we all just shout Kangaroo Kenny, please, in 3, 2, 1? Hi, Kenny, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, thank you. How are you, Manchester?
Any ITB fans in the building? Oh. Did that just happen?
Thank you for the lack of support.
They love you, really. Kenny, I want you to carry on playing. I'm just going to ask you a few questions while you play. So you just do your best, all right? And try and continue. Kenny, what did you have for breakfast this morning?
I didn't eat breakfast.
If you were going to have breakfast in a dream scenario, imagine anything you wanted in the world, what would you eat?
Some lovely blueberry pancakes.
You can't even say pancakes, you're that focused right now, right?
We are currently being assaulted onto the bomb site. I'm not too sure I'm ready for what's about to endure on the bomb site. There is a Monty. Monty is it? Monty ADS to me.
Live cast this. You're live casting this right now.
Serious reinforcements on the bomb site. Am I being backstabbed? No. Okay, the Monty is pushing up. There's a guy behind the Monty. There's what? Ash behind the Monty, behind the Monty. Both in the left corner mirror. If you can see for it. 1 dead. Oh my God.
Let's go.
Oh my God, I shouldn't be a coach. Monty dead. One last guy behind. On the mirror.
Who's winning the grand final?
It is BDS win.
Oh, I don't know if that's a good or bad omen. Let's get back to the casters. Thank you very much, Kenny.
Love you all.
Kenny is incredible there, giving us a full cast all the way through. However, it wasn't good enough. That's going to be the Creators taking the show match right now. I think we've had a fantastic show match there. An 8-6, a full round casted by Kangaroo Kenny. Loads of community getting involved, pro players swapping in. What more do you want?
What I loved was that's probably the best thing I've seen is Kangaroo Kenny live cast himself, and he got a kill and he goes, oh my word, I should be a coach. You are a coach! What do you mean?
We got Andan there showing off the drone. It's actually very impressive. It's a real thing that does roll and move.
Yeah,
like that.
it's really cool.
Well, Andy, we actually get the first winners interview as well. We get a winners interview before Ian does.
Yeah.
So we maybe roll through 2 winners interviews right now. What was it like being on the winning team?
Yeah, incredible being on the stage. Incredible winning, obviously. I was actually here 5 years ago, just as a fan for the event. In this very same, yeah, you were as well. In the very same building. So to go full circle and then be sat there is, yeah, incredible.
It's amazing.
So just whilst I've got the time and chance, thanks to anyone who's ever supported me and got me here.
Well, thank you to everybody that's been out there watching. Thank you to all the crowd. You've been fantastic. And thanks for everyone getting involved into the show match. We're going to wrap this up and send it down to Ian on the stage.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Dema, and all of our amazing fans that have casted the action there. I'm standing by with Kendrew and our winner, our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team. Kendrew, what went wrong out there, man?
I'm not gonna lie, a lot of my teammates were still trying to figure out their key bindings. But I got interrogated by Tom, so I can't really say anything, to be honest. I just have to take the L, to be honest.
He's gonna hold that L, and you're gonna hold that dub. What do you want to say to all of the people out here that supported you, Tom?
This is like a surreal, unreal experience, so thank you for everyone who stopped in today. Can we hear some noise for the rest of the creator team as well? Up the creators, baby!
I've got to ask a couple of questions because, of course, the show match is done. The panel reveal is on the way, but of course, we've got a grand final to get to a little bit later on for this right here. Kendrew, have you ever seen a trophy as nice as that?
No, it actually looks sick, to be fair. It does look good.
Tom, what do you make of the trophy?
I mean, I was told I wasn't allowed to touch it, and that did disappoint me massively, but it's unreal. It's stunning.
And who do you think's going to lift it when it's all said and done? Will it be Beast Coast or will it be Team BDS?
I think BDS 3-0.
BDS 3-0. Confident Kendrew. What do you think?
BDS 3-0.
BDS 3-0. Fans, what do you think? BDS 3-0? All right, Kendrew, thank you very much. I'll let you go and join the rest of your team. And Tom, let's bring the rest of your team up here. The creators, please come and join us as our winners. Right here in the front of the stage. All of you, come on, guys. So this is your moment in the spotlight in front of Manchester. Come and fill up the center of the stage, and we'll get one last round of applause for all of the players on the creators team here in this show match. Asa, how you doing?
I'm pretty good, bro. So it's a pleasure. Thanks for inviting. We are from Brazil, but we are here in Manchester. Thanks so much. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you.
Vamos. Who's winning? Who's winning the final?
Maybe BDS 3-1.
There you go. All right, guys, I'm going to step out the way. You fill the stage one more time for the team creators. All right, guys, you can go and leave and enjoy what is going to be an epic panel reveal. Thank you very much. See you later, guys. I'm going to let you all head back. And I imagine we're going to get stuck back into the desk. Milos, by the way, you are looking absolutely phenomenal today. Have I told you that yet?
You always tell me that, Ian. Somebody here was writing Milos is a, what is a dilf? I don't know. Anyways, we're done asking questions. Welcome back, Manchester. How are we doing? It feels great to be here, and we had a great show match. Everybody was jumping around, and at the end of the day, we got to see Tom J. Sherlock hit 2 interrogations in 1 round. I mean,
we also watched him whiff pretty heavily with the P90, so I mean, we can't just give him full credit.
Look, you were saying that content creators sit on this gray line between a professional because they play the game for a living, but not a pro player, as in they're not ready to play the grand final, right? So we give credit where it's due.
I was gonna say, we saw George up there. I mean, I don't know how he found his way up there, but he found his way up there from a former pro now to a content creator.
He was playing like it was still SI Grand Finals. You might have thought it was, just like trying to get up there to win for Continuum. Didn't quite get it done, but hey,
people were really warming up. I hear Raza, I don't know if King George is also warming up, but hey, for those who didn't know, and I know that George doesn't put it in every single one of his stream titles, he was a world champion, one of the first ones. So if George can do it, anybody can, and that's what we love here with us at Siege. So, Laxing, Jesse, thanks so much. We kind of debriefed on how our show match was, and I hope you all had fun with all the challenges in. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, we'll talk about Operation New Blood. And we are back live again in Manchester. You gotta love to hear it here. It's been a pleasure being so far in the UK. Friends, we are 9 minutes away from the reveal of Operation New Blood. So we're gonna talk about things to kind of set it up before we get started. Of course, there's a lot revealed in our last operation where Deimos, of course, was announced, a lot of changes going into the game. I want to talk about personal opinion. Are we feeling that there's some changes that need to go a bit further? What are your expectations so far? You saw the teasers also that were played over the past week. How do you think?
Yeah, well, Milos, I think one of the greatest changes we had in the last season was the Azami nerf. Finally starting to tackle some of the defensive power creep we've seen a little bit in the game. Defenders were really strong. I want to see some more of that. I think there's a lot of strong defenders still out there. You know, a little bit overtuned in my mind, especially from a competitive standpoint. So I want to see them reined in a little bit.
Well, I want to talk about something is the anti-cheat system. At SI, we were introduced to the mousetrap, the product of that, and they obviously working on that. So I'm really excited to see what that anti-cheat update is going to be going forward.
Yeah, the biggest promise is always, hey, we will update you next time and the one after. And of course, when it comes to something as tricky as coding any sort of viable anti-cheat, you have to constantly keep up with people that are trying to do the complete opposite as you are.
Well, I think it's important too because Ubisoft also said that, you know, going into this season that they're going to be far more transparent along with the anti-cheat. So the fact that we're getting these updates more and more frequently, I mean, they're sticking to their word, which that's super important.
Absolutely. That's something that we want, the trust between developers and the community, and of course the pro community itself. But you talked about, you know, the Azami change. Anybody you'd like to also see, or maybe other ops?
I mean, we've kind of gotten some teasers for it already, Milos. The recruit has been a little bit underpicked, undervalued throughout the history of Rainbow Six Siege, and I just feel like the recruit needs some love, and I think we might see a bit of that.
Well, recruit was loved in the beginning, in the early days of Siege.
You're right.
There was a little meme things you could do with recruit, or even in the competitive play back in the day when they had 3 barbed wire that you could just set down. So I'm really looking forward to see what they're changing about recruit and adding.
Waxing, I feel like you're going to join King George in the back and start playing at this point, because still, I mean, Invitational winner himself is on here also, so
you're one.
Definitely have not forgotten that. But gents, before we get back and kind of set things up immediately, we got Ian standing in the crowd. We're talking to them about our operation.
Thank you very much, Milos. It's nice to know what you guys on the desk are hoping and expecting to see from New Blood, but let's talk to the fans down here on the floor. First things first, Manchester, are we ready for the panel reveal? What are you hoping to see?
I'm hoping to see the change to Solus's gadget. Actually, that quite interested me when I was playing in the playtest area. Not being able to use that in the prep phase, that sounds interesting.
That does sound interesting. Abby, I'm going to come across to you now. What are you hoping for?
Well, I'm really a big fan of cosmetics, so I'm just looking forward to the esports stuff that's coming out. Yeah.
Cosmetic fan in the building. What about you, sir?
I would like for rank 1.0 to come back.
Hey, listen to that reaction. We want it back. And Dad, come forward with that hammer and don't hit anybody on the way in. What do you want to What do you want to see?
I'm looking for 2 new characters that all the cosplayers can just bring to events, and hopefully a new gadget to make.
New gadgets? I'll take that. Come here, sir. What would you like to see?
Looking forward to more pro team skins. Got a rep. Yeah, that's it.
Team skins and repping, that's what I like. You want to come forward? Oh, you've got loads of signatures on here. Any interesting names on here?
Well, yes, of course. I just want to have a signature from everyone.
Yeah.
So I'm still on the hunt for a few.
You're still on the hunt for signatures, and what are you on the hunt to see here in New Blood?
Listen, I just can't wait for it. Like, I love the new season. I love everything they've said they want to add, but I'm more keen on the new operator, honestly.
Yeah. Anybody else want to come forward and have a quick word with me? Come on, come forward, come forward. Both of you, actually. Come, both of you. We've got plenty of time.
I guess I'd want a new map. That'd be nice. I'd like
You'd like a new map?
I'd love a new map.
What do you want it to be like? Where?
I want a small one that we can replace Border with. Please get Border out of this pool, please.
Any Border fans in the building? Oh, everyone's popping forward. This is great. By the way, have I signed this yet? I haven't.
What?
Have I signed this yet? No?
Not yet.
Do you want it or not?
Yes, I'm still hunting.
Oscar, you got a pen? Sorry, let me just... Here we go. Let's give this a quick little spin. There you go. Thank you. Oh, that's yours, Oscar. Sorry. Thank you very much, brother. What do you want to see?
I think the biggest change has to be the anti-cheat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think everybody wants to see that, right?
Yeah.
new anti-cheat, and I think ranked will be a lot more enjoyable.
All right, good stuff. I hope all of your, I'm going to call them like Christmas wishes come true, even though it is like spring. But before we do go, I just want to do a quick sound test with these guys because, of course, yes, the panel reveal is on the horizon, but the grand final is just over that too. Do we want to see Beast Coast win? Yeah! Or do we want here in this little huddle BDS? Well, that's of course still to come, but right now it's all about New Blood. Back to you, Milos.
Thank you very much, Ian, and I hope that you didn't sign your credit card signature on that. Trust me, we all have to think about it. BDS and Beast Coast are setting up in the background, and our crowd is loving every moment of it. I am wondering if any one of these two teams would love to have some changes in New Blood that could benefit them in one way or the other.
I mean, the current meta seems to be benefiting both of them quite a bit, right? We're already seeing them find that success, but the best pro teams, Milos, can adapt to any meta.
That's the beauty of Siege, is that if you fall behind in any meta change, you're going to be at the bottom. And again, these two teams, I have no doubt they're going to look forward to that recruit change and see what they possibly can bring into their arsenal.
I mean, meta this, meta that. Have you met Tachanka here?
I've met him in the lobby and I've met him here.
I still need to catch up with him, maybe get a photo.
He's a force to be reckoned with, nonetheless.
Absolutely, an absolute unit, as some would say. But now that we've kind of gone through the gamut of teams and operators and changes and all of that, and anti-cheat wishes, there's a long laundry list also of future bits. Can you imagine kind of future operators to look like, especially you as a former professional, Lax?
That's so hard. That's such a broad question, because when you think of so many operators that have came to Siege,
it is.
You question, like, how did we get here? And then you implement it, and it's like, that's the beauty of Siege, though, is that you can't predict what the next operator is going to be or what that gadget could look like. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the future of future operators and more.
I mean, really, the recent operators we've gotten, I feel like, have been really, really fun. I think Deimos, the way his kit works, giving people kind of both on the playing Deimos side, but playing against Deimos side, giving them some information, making them fun to play both with and against is a good direction for us to bring operators in. So I'm really excited to see what's coming up and what's been cooking in Ubisoft.
Honestly, for the reveal at Invitational, there was a lot of talk about Deimos as they're kind of okay, but kind of mid. And we, as people who watch the pro scene, we're like, this is going to replace Jackal. This is going to be on every lineup.
Well, I didn't want to say all of that, but like I do like when operators are like that they aren't forced, but they can definitely bring a ton of util and versatility into one setup.
And Deimos has been really interesting too, because we've seen a few players really take to him and shine. I think Doki's been a great example of somebody who really likes to play it. Spoit's been playing a lot as well. Pamba. There's a few players who really enjoy that operator, and to have a few people really specialize in it and find success has been great.
Give it up for Tachanka! 15 canisters. that's one that's a curveball that our good buddy Ace would like to kind of take us through here.
I do miss when he just had that mounted Gatling gun just ready to go when you were stuck in that place. I do miss that.
Maybe that should be the next operator. Just old Tachanka back.
There's a lot on the line. I think there's a lot of people that still miss that old Tachanka. I think one of them is my wife also, so I'm just gonna leave it at that if we could change it back to it. But you know what, Lax and Jesse, thank you so much. Manchester, are you ready? We're up. The future is here, and it's Operation New Blood.
And welcome to Operation New Blood. I'm Camille Salzer-Hadaway, and we're excited for Year 9, Season 2 of Rainbow Six Siege. Now, as we all know, Siege is a game of two sides. In this season, our Operator Remaster will impact the roster on both the defense and the attack. The recruit on each side of the action is getting remastered to meet today's meta. And creative director Alexander Karpazis is here to tell us more about what's in store for Operation New Blood.
On behalf of the entire Siege team, we're proud to show to you Operation New Blood. And there's a lot coming this season. And it starts with our first remaster. Operator remasters are an impactful addition to the game and essentially a new operator that's introduced. And we start with the recruits. We have the new attacker, Striker, and the new defender, Sentry. Together, they're in every single playlist and you'll be able to customize them. We're also introducing big balancing changes, making sure that it's a lot more equal on both sides of the attack and defense coin. And Marketplace is coming for everyone. As long as you're above clearance level 25, you'll have access to it. For warming up, we're introducing the Endless Drill, allowing you to fight every single floor of a map over and over and over again so that you are warmed up for battle. And we have much, much more for you, including a big update for weapon stats so that you get to learn more about the tools that you use in the game. All of us on the team are extremely excited about this new season, and we can't wait until you get your hands on it.
The Siege team is always working to improve player protection. For the latest, Alexander Karpazis is back with an update.
In a mid-season roadmap update, we communicated about a delay for the reputation system coming out of beta. For us, it's really important to make sure that we get this right and that we listen to the feedback. And we received a lot of feedback that there's still work to be done. We're working on the quality of the system and making sure that we can verify all of the reports that are made using it. At the end, we want a system that you can trust and that can actually tackle the toxicity in the game in a way that you feel confident in. That means delaying the reputation system to later in the year. Right now, the beta means that we can collect feedback and you can give feedback. It's so that you can understand what the reputation system's about, and for those players that have a reputation score that is low, how to get it higher. We talked a lot about anti-cheat at the 6 invitationals, but we need to show results for it as well. And I'm super happy to say that the team has been doing incredible work. We've made a 7 times improvement to the number of data points we use to make bans. This also means that we've increased our ban rate by 60% in the last season, and we've seen a huge reduction in cheaters, and especially rage cheats. Plus, we've created new detections for DDoS, improving DDoS detection. It's also important to point out that new data bans using machine learning is already given us great results. It's led to less time manually making bans, and it's made a much wider net for us to cast trying to find those cheaters. It's helping a lot. We're working with Steam VAC bans so that it's harder for cheaters to make multiple accounts or for people who want to smurf. This means a better overall experience for PC players and a reduction in cheaters having access to new accounts.
In the Year 9 reveal back in February, we promised to address the influence of our defensive powerhouses. This season, Solus will receive her first update, but she's not the only one. We're also taking on Fenrir and adjusting his threat level accordingly. Game director Joshua Mills has more.
So the philosophy for Year 9 and balancing is fundamentally getting that match between our attackers and our defenders. It doesn't matter what side of the fight you're on, you're engaged in a fair fight, and you have the tools you need to get the job done. For Season 2, as we mentioned at SI, we're actually going across to the defense side and going after a couple of those powerhouses. So this means Fenrir and Solus will be receiving updates. So Solus, the fact that she can take down all the drones in the prep phase is a huge problem. So we're addressing that. We're making sure that her Spec IO glasses no longer work during the prep phase. This allows our players on attack to be able to get their drones in position, suss out what the defense is doing, and make those necessary changes using attacker repick, for example. When the prep phase closes, Solis' gadget will be available and she can start hunting drones. But she can only detect drones that are actively being used. So you can have your drones go into a standby state and hide. So you'll have more opportunity to keep your drones alive, hiding them from Solis, sussing out where she is, and then making plays around the fact that you know that gadget's online now, and you can hide yourself away by making sure you get off your drone before Solis finds you. It's not the only change coming. The capacity of the Spec.io glasses will be reduced as well, from 20 seconds down to 10 seconds, which means Solis only has 10 seconds to use that device. Additionally, in order to activate the device, it must be at 100% charge. So if you've used the device at all and try to reactivate it, you will not be able to until it fully charges again. Additionally, we're reducing the detection range, so Solis actually has to put herself at a little bit more risk in order to get that intel. We'll be removing impact grenades from her loadout and giving her proximity alarms as a replacement. This is part one of a two-part update, and the reason we're doing that is one, for speed. We want to make sure that we get this stuff in your hands faster and that we release some of the pressure that some of these operators are causing. Now, we saw this work with Grim, where we did a part one and part two update, and that's exactly the same philosophy we're using for Solis here. Another operator update coming is for Fenrir. We'll be actually reducing how many mines he has from 5 to 4, and from 3 codes down to 2. He'll have to be much more selective about how he's using his gadget. Additionally, if a mine is disabled or destroyed, the code will be refunded due to this reduction. Additionally, those FNATs will no longer be bulletproof, which means Fenrir has to be very careful about where he places them because they're always going to be vulnerable. We're looking at his secondaries as well. Combining an FNAT with barbed wire can be very powerful. So we're actually removing the barbed wire and giving them observation blockers to help obscure where those FNATs are. We want to make sure that he is still scary, and you do need to pay attention to his gadgets. But at the same time, we want to bring him in line with the mythology that we have for the game, where gadgets should not be spammy. Right now, he has a lot of them, so we're tackling that.
FNAT line going out.
The Marketplace beta has seen a lot of engagement and has helped us refine the feature to get it ready for release this season. To give you more details, please welcome Associate Monetization Director, Joey Adet-Pepin.
On January 30th, the Rainbow Six Siege Marketplace has launched in beta phase, and we were beyond excited to see and feel the enthusiasm and engagement from the community. And now, we're extremely happy to announce that early in Season 2, all the players with a level 25 clearance and above will automatically get access to the marketplace without any registration needed whatsoever. As a reminder, the Rainbow Six Siege Marketplace is a web platform also optimized for mobile, where you, the players, can trade anonymously and safely your cosmetic item with the community for R6 credit. The beta phase has allowed us to gather feedback from the players, and now we're very confident with the full release of the marketplace. Also, coming early in Season 2, we are bringing new life improvement feature to the Siege Marketplace, such as item recommendations, item price history and graphs, and other UX and UI improvements. I want to thank you all for making the Rainbow Six Siege Marketplace a reality, and we'll continue to work hard to improve the feature so you get the best experience possible.
Operation New Blood is bringing back a popular game mode for a limited run and adding a map filter option in the standard playlist, which live content director Christopher Budgeon can tell you all about.
So this season, we're introducing a new system called map filtering in the standard playlist. This means that players can select playing ranked, non-ranked, or all maps within their experience. That means for the first time, you'll be able to play tactically on non-ranked maps within standard. Attrition is an arcade game mode that's coming back for a limited time, where every round, the operators that are played, both on attack and defense, are eliminated for the rest of the match. At the start of the match, 5 attackers and 5 defenders will be automatically removed randomly. That means going into the first round, attrition has already started and you'll have to play with the puzzle pieces available to you. Attrition playlist is coming back for a limited time from June 18th until July 2nd.
New premium rewards are on the way as we're introducing membership this season. To give you more info, here's Business Strategy Director Mohammed Ben Hanada.
We're glad to announce that we'll be bringing membership on Siege. Membership is a new and the best way to get some of the game's new and exciting content, as well as exclusive customization that won't be available in the shop. So how does it work? Each month, as a member, you will have access to the Premium Battle Pass along with its privileges. That comes in the form of the 10% shop discount and the 30% faster progression. You will also get 10 Battle Pass tokens in order to kickstart your Battle Pass season, 1 Bravo pack, 1 full epic bundle, and 1 legendary item, which is part of a legendary bundle that will be tied to the season. The Premium Battle Pass, the 10 tokens, and the Bravo pack will be given as soon as you enroll and will be given each month at your rebilling date, while the full epic bundle and the legendary item will be given on the 28th of the month. For the players who stayed members throughout the season and got the 3 legendary items, and therefore the legendary bundle, you will also get an extra operator card unlocked as a bonus. For players who will join on the first week of Season 2, you will get an exclusive epic bundle only offered during that period, as well as 600 Rainbow Six credits. We want to make membership evolve in order to make members feel like true VIPs on Siege. So as always, we'll be listening to your feedbacks to see how we can make membership better for the upcoming seasons. So stay tuned.
Watching a Siege match could be a powerful way to learn about the game, connect with your community, or see some of the best players in the world compete. We're introducing an updated viewing experience that will help you see more, learn more, and make each match all more thrilling to watch. UX designer Lawrence Ematange is here to tell you all about it.
Essentially, we wanted a more seamless experience for spectators, casters, and observers because they're all using the same HUD, and we wanted to make that very efficient for them. So we moved the cards from the side to the bottom. We went for a more contextual and dynamic approach with these cards. The cards give more information during the prep phase because that's when you really analyze the strategies of our game, and then we remove that information during the action phase to focus more on gameplay. So even if we remove information during the action phase, we give the opportunity to casters to re-add that information on a toggle, so you have the inventory of each player visible. So we allow the space in the cards to show what a player has in hand at any given moment. So if a player is putting on a barricade, that space in the card shows exactly what that player is doing. And if a player is ready to throw a grenade, you will see it in the card as well. We also added some animations to that part so we can see when a player is low on ammunition, or if a player is shooting, or if a player is taking damage. We also added the player live location, which helps understanding what is happening and where exactly. So at season launch, the cards will be available in spectator mode. So this means they will also be visible in our esports ecosystem. And we're working really hard to make the cards available in match replay later this year. So we're super excited to hear more about your thoughts on these new cards so we can improve even more in the future.
Now for a little surprise, that wasn't on the roadmap. Operation New Blood is bringing some quality of life improvement to both Stadium Bravo and Stadium Alpha maps. Team World lead Jeremy Dowsett joins us to walk us through these changes.
The Stadium Alpha and Stadium Bravo, it's really quality of life changes. The community loved them as events and they came out in the playlists, but there was a problem, and the problem was the bulletproof glass. We overused it, we put it everywhere, we were experimenting, and the thing we've done is we've removed bulletproof glass from the objective sites. This means for defenders, it's actually much more comfortable to defend because the attackers can't just park a drone outside the window and then just ping you and know where you are. So the problem with the two maps was you'd always have to defend an objective off-site because you're always going to get seen. Now, with the removal of bulletproof glass from those areas, it means as a defender, you can actually stay on site and actually defend. For Stadium Bravo, there's been changes to the 1F border and there's been changes to the coastline section. Again, these are just minor wall tweaks, doorway tweaks, Nothing too serious, but we have linked a few areas with some extra doors. So showers are linked with the door, servers are now linked with the door, and we've added an extra hatch. Again, we've gone through and we've rebalanced the floors so they actually match to the objectives, so it's actually easier to attack and defend with the breakable floors. The team that worked upon these maps, Etienne, Alexandra, Jade, Dominic, the level design, they've done a really great job, and we're looking forward to these maps coming out into all of the playlists except for ranked, and we're looking forward to your feedback.
This season is adding more playable operators, AI defenders, and map choices to the Versus AI and map training playlists. Plus, we've got a new drill coming for experienced players looking to sharpen their skills even further. To give you more details, Christopher Budgeon is back.
For the Versus AI playlist, we're bringing 2 new maps, 2 new AI defenders, and 4 new playable attackers, including Deimos. Starting this season, you'll be able to warm up and train in the Versus AI playlist on both Coastline and Nighthaven. And the new AI defenders that you'll be able to train against are Vigil and Thunderbird. For playable operators, you'll now be able to choose between Ace, Hibana, Blackbeard, and Deimos. Additionally, we're introducing a new drill called the Endless Drill. This will allow players to train for 60 minutes uninterrupted as they navigate a map with dummies found in every room. This season, we're demonstrating our commitment to continuously update these training tools, both map training and Versus AI, and we'll continue to do so next season as well.
The time has come for us to introduce the season's new blood. Our remastered recruits, Striker and Sentry, are joining Team Rainbow with a versatile set of gadgets. First up on attack, we have Striker. And on the defense, Sentry. Alexander Karpassis and Joshua Mills have a host of insights into the design, loadouts, and new strategic possibilities of these operators.
The visual design of our recruits comes from a wonderful collaboration with our friends on the Rainbow Six mobile team. We're using their models up-res for Siege to represent Striker, who wears the repelling harness, and Sentry, who wears the defender's helmet, to differentiate the two sides of the same coin. These are the Swiss Army knives of the operators, and we intentionally wanted them to feel like a character you can embody. We've all been recruits at some point on our journey in Siege, and we want you to believe that you are that next recruit standing beside operators that are heroes and legends. We've also made sure that these recruits are customizable, so now you can kit them out the way that you want to represent yourself as a recruit in Rainbow Six Siege.
So Season 2 is a really exciting moment for us on the team because this is when we get to introduce our first remaster. This is fundamentally our way of being able to maintain the health of the game, to go back and reevaluate different pieces of content that have been released over time, specifically our operators. And what a better place to start than recruit. Now, I'm gonna say something that's gonna probably break some hearts, but it's honestly true, and it's something I've seen through all the design documentation and stuff. But recruit was never intended to be played. It was there as an option if you didn't have an operator. So they were really not meant to be used in every round. Well, we're changing that. That doesn't make any sense. Recruit needs to have their own moment to shine, and now they do. I gotta stop saying recruit because it's plural, it's recruits. We have Striker on attack, and we have Sentry on defense. Now, the unique thing about Striker and Sentry is they're not as specialized as our other operators. That doesn't mean they're not powerful. In fact, they will become your Swiss Army knife on attack or defense. Striker and Sentry's unique ability allows them to field 2 generic gadgets from their side of the fight. So for Striker, in her gadget kit, she can bring a stun grenade, a hard breach charge, frag grenade, impact EMP grenade, smoke grenade, claymore, and breach charge. And remember, that means Striker can take any combination of 2 of these gadgets. Now, when we're talking about Sentry, he can bring in his gadget kit impact grenades, deployable shields, barbed wire, nitro cells, proximity alarms, observation blockers, and bulletproof cameras. And once again, just like Striker, Sentry can bring any combination of 2 of these gadgets. So for Striker, some of these combinations are more obvious than others. For example, hard breach charges and impact EMPs. That's a self-sufficient hard breacher right there. Another great combination for Striker is a Claymore and a breach charge, setting up your own flank watch while taking care of that vertical play. A big important thing about Striker and Sentry is you do not know what they're bringing on the field, which means your strategy can be built around what they have in their pockets. And that requires the other team to pay attention to what they are doing. So when we look at Striker and Sentry's weapon loadouts, it's important that we have versatility and customization really at the center here, because we want you to be able to craft Sentry or Striker to fit exactly what your lineup needs. When we look at Striker's weapons, we want to remain true to what Recruit was originally, which is some good all-around weapons for each one of them. But in Striker's case, that means the M4 and the M249. In secondary, the ITA 12S and the 5.7 USG. Now when we jump over into Sentry's weapon loadout, they're rocking some fan favorites as well. The Commando 9, the M870 in their primary slot, and then the secondary slot, the C75 Auto and the Super Shorty. Some of the great combinations that you can do with Sentry would be a bulletproof camera and an observation blocker, or a proximity alarm and a nitro cell. Recruit has always held a special place in our hearts. Being able to go back and revisit them and remaster them in this way is super special to us and the team, and we hope it's awesome for you on the community side as well. The impact of a remaster in the game is fundamentally as if new operators are coming to the game, because that's how we're treating them. But it's important that the essence of the operator remains.
So, how does it feel to step into the boots of those remastered recruits? Let's get a fresh perspective from 2 special guests. Please welcome 2-time 6 Invitational Show Match winner, That One Brit, and the reigning Easter egg queen, Titanium Rolo.
The first thing that comes to mind about old recruits is kind of more of like mean gameplay, but this new recruit gives way more possibilities to the game, gives way more opportunities for your teammates to work together and accomplish the objective.
So I am a massive fan of the new recruits, especially Striker. I feel like I might end up being a Striker main on attack. I love to bring Buck, but I also like to roam clear. So the fact I can now bring a hard breach gadget and Claymores is going to come in so clutch for me. And also being able to single-handedly get a wall open if you want to do like a back take, for example, you can bring pocket EMPs and also a hard breach gadget. So I love it for that. And also so many people who are new to the game won't understand the unwritten rule of if people bring recruit, you have to too, or it's GN. And now it's going to save them from that because obviously only one person can bring it. So I'm quite happy about that.
100%. I actually love the defender side more because I am a big C4 player. The opportunity to bring a C4 and like a deployable or a BP to play off of makes the defending recruit operator just so great and versatile. If I was going to play more aggressive, like she said, I would bring Claymores and flashes and just Claymore my flanks and then just flash right in and hopefully get a 3K at least.
I mean, I think you're ace. You aced us earlier, so
you're too sweet.
Easy for you.
I love that.
I'm going for a meme, flashes and smokes 100%, and I'm just going to throw all 5 in and hope for the best. But if I'm trying to play serious or solo queue, either hard breach Claymore or hard breach EMPs. Just to like put on a final thing from my perspective, M4. M4.
And then period.
Just M4 period, exactly.
You could play the season test server for Operation New Blood starting next week. Explore the strategies with both Sentry and Striker, and polish your skills with Endless Drill. This is also where I remind you about R6 Fix, the place to report issues you encounter and earn rewards for helping us out. Now, before we wrap up, we have an experiment for you that could turn into a feverish nightmare.
that is all to come. But right now, Manchester, it's time. This beautiful trophy awaits its new owners. It represents dreams, determination, and a chapter in our illustrious history book. BDS, the European super team, looking to complete their comeback to former glory. Beast Coast, gunning to finish their fairy tale run. The Manchester Major Grand Final is here. We've waited years to say this. Are we ready for a UK Major Grand Final? This is the Blast R6 Manchester Major. It all comes to a head here and now. This is what it's all about, the trophy. We have two teams gunning for it. Which of them will raise it when it is all said and done in front of this ruckus crowd? One of the greatest crowds I've ever experienced. I need to test them first because all of the players are waiting behind. Are we ready to get into it, Manchester? Now, before we do, we need a broadcast team, a team of talented people that can guide you through all of the action. First things first, let's welcome onto the stage our desk. We've got the one and only Milos, fresh, looking as only fresh can look, laxing in all red, and Jesse on the very end looking dapper as always. Milos, you can feel it in the air, brother.
Ian, there's nothing like it. I get addicted to this energy, and I'm so glad that I get to be here with this incredible crew.
Fresh, you are living up to the name Fresh right now in that drip. You look incredible. How do you feel?
I can't wait for this, Milos. We're going to see BDS live for their second major trophy, I think.
Oh, okay. Big, bold predictions, but we do have a couple of Americans, well, one Canadian on the end there. Laxing, I'm going to come to you first. Who do you want to win?
I got to go with the NA team. I got to go with Beast Coast.
Jesse, how are you doing?
The underdog story's looking pretty good. Beast Coast looking good.
All right, amazing. That is your desk. They will be running you through all of the analysis. Please, a round of applause for these amazing men. As they take their position on the desk, they're going to be glued to those screens like all of our fans here in Manchester watching the action unfold. But we need some people to cast over it all. Let's welcome them in. We've got Ace, we got Emmy, and we got Desitu. UK Massive, well and truly in the building. On a personal note, I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for these three, so I am delighted that they are calling every moment of the action of the grand final. Ace, you're a UK boy through and through. How much are you loving this?
I mean, this is fantastic for me. I've dreamed of a UK major for a long time, but to have it so close to home. I'm about 30 minutes away from Manchester, and the crowd has been so wonderful. It's a dream come true. It's fantastic.
Emmy, you are dressed for a major grand final, that is for sure. How are you feeling?
This is my first major final, and this has been an amazing crowd, and I am so ready to try and match all of you because you have been fucking exceptional.
The emotions are high, and we love to see it. Derry.
Yes, sir.
Number one, I love you. Number two, how are you doing?
Very good. You said Emmy, right?
Yes.
I thought it was Taylor Swift. Nah, this is real good. This has been like, honestly, guys, like we were in Brazil a few months ago. UK on top.
All right, one more time, Manchester, for all of the talent team bringing you this grand final.
He has to bait out the shots. Back for a major grand final. Gavin through the wall.
I've been playing for 3 years now in Tier 1. It's like a dream for me to play in the final.
It just means a lot to be here, get another chance at winning.
Just play our game, here to win.
They have only been a team for 2 months, but they're about to debut on the main stage. From zeros to heroes to a grand final.
To lift the trophy in Manchester, I think it would mean a lot.
All the hard work you've done all these years.
Always been a dream of mine, a dream of multiple competitive players.
It would mean everything to me to lift the trophy.
The East Coast, I have no idea about them. Just scrimmed them and they were just yapping, so.
To be honest, I don't think they'll make the final.
BDS, I don't really think they're all the way there yet.
To be honest, I think there will be like so much emotion. It's definitely going to be something magical.
I'd love to play them. They're French, from France, but I'm French-Canadian, and I will own those French pucks.
And we are back, Manchester! Give me some noise! On another level, what we're getting here in the UK. What a crowd we've had. Give it up one more time! Good God, it's so beautiful. Of course, a big shout out to Ian who brought us all up on the stage. We couldn't do it without you, buddy. But, hey, I'm Milosh. With me on the desk, we're fresh and laxing, and our intro, as always, cuts us to our very first team here, and it is BDS for our grand final. Cannot wait to see what this squad has to offer, but can they lift a second major trophy today, Fresh?
Well, I've already predicted that they might, Milosh, but this is our EU super team. Actually, it's Beast Coast that are on the screen, so I guess maybe we talk about them.
Well, if we're talking about
Beast Coast,
then this is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, this team, we know from their first stage, they struggled. Then they found their way. Listen, I'll go against you, crowd. I know I chose them. Let me talk about them. They are a Cinderella story. They found themselves here. They made themselves #1 NA, found themselves all the way through Swiss. And let me tell you, actually, they played better than BDS and Swiss, and now they find themselves here at the grand final.
Look at this NA trophy right here. It's just tough. It's free. Just like Beast Coast when we get into the server. We have to really focus in for Beast Coast and talk about their top 3 players throughout the tournament and really give everybody a view of what the gamut is for VC. So let's bring them up on the screen and see who those top 3 are.
Yeah, I mean, objectively, we have to start with Gunnar. Obviously, it's Gunnar, Gaveni, and Spirits, and I think for the first 2, I will keep saying this, Gabe, and I know that, there's a bit of a UNA rivalry, but neither of those players on the left and the middle side of your screen deserve to have been dropped by their prior team. They've come to this team, and they've made a huge impact on it.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, though, is sometimes you don't work out on one team. It doesn't mean you're a bad player. It doesn't mean you were the problem. It just means it didn't work out. And you just found a band of misfits here, all coming together, bringing Diffuser on top, and then you find the success in Spirits. All 3 of these guys have found success somewhere on their team, and now they are here at a grand final. They're doing better than the teams that they got dropped from.
And let's be honest, Diffuser, this is his first time ever at a major, first time ever on a main stage, and first time ever in a grand final all in one tournament. That is an insane run. But BDS on the other side, sure, they've had changes, but they've seen the grand final before, Jack.
Yeah, there they are on your screens. Our EU super team of BDS that was conceptualized, that was changed, and they had a terrific run through EUL. They had a shaky run through the Swiss stage of this tournament, and then they came alive in the playoffs. They're obviously going to be the fan favorites. We know that already. And why not? Pound for pound, I think they are some of the best players in the world. I genuinely do. And I think everybody in their role, other than maybe Solotov, who is adjusting to a new role, like he said, he used to play the Shaiko role on M&M. He's now adjusting to a new role, but he's adjusting into it well now. So everybody is in the right role that is exceptional.
Absolutely, and when you think of the names, I mean, Shaiko, he's still a phenomenal player. He's still performing in the midway pack, but we're used to seeing Shaiko at the top. So the fact you use his performing extremely well, Likifax, Solotov, and Bride just having a wonderful performance throughout this event is huge in itself. So again, the 5-man roster are looking nasty.
Uses Shaiko and Likifax. Now, Likifax has won a major, so has Shaiko, but Uses the most recent import, and he has been an incredible bonus on this team.
Yes, I mean, with the way that he's playing, he's actually the reason why they're here today. If he didn't get that 1v2 clutch and have that huge performance in that Oregon against Cake, we probably wouldn't be seeing BDS here today.
I will talk about Uses just as long as I absolutely can. I think he's a match winner. That's the thing. He's an unbelievably consistent player, first and foremost, right? But not always the star. But then when he needs to be, when you need a round one, when you need a match one, when you need dragging through a game like what happened in that Cyclops game, he was there, and he's the guy that's going to do that. He's quite literally the most coveted player in Europe, maybe even the world. I think basically every roster in the world would love to have him on side.
That's actually incredible, but he's gonna have to shine on a full best-of-5 series, and that is a lot. Remember, this is a marathon, not a race. Same goes for the chants in here, but hey, you can go as loud as you want. Club and Labs will be banned out first. Take us through it, Jack.
Yeah, so both teams banning out basically each other's best maps. You know, you'll see Beast Coast banning out Clubhouse, which is BDS's best map. BDS banning out Labs, which is Beast Coast's best map.
Yeah, and it's no surprise, obviously, going to Skyscraper. Beast Coast has been having tons of success throughout this stage. I mean, well, throughout the Swiss system and throughout this event. I mean, realistically, they should have beat FaZe the first time around. They would have been 3-0 up going on there. So, it ending on Skyscraper here, no surprise to me. Definitely want to see what the rest of this band phase is looking like.
Yeah, moving through to the next one, we're going to see BDS pick into Consulate. It's one of their favorite maps, and this is often what you will find in best of fives is you ban away your opponent's best map, and then you pick the next best one available.
So this is what's interesting. Beast Coast have not shown Consulate at all this event. They showed it back in the NAL, so it makes me question, are they bringing something here to try to throw BDS off, whether that's securing a round or even securing the map by doing something shifty?
If we move through then to the next two bands and the pick, we're going to see that it's a pick in from Beast Coast onto Chalet. Now, Chalet is a map that BDS used to hate, but have started playing, especially with this roster. Now they've got the M&M influence on their team.
And like you were saying, it goes into that roster pick. When you add 2 new people, even one person, that can completely change your entire map pool. And you said to yourself, they didn't like this map. Now they're actually incorporating this map into their map pool, which is just only making their map pool stronger.
And the final map pick from BDS is going to be onto that cafe. It's been a stronghold map for them. They absolutely love it over the long course of time. That will then take us through to a decider of border. Now, if we get there, because it is a best of 5, this was one that BDS played yesterday. Loads of Glaz, loads of Ying, Smoke executes. It was a lot of fun yesterday.
And it was the first time that we saw Border get pulled out by BDS here, which goes into that factor of then going into Consulate. Is Beast Coast going to try to do the same thing? Because that quick rush by the Glaz was not something that I think that they had going in the original league that they brought here specifically to get that edge up or to get that round.
Gentlemen, we can talk theory all day, every day. But before we get into the game, can I ask everybody here in Manchester and both of you, because you didn't know about this, if we can take a selfie together? What do you think about that? Come on in, we've done it before.
Need to untangle.
All right.
Wait,
on 3, cheese, all right? 1, 2, 3, cheese!
Wait, let me get one real quick, too. I need one as well.
Oh.
I got my phone with me, too.
Doing it for the gram. Nah.
No, we're doing it on mine as well.
Laxing.
All right. 3, 2, 1, cheese! All right, there we go. Thank you so much.
I don't need one.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for that. Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage.
Three letters that have been ringing through this arena all weekend long. It's BDS! 2 months ago, they added 2 new faces to their lineup. Many are now calling it a super team with a quintessential especially loud and ever so original British crowd backing their every single move. They look to ensure that this trophy stays in Europe. And riding the most wonderful wave is Beast Coast! Defying odds and expectations, sending shockwaves through the siege scene inside the camp. There was never an ounce of doubt that they would make it to this final. Beast Coast belongs here, and they are not done yet. All right, I always feel nervous doing this before a grand final because there's so much emotion and tension in the air, so much at stake as well, of course. Licky Fack of Team BDS and Gunnar of Beast Coast standing by for a few words here. Licky Fack, you know that the support is there. Is the belief within your roster there too?
Of course, like we already played this kind of final, we are ready for this moment and we'll show you.
Gunnar, yourself and your team, like I said, defying everybody out there that ever doubted that you could be in a position such as this, but the job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just gonna keep proving people wrong.
This is one last chance. If you want to, a bit of mental warfare here, get in his head. What would you like to say to Gunnar?
Good luck.
Gunnar?
Good luck.
Sportsmanship, we like to see it. Go and take your seats. Of course, there's so much on the line here. Manchester, I've told you already that you are arguably one of my favorite crowd ever. And I want to prove everybody watching at home how loud we can truly be. But to do that, I want to try something I've never done before. I want to go from pure silence to blowing the roof off this place. Are you up for it? All right, are you ready? Silence, pin drop. Manchester, make some noise! I mean, hold on, guys. That was amazing. But we're all going back to work and regular life tomorrow, right? So let's do it one more time. Manchester, silence! Manchester, make some noise! I fucking love it! Let's get over now into our grand final. We've got three amazing casters ready to talk you through it. It is Emmy, Des, and Ace.
Thank you very much, Ian. This is going to be one for the ages, not just because it's EU versus NA, but because of that crowd, guys. It's magic.
They are absolutely unreal. I've been sat out there for a lot of the weekend. A lot of them losing their voices. I think I'm losing my hearing. It's been that loud.
Did you expect anything else? Did you expect anything from this audience?
This is what we promised when we said bring it to the UK.
Exactly.
The crowd will show up.
The thing is, everyone watching at home, you might know I've said for years now, get into a UK and you'll hear some more chants. And I think the most common word this weekend we've heard is wanker. Time and time and time again. And all I'll say to that is, there's too many of you out there in the crowd that have not drank your pints. And that's why it's been a thing.
It's so strange for us three as well to stand here. We were in this building, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Doing an ESL Prem show to about 400 people. And to come back here and have this as a grand final moment has been just...
I'll tell you what, those 400 turned up on that day as well. It was a fantastic final, and I think we're going to get every bit and more again today.
Big one for me. We're all standing here.
I think... There's just people that get booze now. There's main characters in this audience.
Yeah, Beast Coast players.
Yeah.
They get the booze. Non-stop. I love it, though, because the passion that you've seen on both sides overall, look, at the end of the day, this is an EU game as well. But I think the real difference we've got is there is an underdog here, right? We've already heard the stories about Beast Coast. These players that were the rejects, the drop-offs of other teams have come together, and suddenly they're working some magic.
I'll tell you what, I met a lot of people this morning and I was asking who they wanted for the final, and a lot of people were saying Beast Coast to me, and I think it's just that British element of loving an underdog. The crowd definitely backing both teams here. It's going to be a spicy, spicy matchup.
And we have to remember, underdog teams, they're some of the ones that have pushed BDS to the brink. Nobody expected PSG Talent to beat them.
I tell you what, Fabian is going to be insufferable. He's 100% going to be that guy if BDS win. Like, well, we did beat them on Oregon.
Exactly, and what you have here is the perfect underdog story. A roster that came together from being rejected from other teams, built up to go against, let's not mess around about it. They're the bloody tournament favorites. Superstar roster against stars that have shown themselves to be super. You couldn't ask for a better tale.
It's just got everything on both sides of the table, hasn't it? You know, whichever way, whoever comes away the victor today, there is a huge story behind them, and hopefully a huge story that will continue forward for them as well, because both of these rosters are showing so much promise for the future right now.
Tell you what really shocked me, we were looking at the map veto as it came through earlier, obviously, and I was like, Beast Coast picks Sky. I was like, that has to be the wrong way around. There is no way, but it is correct. I think to take BDS to a map that they have absolutely rocked on so far throughout this year is a little bit crazy. That said, they played it against Cyclops. They lost against Cyclops. The only reason why you take BDS to this map, I think, is you've seen something that you feel you can exploit. And Beast Coast, they come in and win this map, that could damage that BDS mental that we've said a few times this competition is their weakest factor.
Oh, yeah, the only reason from that Cyclops sort of growth back into it was a 2 versus 1. They were silent. And it's that question of who is the audible member, as you sort of talked about before. The audience in this ground, if Beast Coast get a first foot in, what happens?
I think that Fresh pointed out, to be fair, they changed their jerseys. And
they did. Blue. They came out in the white.
Go out in the white and changes to the blues.
I believe they haven't won in the white yet.
That's right, yeah. It's a cursed jersey. They can't wear the white on stage.
It looks nice, though.
It does. It's
both jerseys fantastic. I like the collar on the new white one. It's very sort of retro football. It's pretty clean for Manchester.
Little huddle from Beast Coast. They know what's in front of them. A deafening crowd, a terrifying opponent, but the chance to go on and raise that trophy. To think back again, 5 months ago, this team, they'd only just come together. I was speaking to Foto yesterday, and he was saying, to be fair to Beast Coast, they gave us the keys to the kingdom. They said, pick up whoever you want. And there were doubts when they picked up these 5 players. Oh, you picked up the drop play.
All I care, win or lose, is we go out there, we have some fucking fun, and we calm our hearts out, yeah? Come on, Sean, bring it home.
Hey, we're here now, boys. Take us all in, everything. Take it all in. Let's go home, baby. Relax, though, boys. Just keep our comms good, fluid. We have a long fucking game ahead of us. People pray for a lot of maps. Don't drain yourselves. Win or lose, just keep it going. No matter what, we can run this shit back. No matter what. Down or up, okay? Let's go. Let's believe in ourselves, okay?
Let's go, shit! 1, 2, 3, beast, go!
How can you not love them? And I know you're in the audience.
We love the NHS!
But how can you not love them? It's a crowd of thousands screaming against them, and their motto is, just play your hearts out, play your best. That's what you gotta do.
You say deafening when you talk about this crowd, Des, and I agree, you're right. But I don't think we've even heard 50% of what we're going to hear today. When these two teams start putting rounds on the board, start putting maps on the board, maybe we get a little bit of overtime thrown in here and there. Who knows?
I tell you what,
I think this crowd's going to get even more than they are now.
We get another 1v4 from Solotov with a bailiff to close out 2 kills. My headset's going off, I'll be in that crowd. That'll be something special.
Has there been a stage dive in a siege crowd
I haven't seen that yet. To
well,
be fair,
there
the
you
gap's
go.
quite far. I've been practicing my long jump just for this moment.
3-0 BDS.
We were talking about this, and honestly, this is why it's such an underdog story for Beast Coast. I think many are expecting a 3-0 or a 3-1.
Well, you've got to look at the journeys here so far for both teams. And you could be forgiven for thinking, yeah, Beast Coast come in as the underdog, but they've got an identical story to BDS, is the reality. They both finished top of the regional leagues. They both came into phase 2, both had a 3-2 record, needing to go to day 5, and then they came here to phase 3, and they haven't dropped a map yet on stage. That is true for both teams.
one of them is going to have to find a difference today.
Well, it's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the first map of our best of 5 final. Everybody to take the words from Ian Chambers. Let's make some noise.
They're too busy making their own noise at this point. The chance around the Beast Coast, though, I've got to say I'm surprised that it's here in the EU. But I think, as we know, Brits have nothing else. They're going to get on with the French, Tim, so it could be a real sprint cloud out there for this one. Monty, the first ban taken away. Really interesting. Hot and Cold has played Monty 31 times so far at this competition. His second most played operator, 17 times. So that is a target ban. 3 players on BDS have got the KB in their top 3 most played operators. Again, a target ban against this roster.
Final one comes in, will be Fenrir.
They're permaban. They ban it every single match they play.
You know, a little bit predictable from them, but there's nothing wrong with that if it fits in with their strats as well. Final ban comes through. It will be the Azami taken out of Skyscraper. We know how powerful Azami is with those keeper barricades. Such a transformational operator. Even after those changes, still doing great work, so a valuable ban.
Target ban against Shaiko there as well. It feels like it. Anyway, kind of coming out from themselves. A bit of a strange one to bring through personally. Well, against themselves, I guess you can't say it's a target ban, but it is by far and away his most played operator, so it feels like a strange choice. But then you look at the other side, guess who mains that one? It's Gunner. So they've targeted both Hot and Cold and Gunner through this ban phase, I feel, here to try and suppress some of those spikier elements of Beast Coast play. And here, they start on the attacking side of things. They'll have to make do without the Monty. How are they going to break down this French resistance?
We get ourselves set up with what is pretty familiar in most of the grounds. I'm not going to talk too much about the Kali player, the idea of how they can sort of pinch that until we get everything locked in, because that's probably the most standout in the setup against maybe the Ella, the extension across the top floor. Force Beast Coast into some of these slightly stickier fights. They love those. They love getting themselves into angles. Beast Coast have found it time and time and time again. They're just sort of setting themselves up to kind of keep them at arm's length. The goo mines, the Ella traps, the way they can sort of play against corners without that Fenrir on the board.
Still waiting for that first entry kill as we get into the action phase. Everybody on the edge of the seats now as things get underway between these two. There's been a lot of talk along the way. There's been a lot of siege played so far, but your grand final is well and truly rolling in Manchester, and now it is all about this game. Everything gone before is forgotten. Let's see who can come away with the title.
So one thing I was taking a look at before, the Fenrir ban I expected to come out of Beast Coast, given it's been their permaban. I had a look at BDS. None of their players really play this operator. They don't care about Fenrir. They don't need it. They're that good. So it feels almost like, I wouldn't say a wasted ban, but one that I'm looking at and thinking, could that have been more targeted? That said, Dark Zero paid the price for trying to target ban something else yesterday. They lost that 2-0. So here I think Beast Coast just playing it safe and steady.
Surrounding anyone playing on the back end, which is mainly Liquifak at this point. Now he has a bit of an escape, and he also has the Solace Gadget for now until future season, and he's utilizing it to just keep them at bay. Again, this arm's length, make them cautious of any single one of these swings. A minute's gone, and the first player, Solotop, puts his head out a shrine window.
Big assist, because what Beast Coast were looking to do there was to cut the pullback from Liquifak. As he comes through Shrine, they break the window, they take him down. But teams are wise to this kind of play. You'll see it also happening inside a Terrace. You get a teammate to swing at the same time, it becomes a 1v1 gunfight they're not strictly expecting. Really good start. Beast Coast are struggling. They've only just got into this east side of the map, and half the round is gone.
Yeah, exactly that. They need to get moving here, and they need to get a handle on Liquifak as well. He's now found his way downstairs. This drone has to pick him up, otherwise Spirits could be in serious trouble. Diffuser manages to pick up Shaiko, though, bringing us back to a 4v4.
So thorough. Every single position's being checked and rechecked, and they've had to pull the kit back out because they don't know where Liquifak is. He's about to find the swing on the fight. They've doubled themselves up to cement it, but there's the first, and he's out of there. Again, we're passing the minute marker, and the pressure is still on Beast Coast.
They know they can't execute while Liquifak is still alive. He'll have that Solus below. He has the soft flooring to work with. They've pushed through and sure got control of Drum, but with Liquifak still on side, this is a massive risk they are taking.
Well, the problem is they don't have much of a choice now. Look at the timer, 40 seconds left to go. Still breaching to be done. Still areas of the map to be cleared. Still utility to be dealt with. That was Unfortunate time in there, but Users just managing to slip himself away. 3 versus 3.
The Solace is gone, and they've been able to finally get feet in towards Geisha, but they can't get any solid ground because, again, the things we talked about at the beginning, these tight corners, the shoebox design is coming back to fit on their feet a little bit too snug. 15 seconds. Hotton's only been able to get himself slightly up the stairs. They haven't made proper eyes onto the site. They're just going to have to try and send it. Close left top, hope for the plot and hope for the cover. But Breday, look at the gun in his hand and look at how quick it can go. It's so easy to tear the first player off. The cross is all theirs and so is the round.
Great first attempt, admittedly, but just a bit too much being thrown at them by BDS. If nothing else, I think this speaks back to the history of BDS. I think about them as a roaming team. Historically, there was always that joke, how do you know they're roaming on Clubhouse? Oh, well, Ems is on Valkyrie. This is a changed team. They've got a different approach to the game. From Leakafat being out on the roam, he goes down. Users immediately goes downstairs to waste more of Beast Coast's time to force them to ask questions. You see what happens. Breday, who's been sat in a box for 3 minutes there, springs to action at the very end and gets the crucial down that he needs. I'll give it to Diffuser, a great first round with some brilliant kills coming through, but BDS felt fully in control throughout the entirety of that round.
Des, I have to bring us back towards the skyscraper cast. You remember a second site that was a little bit cursed for BDS when Hags were able to take it every single time.
3 times they won it.
Certainly was, and we see here, Beast Coast's problem was just that time factor, just a little bit slow. They're coming into a grand final. This is a huge match for them, and a slow start may be something that we see from them, but we just saw indicators of it. Spirits on the Deimos, droning himself, trying to find Leakafat, but it just slows the process down so much because you've got to get in there, you've got to have a look around with the drone, you've then got to react to the information that you see, come off the drone, move in, take the challenge, and it just gave Leakafat too much of a chance to win that fight. Beast Coast, they need to be teaming up together. They need to have somebody else drawn in Spirits in, get him in right behind it, get that challenge, clear out Leakafat, and all of a sudden the round opens up. And that's what Beast Coast's going to need to look for.
So much of it will come down to, as you say, that clear of the map, and it's where they got slowed down, tripped up last time. But you can't easily just say, oh, just go faster. When you're up against the Solace, they're chewing away all the drones, you're pushing in blind, and we've seen so many teams who just go for blind gunfights on this map. I think about Liquid as a great example, just walking into Drum, being domed from nowhere and being like, oh, well, I guess we lose here with no trade to come through. You've got to play tight, you've got to play as a team because there are so many bottlenecks here on Skyscraper.
What's going to assist here is the time it takes Beast Coast to get into motion. Obviously, the pressure of being on this stage is something a lot of the players against them are familiar with, so they're more than happy, and they're opening on their defense on Sky. It was the big problem. On the round before, they still have EFAC causing problems underneath. They're only just getting themselves up black stairs, up towards the top end, and they still got a lot of business to do clearing across.
This is what some teams look to do, is only take control of some small parts of the map, the slices that you need. The battle with these top 4 defenses is you have to clear basically everything, lest you get someone like Leakafat come up black stairs and just shoot you in the back. So it's a lot for Beast Coast to work through right now. I think a little bit better progress so far in this round in terms of information they've collected, but again, that Solace is just haunting them.
Yeah, it's not bad progress this time. Hot and Cold's actually just made his way into Geisha at the other side as well, so they're really starting to grab that ground that they need. They can now think about pressuring on into Drum, Shrine, and just continue that work across, but they need to find themselves that opening kill because BDS are dug in.
Usus is so dug in as well. He's holding a bit of an off angle on towards Shrine, and he's trying to find the pressure he can put back onto Kaveni. The C4 will give some of the game away, but again, without something to force your way around the corner, what do? You got a couple of grenades, he's sprung, when does he release?
He's just, exactly as you say, he's waiting like a coiled spring, ready to go, and as soon as he hears those footsteps coming around the corner, that's it, he's gonna hit them hard, so watch out for that Usus moment, but for now, Shaiko just holding them outside of Terrace as well, not allowing them in, just playing behind that utility, but the patience from Users here. It's Leakafat though to pick up the opener, taking down Gunner.
I was going to say the mirror's a really interesting one here too. Very rarely see them play this on the map at this tournament. We haven't seen them bring the mirror along. It's another thing for Beast Coast to work through. They're dancing back and forth and Users picks up one.
Diffuser's trying to charge his way up the house stairs. He's able to get one with Spirits. Activating Hot and still holding the line with Diffuser. Up the house stairs, as I said, rests that control.
Time.
Surprise is the factor, but can they get a landing on the back end of a mirror window back and forth? The plant and the player down a 2 versus 2. Massively scratched in the 1 versus 3. Shaiko with everything to do and no time. He cannot make it.
What is that? Diffuser's got nuclear.
What a round from from Beast Coast there, and that was great problem solving. And what was the problem? Usus was the problem. Completely stopping that push through Shrine. So how do you unlock it? What's the key? You get up house stairs, surprise, surprise, Diffuser hits you hard, cuts the defense wide open, and Beast Coast win the round. Fantastic play from them to adapt, to change. We were worried a little bit about time in the first round. They've shown us there that they can still use the clock and that they can find the seconds that they need.
He's 7-0. He's cracked this BDS team open like a tinny. Absolutely sliced them apart. And that kind of backstab play, to get 4 players, one after the other, is ludicrous. BDS there leaving a little bit of a gap, but I'm worried Diffuser might be that guy today.
And you mentioned that second sight for BDS.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go again.
It's an absolute curse. Look, like, the fact that he's getting up here and picking up the freebies, gets to one on Dragon in a second to unlock Hot and Cold too. This is just everything. Like, honestly, such a massive play out of him. The closing kill onto Shaiko as well. Just 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. BDS looked like they had no idea that he was hitting them from that angle. And it begs the question, are the calls coming in here? He's got 2 coming up from house for free, essentially, with no response. Great stuff from Beast Coast.
What a start. Sort of the series that you want. I think regardless of who you want as a winner, I'll say it's always more fun when these series tend to get to stretch their legs, tend to grow into it, because if it's not the 2 best teams butting heads, what is it?
What else can it be? It's the battle and the throwdown that I just like. Again, the underdog story of Beast Coast coming up against what many heralded as this super team, and it sounds sad, but after losing to PSG, Talon coming close against Cyclops, it turned into a little bit of like a laughing stock in a way. It was like, oh, super team? These 2 are a top 2 team against Furia. Like, that can't be true. Look at how they're playing against these other teams. But it gives credit to that gap closing throughout this competition. The APAC is getting closer every single tournament. For now, of course, it's still NA, EU, and arguably Brazil on top. But Tim, they aren't here.
They are not. They have gone a long time ago, and these 2 teams have been a big part of that. Gunnar, for the time being, on the Deimos, looking to get inside of the map, and that was something that Beast Coast did pretty well last time. It was about the 1:40 mark. They were pushing on in, taking control of Geisha, taking control of T, and moving themselves across. This time it's going to have to be the reverse. It's more similar to that round 1 push that we saw. They have to take the top floor because they're going to be attacking onto Kitchen and Barbecue, so they need those verticals. They need the hatch control inside of Geisha. For the time being, a little bit slow again to move in that opposite direction.
With the build of the castles, with the construction that they can utilize to again play against Beast Coast. Think about the last round. It was really a 15-second last-minute send diffuser in, and it did the job. But if you can find ways to shepherd that, the danger is still present all across the verticality of the site itself. And they haven't really tested it. And you're looking at that minute mark going, okay, are they just going to try and drive with the Capital bolts in towards delivery, in towards prep? How do they force that little pocket of space?
Why drive with Capital bolts and you've got Diffuser? I mean, he's basically a walking nuke at this point. Let him march in and do his job once he's got the shock drone work done, which will be looking for that bulletproof cam, for example, maybe getting rid of a couple of mute jammers where possible. But they've still got to worry about the top floor. Like we keep on saying, there are 4 BDS bodies up here, Tim. They can hold this for quite a while, and this is going to be a real clash, I think, in the next 10 seconds. C4 bounces off him, but not pulled in time.
Gonna just managing to escape, and there goes that man once again. Diffuser taking down Leakify. Does that start to open up things for Beast Coast? No, as Solotov is there for the trade, but Diffuser finds another hot and cold. He's getting the Diffuser down. And Beast Coast, 4 versus 2, have all the control they need. BDS are trying to fight their way back in, but they just cannot find a gap. They cannot find any space to work with. And Diffuser again, is he ever gonna die?
The question was posed at the start of this. Why are they coming here? What have they learned? And what prep have they done? That take, just getting that bit of Geisha pressure, just getting that cleared out, getting the first couple of fights. You're right, Des. Send in Diffuser and people die. But the activation then, getting the kid into that little bit of a into that little bit of a cut. I think it's about you, Tim. Not that one.
Oh, Tim and his well-known mullet. Yeah.
I had a fairly serious trim a couple of years ago, and it kind of stuck.
But It's great play.
And I've got to come back to Diffuser again, sat at 10 kills, and the beauty in this again is that they find these isolated picks, and it's not always down to just Gaveni working absolute magic here. This in itself is pretty naughty, just getting in on the backstab again, getting one from window, one on the backstab, one to close out the round, sure, but the big kill there was, for me, was Gaveni, sat down near Sushi, waiting for the drop to come through and catch. What did Gibson call that once? Toaster as a call out, was it?
Toaster?
Yeah, I believe it was Toaster,
Get
I
out.
heard.
Find him, kick him out. I
Holding
worry.
that spot because you know that's where the drop from top will come from, if not through the hatch. They would have started locked, and Beast Coast are almost springing a trap in the last 60 seconds and catching BDS out. They're up 2-1 on the Attacker Sky.
I'm a little worried about the fans and Beast Coast's energetic attitude when they start to you can already see Fettuccine's like walking around them. They're getting kicked.
The thing is, I'll come back to what we said about BDS today as well. Mentality can be an issue, right? When they were down 3-1 to PSG Talon, they took attack time out. Leakerback's the loudest player on this roster. He was shaking his head. The others were silent. And that's always been my worry for BDS is the mental there? Is the communication going to stay up when you're losing a map that you expect to win?
Fans absolutely rallying behind Beast Coast, loving what they're seeing at the minute. And yeah, you know, energy and mentality works both ways as well, we've got to remember, Des. Beast Coast have been playing at such a high tempo. We've seen Fet in there behind the players, really hyping them up, screaming throughout. This is going to be a different beast today. This is going to be a long game potentially for them. And keeping up that level of energy, it could be a big task. It could become draining.
Users gets rid of Gunner, who has not been able to get his teeth properly into this fight as of yet, but still, when a player's on 11-0, you can kind of make a bit of space for it. At this point, they're just still trying to get their teeth in. I love the build-up here from Beast Coast. Remember last time we were talking about how long it took to wrest control, to move players out? They're already in the top of Shrine, putting their pressure across, digging out for that Solace underneath before as well. They're putting fierce growth in towards their eyes on the site.
Tell you what, Diffuser looks like he's ready to go off like a nuke. I keep saying it, but it's well and truly true. Leaky Fat getting one back. However, with Diffuser still on side, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Almost gets Leaky Fat, but just misses that last bullet that would have put him in a grave. A trade elsewhere, a 2v3 coming in now for the side of Beast Coast.
I just sit and wonder if they're ever managing to close down Diffuser. Finally, Leaky Fat is the one to take him down. That is right, you can see he has got one death on the screen. Taking a little while to get there, 11-1, fantastic performance so far. Shaco closing things out with a kill onto Spirits. BDS keeping themselves active in this one. And honestly, I came in here thinking that this was going to be a close game today, and the first 4 rounds that we've seen so far have done nothing to dispel that.
I enjoyed the growth there from both sides. Obviously, as I said at the time, Beast Coast, they're there, they're sort of direct towards the top of Shrine, they're direct towards the point, they've got the pressure, but then BDS, the motion inside the site, the response. We look back to the rounds they lost there. Yeah, we do!
Listen!
Yeah, we do! They looked back towards the previous rounds and said, look, we're sitting there. You think of Users when he was just tucked onto Dragon. You think of the sudden explosion towards the site. Man, these rotations, these motions, they just weren't doing before.
I got to really give it to Diffuser because I think it was Gunner who said it in an interview after their game yesterday. Everyone laughed at Diffuser like, wow, he's so bad. Like, why have you got this guy? He played really well yesterday. The way he started today, he's already putting himself up there and saying, yeah, 11 kills in 3 rounds and what? Like, he's going absolutely massive. And I want to see that carry on through the series because, again, it's that underdog story. The others may have all been dropped from top-level teams. Diffuser is basically brand new in. He was on Envy, a team that barely anyone knows about. And has come in, everyone's like, what's this all about? Keep on putting up those numbers for lads. You're doing goddamn well.
Round 5, let's see if he can continue doing well. BDS have only been able to hold on to the same site so far. They're going to have to start getting round somewhere else if they want to take Skyscraper. Otherwise, they're going to really leave themselves up against it. It's over onto that office side once again. We saw this back in round 2. It was a good win for Beast Coast. It really started the momentum that they found over round 2 and 3. It was that problem solving that we saw from them, that mid-round adaptation to clear Users out, and it just worked really, really well.
Emmy's going pale. They're on that same site again. She's just like, she's got nightmares from that other day. It's carrying on. They're still not able to get a win here, BDS.
How do
they'll be crying for it now.
How do they not have nightmares, Jazz?
And maybe they do.
It's just so cyclical. It's this point where we say, what have you learned? Why are you back here? And they go, just to suffer. They're still sort of sat themselves in. There's still a lot of time, but how is Beast Coast going to adapt here? Because the Blitz, straight in, this is something that worked very well for Cyclops.
It did, and what I love is BDS have tried to slow things down more by, again, bringing along the mirror. So what have they done in response? Let's go even faster here. Let's be like Sonic and just get ourselves inside the site. And I think it's more about trying to find the right entry point here more than anything else. But you don't want to be sat here playing this one slow. I think if you've got the Blitz on side, or at the very least, when we get to those last 60 seconds, like we've seen for a few rounds now, you hit that go button, you flood inside a site and look to overwhelm BDS.
Diffuser and Hot are still trying to soften up that Geisha and Shrine and Terrace side. They haven't really managed to get too deep in there. Hot and Cold's moving forward, but he needs this challenge to come in to start clearing Shrine. Likafak and Solotov making it very difficult for them to comfortably take this other side of the map. We have Diffuser just trying to spray through the wall, but Solotov, he manages to find Gavin, and that's going to give them an advantage. Down goes Diffuser. Users finds the second, and BDS are starting to stand up, but here come Beast Coast.
3 versus 3, 3 versus 2. Efak and Brede, all that's left with the shield on the board is a nightmare, and they're right in close. How do you somehow stop it? They get the cross. And Beast Coast able to cement it, and that is 5, 6 losses of that side for BDS in a row, technically.
It carries on. It does not stop for BDS. They're going to be terrified by that site. At this point, you probably find yourself dropping away from it because Beast goes through with a great chance here to take a 4-2 attacking half on this map, even with the Monty ban coming in against them. Like I mentioned earlier, Monty has been a little bit of a crutch for them, and I thought they'd really missed not having it on side here against BDS. But as things have started, they look fully in control. Yes, you could say it's off the back of Diffuser getting 10 kills in 3 rounds, but the team have also been a part of those rounds. Let's not forget, it is not a pure one-man army.
Showing an ability to play with that man disadvantage as well, which I like from them. You know, we saw them lose that opening fight, but still they came back in with answers, and those answers have always come quite quickly. They don't tend to be playing, you know, 2 versus 4, 3 versus 4 for long. The kills come in, they level things up, but then even on top of that, they keep the pressure on, they keep going, finding more, and all of a sudden, that 4 versus 3, you're now in a 2 versus 3, and you've lost a couple, and it's just a nightmare for BDS at the minute.
We talked about the previous site, we talked about how they went even faster, then you get Gunner on a Ying, and you're sort of thinking, okay, where is the direct fight here?
Which is really interesting because for BDS, one of their most popular bans is the Ying. They hate playing against this operator. They'll use it themselves from time to time, maybe on maps like Oregon, but they don't like playing against it either. It's why it's one of their most attacker bans, or most popular attacker bans that we see throughout this competition. Really, you have 2 uses towards the Ying, more to get control of the map, force Likafak back, for example, or it's to actually execute with. And given the lineup they've got really down this right-hand side of the screen, looking mainly towards the Capitao and the Ying, it feels very execute-focused.
The focus starts here, across the top, as it often does. We said it before, they're sort of going with a singular idea. This time it's more classic. Get yourself in towards House VIP, steady yourself across, cement the vertical, and then try and break down, because, well, BDS's position is down underneath. They're not giving a proper fight upstairs this time.
They had 4 players upstairs last time, remember, right?
Yep.
And they dropped it to the waiting arms of players like Gaveni, and they'll learn from that. They'll change from this. Here you've got, what, 3 players currently downstairs from BDS. There is also that lateral pressure coming in, mainly in towards Gaveni, who's working his way through House on the Ash, wants them to remind them, hey, you can't just sit upstairs, guys. We are going to be here. He gets control of Pantry. This gets messy.
Oh, there it is. Able to get himself out as well. There was the chance of a strike back, but nobody in position, as you said, these waiting hands. Unfortunately, a little bit slippy. Efak finds Diffuser. At the same time, unfortunately, we cursed him. 3 deaths since. But at this point, this next body, there is just a hold on every position. Solotov has Hotted, and although he's blind, we hurtle in prep towards the 5 versus 1. And that's all she wrote.
BDS needed that round now more than ever. Just a real solid performance from them. Likafak kicking things off, just being slippery, managing to find that space, find those kills, and then Solotov backs him up as well. And it's just a real message sent there to say, you know what, we're still here, we're still fighting, and we've got more than tea and karaoke in our locker. And they get themselves an even 3-3 split at the half.
Really interested to see how this second half plays out, because I know we look back at the start of this tournament for BDS with a little bit of disappointment. They lost to Furia, they lost to PSG Talon, they almost lose to CAG, things like that. But in that game against Furia, I cast it was 8-6, it was a really close game. Both teams are playing at like the elite level. The 2v1 pinches, the 3v1 pinches, the team play, the timing, it was absolutely sublime. So this is going to be really telling, I think, in these first few rounds. A very popular map for BDS. They've got that great team play. How does it fare against Beast Coast, who I expect will run very similar things to what BDS did? Mainly the Solus is the main thing I'm looking at here. Sure enough, that's on side, and it's Diffuser, who's dropping absolute nukes this game so far, who's playing on it.
I mean, you got to get your money's worth, right?
Oh boy, look at the change on the attacker lineup on the left-hand side of your screen, though. Yin coming out, Grim coming out. These guys are so good with Grim. You've got the Blitz on side too. Scary lineup from BDS, so Beast Coast have got to trip them up here before they get to the execute.
Yeah, absolutely, and you just know that there's going to be a bit of aggression coming out from BDS on the attack here, wanting to continue with that message they sent in the last round, just looking to get in there, get some kills, and keep pressing the advantage they've found. But look at Spirits here, just getting really, really aggro, up on that rotate, out onto the balcony. He's just waiting for that rappel noise. He's just waiting for that signal to throw himself out of the breach and to see if he can find that kill.
They're steadily making their way over towards a classic tape. The eyes are on Geisha. You've got a single player on the back end, and that's the danger position, because if someone gets the player on top Black Bauk, well, then you don't have an anvil onto the back end. Shaiko suffers a bit on that swing. Diffuser's underneath, getting all the draw, and the execute comes through. The shield smashing somebody, and Geisha gets the drop. Freeday has the cross, and there's a bit of ground to build behind. There is a player sitting with those bees, so eager for the split. Usus on the cover, but there needs to be some force. There needs to be some support. They're in. The side is theirs, but now they've been able to just try and force hot and cold further back.
They're just like, where are they? Like, we've got control of everything here. We've got Geisha, we've got top flat, we've got everything. It's all on their side. At least one comes back from below. Diffuser, he's on denial below as well. He's got the Solus on side here. Tim, this could be risky.
That's what's slowing it down at the minute. You could be forgiven for thinking Breeders in, think about a plant, but that Solus underneath. We saw Leakafat use it. We see it now being used against them. Diffuser is just primed and ready. 2 impacts in hand. They can't plant until they deal with this situation.
Oh, man.
Think about a Blitz shield as well. It's under a scan of Solus at all times. They're trying to just find a way to utilize it without giving the whole game away, and that's Breeday. Drop the kit and go for kills and pressure. There's still so much for the 2 remaining defenders to try and rebuild, and they find the head.
Top black.
There's looking for the second. It's 1-2.
No way.
For Gunner, slow to react, but there's an impact.
We heard him screaming, I'm him, the other day, and I think he's just shown it yet again, Tim.
He just needed that switch of sides. Been a little bit quiet. It's difficult when Diffuser's just killing everybody, but then he gets himself onto the defense, and that's the Gunner that we've seen.
Got a little corner from Jesse, though. Jesse, what you got for us?
Hello, Derry. You know, I've got some stats for you, but before I get right into them, I have a question for the crowd. Are there any Shaiko fans out here? There's a couple. Listen, Shaiko's not had the best of games so far, but he needs to step up. The last time we saw BDS playing Skyscraper, he was here in Manchester, and it was against Cyclops. And Shaiko dropped 16 kills to push all the way to overtime match point. 16 kills might not sound like that much for hardcore, long-time Shaiko fans, but it's actually the most kills he's gotten through any game this tournament. So right now, I believe he's sitting at 3-5. He's got to get that up if BDS want to get back into this game and take it to Beast Coast in the second half.
Thank you very much, Jesse, first of all, and I do hope you did give them a wave. I believe that was the loud request behind you.
You got to time your questions here is the problem, right? You've got to ask us, otherwise they're too noisy. I don't care what you're asking us. We're mid-chance, how dare you?
Oh, Gunner swung out there, started to break things. You're entirely right. They had the Blitz on site, the Blitz had the kit, but with the Solus underneath, it doesn't matter where you go. The only solid ground that you can plant in is in, the other site. You have to try and break your way across. They didn't have top black control, they didn't have drum control. At that point, they were just sort of holding and hoping.
I think if Beast Coast watched that round back, they'd be fuming they didn't win it out if they'd lost it, because they had 2 players dead to rights, literally a bullet away from death on both of them. I think it was Leakafak and Shaiko, and I was just like, man, that is going to sting if they can't get away with it. They've dropped the Blitz in this round, though. Breeday is back on the hard support. Maverick coming along for him. Otherwise, some remnants of that last lineup still sticking in here. We've got Shaiko on that Nomad, and of course, Yuzu's on that Grim. Again, an operator that BDS absolutely love. Solus now also being dropped away.
One of the big questions for this matchup on Skyscraper Skyscraper then could well come down to office. We saw BDS struggling to hold on to this side, left them with a 3-3 half. Are Beast Coast going to be able to do any more work here than BDS were able to get done? As it stands, BDS a little bit slow. We're a minute in. They're not established inside of the map yet. Still a lot of external work going on. There's going to be a bit of drawn in still. Not moving in with any confidence, and I like that from Beast Coast. Getting themselves out there, letting them know that they're not going to give them anything for free.
Nothing about this build-up is quick, right? At this point, you've got the Mavericks doing all the hard breaks on the single walls. The pressure's onto a mirror window that still needs to be smashed through on the back end. They've only just been able to get themselves in towards top black and towards the back end of the site. It's clear, but you're up against the mirror window, that death line right down the core of the second story, backed up by this shield on one swing and a mirror window on the other. How do you approach it?
And we're keeping an eye on Shaiko, who's currently sat at top black, and he's been here for basically the majority of this round. I think he's really bothered by Diffuser, who's currently sat behind a shield on Shrine. Normally, Shaiko loves to play that Shrine window, convolting in as his team start executing on the site. But it's almost like BDS have realized halfway in the round, boys, this execute ain't working. We've got to change things up here. And now the team are much more clumped together, slice down this middle part of the map.
I love that adjustment from Beast Coast there as well. We just see Gunnar taking a reinforcement 2 minutes into the round. They've had that breach open so they could play onto it. They recognise there's no immediate pressure, so they close it off, knowing now that they can't be challenged from there and that it's a little too late for BDS to start working onto that hard breach. We still haven't had an entry. BDS still haven't been able to find their first man, and it's going to be Diffuser. Users used that spot, and BDS failed to clear it.
They're just fighting back, refusing to give up the ground, holding the lines and saying, those are tracers for us to kill you. The explosion doesn't quite get the full bite. The 2 versus 1 versus 4. As Gunnar cements himself one more. Solotov was the man of the moment with a similar setup of guns last time, but unfortunately, time is that factor, and this time, not enough.
So well played by Beast Coast and their defensive setup there. And you might look at it and think, okay, there's something really special about it. But for me, the player that was so far away from the rest of the group was Diffuser, sat behind that shield. And normally, BDS would run something like a Flores here. They'd look to clear it out and start pushing their way through. But Diffuser, instead of playing that shield with his life, eventually drops away into that little rat corner inside of Dragon that we see teams playing so often. And BDS lose track of him. They think he's gone back towards site, but he's dug himself in really well, got a crucial kill onto Shaiko, who does eventually push inside a Shrine, his most common entry point into towards the map. And the rest, they hunker down, they play the bottlenecks. It is always the frustrating thing about Sky. So many bottlenecks that if you do not have a smart way through, you are going to get punished. Wonderful stuff so far. Beast Coast are up +2 rounds.
Yeah, BDS just choosing now as the moment to call in that tactical timeout. We can see, as always, Leakifak is that vocal presence in the team. This is, we always knew, going to be one of the big factors today. We've seen Beast Coast be super loud. We've seen BDS at times shrink into themselves and be a little bit quiet. And if they allow Beast Coast to keep playing with this confidence, with this momentum, it could well be over quickly for them here on Skyscraper, because Beast Coast right now are starting to look a little bit unstoppable.
You know what I do find really interesting? In most tactical timeouts, it's not Stu Flex that's stepping in and offering a few words of wisdom here. And I think back to BDS a few years ago. They were infamously a team that did not have a coach. They never had someone stood behind them. If nothing else, it was their manager. And she's not really going to get involved there in the game because that's not her role. And so I don't know if it's a thing where they just have this mentality of we don't really want to coach, we can figure things out by ourselves. But dare I say, that's when Stu Flex has got to pull off a Fabian and get involved and say, boys, back on track, head in the game.
It's the direction of the team, right? It's that sort of, you are the only one on that stage that sees all 5 perspectives at all times. The things that you notice aren't just on those screens, but also in the players. You stand behind them, you get used to them, you know them, and you know how to pull them out. Even if it's just throwing in a towel for a second, dabbing the forehead and saying, you've got this, sometimes that's what you need.
This is it. You look at BDS, and it is a team with unquestionable levels of talent throughout every single player. And I always look at teams and I think, is there any limiting factors to this roster? And I just look at that and I think, you know, is this sort of energy, is this sort of quietness gonna be a little bit of a limiting factor? We'll see today as this game pushes on. Right now, Beast Coast 5-3 coming out. Of course, they get the benefit of the tactical timeout as well. Fett will have been feeding back anything that he's seen. Maybe he's just saying more of the same. Keep it going, boys, but we know that he's going to be feeding that hype back into them.
Downstairs, no doubt going to be a target here. We've seen the Solid Sulfur being the one running around downstairs, and Solitov was really hoping to get him through that soft wall. It's going to force at least going to back here momentarily. Sorry, Gaveni, but no doubt he'll be back again for a second time of asking. A bit of afters, Tim.
A little bit of afters. There'll be plenty of people in this audience know what afters
you know
are.
that, right?
I know afters. I know afters.
And Pressure's going to know what afters is.
Yeah, of course.
You have your, I'm going to say it right. You have your tea, not your dinner. You have your tea, and then you have your afters.
And then you have your afters. And what they're after is their first bite, to be honest, at this point. They haven't been able to get their teeth in anywhere. You're having Beast Coast still keeping themselves a little bit stretched out. They have the exploration, but they're not handing direct fights to them. The swinging comes on the top. The Shaiko drops down towards the bottom. Where is this first engagement? Because they're not really being subtle about it.
There it is.
I feel like BDS, at times I'm looking at them and it feels like they're playing a little bit scared, but Leakafak certainly hasn't been scared in round 6. He comes in and gets a big double, and that's what BDS need. That's what they were lacking in the last round. They need to take that moment, somebody to push forward, be the sharp edge, and find those entries, find that space. But Beast Coast always have an answer.
Reloading. There's going to be questions here about how many man advantages BDS seem to be giving away. Beast Coast have brought things back on side here. Just 2 left on BDS, and they've got to figure this out inside 45 seconds, Emmy.
I mean, they're explorers looking for weaknesses, and they are experts.
Whoa, okay.
The quick swing and the preempt they use just gets that skeleton key, opening the lock of a French-Canadian's face. 2 versus 2 in this moment, and you're Lord are looking at, well, where is everybody? Nobody's on the site. Everybody's a little bit spaced out. Is this a bait to draw BDS in?
This is going to be the make or break round, I think. We talk about the 9th round all the time on broadcast, Tim. It's going 6-3 or it's 5-4. One feels out of reach for BDS, the other brings us closer.
Users moves down, gets the flashbangs out. He's just trying to force these defenders out of position, but he's no idea where they are. Gonna get one. Brine was there, but he couldn't find the second. That man steps up time after time for Beast Coast and closes out a huge round, putting them onto map point.
6-3 with 3 rounds tied in a row, including a tech timeout and a conversation about it. And at this point, again, the questions come in. They were so well rehearsed on exactly how to react towards these BDS approaches. The movement, as I said, from Beast Coast has been so responsive towards the game of BDS, and they just cannot seem to match the pace.
I've thought it so much this weekend watching these teams play. They've all been excellent. The quality of play, the teamwork, the strategy, everything has been on point. But what really seems to matter most on the day is who shows up and who doesn't as individuals. Gunner's had a 4K back in round 7, a 1v1 off the back of a 3K just now. Diffuser, as we said, 10 kills in 3 rounds. I look down my screen and say, okay, where have BDS pulled something like that off? Oh, in their flawless round in round 6 where Solitov got a 3K. That is all they've had.
You just feel the energy in the crowd shifting a little bit here. There's still a lot of BDS support there, giving plenty back, but Beast Coast fans are certainly feeling themselves at the minute, and they know that their team is well and truly on top here on Skyscraper. BDS, even after coming in with a double entry, Leafak getting 2, still wasn't enough to get the round. BDS players have surely got to be sat there asking themselves, what more do we need to do? How do we stop Diffuser? How do we stop Gunner?
This might be some of the questions being asked as well, because remember when we were here last, they got a lot of movement in towards site, and then they got a little bit lost. Bride on the blitz, the change here, Solitov on that glass, something they used so brilliantly yesterday.
And there is no Warden on the other side is a key thing to look out for here. They played it once in this half. They weren't expecting to see this come out, but when BDS have got their backs against the wall, that's when they figure it might be time to try something just that little bit special. But that glass curse, it's followed us all tournament long.
Leakafak's just watching that angle, isn't he? He knows that there's a bit of potential there, but the thing is, on the attack, he can't sit and watch it all day. Diffuser, he's got himself into a real position here. A bit of trigger discipline. I'm not sure he's completely aware of Leakafak's position, and I've been critical of BDS's intel games sometimes, and I'm hoping that they've found him here. I'm hoping they've seen him on the drone, and we're going to see them improve that intel efficiency.
I think they're going to try and drone in as well. It's exactly why you saw him back away there for a second and get on the drone. But already, the action's kicking off upstairs, looking in towards site here. This is going to be one hell of a ropey round.
There it is, and that's such an important fight because that's your watch down underneath. At this point, yeah, they might be able to react, but the hold the defining moment of this is this push across that they are so eager to make the blitz. Backed up with the support on karaoke window, the coverage of the smoke itself. The Glaz, again, he's not being offered a bite. Beast Coast tuck themselves back and say, yeah, you can have this crown, but then we're just going to take it right back. BDS burst all the way across, cut in half though from a cross angle. Users does get one back. There's Gav trying to retake and refight. Users gets a second, hot and still there, but with Shaiko, an important 1v1 underneath that he needs to win out. It's the drop, the rotate round.
Users just winning everything right now. But look how hard BDS have to fight for every inch. There's always an answer, but it's going to be up to Gavin to close this out. He's up against a tough challenge. It's Shaiko, but he's half health, and there's a real opportunity for Beast Coast to close this out here and now, Des.
Think about Jesse's words. Shaiko needs to go big. He was 16 kills last time they were on this map, and if you need him at any point, it's now more than ever, Emmy.
Gaveni has played himself all the way back to Dragon. He's waiting on some intel, and you assume he has it based on only the entrances. He's keeping this as a flat engagement as Shaiko drifts his way across to get that kit. A bit of motion, but with 10 seconds, he knows the pressure's on the plant, and Shaiko's still hunting for fights and coverage. Holds it. Gaveni hasn't moved. He's got to activate, and here's the pressure. It's a couple of softs, and he misses the right spot, but there's the follow-through and a post plant. Somehow found it.
He's given it away to Shaiko. He's let him get his gun up, and that could be dangerous. Now begins the game of cat and mouse. Who finds who first? Gaveni, he's just searching, seeking, looking for his man, but is it going to be the man who always has the answers? He sees him, he finds him. Shaiko keeps BDS alive.
Wow. We needed him to come online, and he finds the time to do it. The worst thing was, Tim, he was pinged out on a bout cam. They knew exactly where he was, but managed to slit the net, get himself onto red stairs, and at that point, it looked like Gaveni lost track of him. And for me, that is what experience is going to speak to. A really interesting fact, since he became unbanned, Shaiko joined BDS straight away. We're almost 5 years to the day since he joined this roster. And to lift a trophy this close to his 5th anniversary would be special.
It was a 1 versus 2 clutch that drew them back into the game, that almost sent them packing. And it was an energy they built behind it, because if you aren't vocal, you have to be vocal in your gameplay. You have to demonstrate that we are the better team. We are the super team. And those are the rounds that do it.
Yes, hang your heads. Be sad. BDS is still here.
Use Zeus. Use Zeus. The crossover we didn't know we needed.
No.
Social's hard at work stealing that meme.
The guard photoshopped on. Absolutely. I mean, speaking of, yeah, this is a player that we've talked about a lot throughout the competition. Top rated back in EUL, absolutely put his name up in lights. Has come here, really put on a similar sort of show. I'm not saying he's been quiet so far, but it's not been the nuclear performance we come to expect, right?
No, but Users has always been one of those players that goes about his business quietly. He'll come into games, he'll walk away with 15, 16, 17 kills, and you think, you sort of look back at it and you think, where did all they come from? And it's a 2 kill here, a 3 kill there, and he just applies pressure consistently throughout a game. And that's what Users is doing here. We saw that 3K a couple of rounds ago. He's just continuing to keep Beast Coast honest, to make them fight for every single inch that they get. But overall, last round, Shaiko, Jesse called it out. He said they needed more, and Shaiko is a man who knows how to deliver special moments. A 1v1 to close it out. Is that the beginning of the comeback trail for BDS on Skyscraper?
We talk of this cursed site, and we talk about possibilities of rebuilding mental, and this could be a great place if they start to get a bit sharper on it. Now, there's no direct approach that can come towards the big double wall because, well, they keep swinging out. That's that ping you see in the core in the middle of the map itself. BDS, they are fishing all around to see if they can find a loose way to pull. The Ying of Solotov has gone all the way to the back end of top black, gonna try and draw some attention, and Hot and Cold is gonna see if he can try and be a little bit spicy on the swing out.
They've got to face off against the same thing as well. A Mirror, they've got to work their way through. You've got no Ash on side here, which is going to be a problem. When we first saw the chainsaws ahead, does he actually manage to find the player? I don't think he does quite realise that he's got him there. Now he sees him, but it's too late. Gunnar had all the time in the world, and he felt there, I don't think quite realizing what gift was in front of him.
We talk about fine margins, and opportunities missed like that are exactly those. They could be ruining that come the end of this round. It's advantage Beast Coast. They only need one more to close this out. But who steps up again? That man Shaiko. Has he got another couple of rounds in him here?
We said we needed him to go big, and he is so close to that precipice at this point, but it's a waiting game and a holding game that holds Solotov at bay. Bride outside the breach. Usus goes down. And at this point, you have the two classic sort of talisman players from this roster.
They're not pushing in at the same time here. They're being picked off one at a time. That's something they got really right over the last few games, I feel. But Beast Coast have managed to isolate out 1v1s, not giving BDS this 2v1 advantage, and they are picking them apart, Tim.
Yeah, and it's going to be really tough. Shaiko's low health. He really needs to find himself a freebie here. But Beast Coast, they're giving them absolutely nothing. Bride picks up one. But again, the answer is there from Beast Coast. The trades have been so consistent throughout Skyscraper. Bride, he has not much option here. He's using that diffuser to try and bait them in to try and find something, but surely the end is coming. And diffuser, just like he started it, he finishes Skyscraper for Beast Coast.
A brilliant defense there from Beast Coast, like the wave they represent. Tide, it goes out, but then it comes back in, washes them away off the site itself. And they had a BDS's number written, etched, posted and sent weeks ago.
Player dip in that game, I'm afraid. Diffuser 15 kills, Gunner 30, 28 between them. The total of BDS wasn't that much further ahead than that. Let's go to our desktop and have their breakdown. Some more Skyscraper.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we are back. Beast Coast are up, 1-up against BDS. Who would have expected it? Hey, maybe are both North American analysts here on the desk. Hey, who would have seen it coming? Hey, welcome back to the desk. Let's lock this in. Skyscraper going to BC.
It absolutely did, and what a performance we saw at Beast Coast. At the start of the game, it looked pretty even. We saw back and forth rounds, Beast Coast getting some good attacks in, but the same thing happened to BDS that happens to every other team that goes against Beast Coast. They got to their attacks, they got a little bit nervous, and they just stalled out.
Yeah, I thought Beast Coast were great on their attacks as well. Getting that Office Exhibition bomb site over the line, it really forced BDS into weird site selections, and the 3-3 split, if you can achieve that on Skyscraper on the attack, you can see why Beast Coast love this map so much.
I genuinely don't think BDS is expected the pure sheer confidence coming out of Beast Coast, challenging, refragging, do whatever they have to do to get these rounds. And I think that throws BDS up a little bit going into this.
If there's one player that's really been stepping up, it's Diffuser.
Yeah.
Very first event, very first grand final.
Diffuser was ridiculous, especially at the start of this game. Diffuser got his 9th kill before any of his teammates got their 2nd. This guy started off with some ridiculous numbers for his team. After 3 rounds, he had more kills than the rest of the server combined. This start he just had puts all worries to rest about is he going to be shaken on his first grand final stage.
And it's the magnitude of these kills, the impact of these kills in the round, particularly in that first half on their attack. He was taking rounds from being like a 50-50 round to a round that Beast Coast were able to attack and win it out. So it wasn't just that he got a lot, it was how important they were as well.
No, he's been such an X factor for this team, getting that 4K and then immediately following up with that 3K. And again, being the brand new player, the least amount of experience across this stage and putting up such a good performance. I'm excited to see what it looks like going into map 2.
All right, 4 entries on map 1 is already enough, and that might be exactly what Beast Coast needed to go across the line. But we have things to break down, and Leo awaits us in the back rooms to break down how the hell does Beast Coast do it. Let's see.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, Beast Coast always gets away with it. Even here in this round, they're down 3v5 and somehow they still find a way to bring it back. Now, if we take a look at how the round plays out, actually right now, what's the win condition? Gunnar recognizes it. They're down 3v5, they need to get a pick. He needs to get aggressive. And that's what he will do. He'll get Solotov. He gets the pick here, and it's very important. They're now only down 2v4. The win condition here is very clear for BDS. They have 3 players and the diffuser. They should go for a plant. But here's the problem. Below right now, you have diffuser on Solis that just got the pick on one of the roamer, or one of the entries rather. That means that BDS is not in a position to plant here. And that's their biggest problem. 130, you'll see they'll be stalling a lot. Now, Gunnar recognizes that. He understands that his win condition is diffusers downstairs preventing the plant. So look here, he's actually hiding. He's not looking for a fight. He's getting away from BDS because he knows he's the win condition for BDS. And that's the problem here. BDS have now lost 30 seconds. They're looking to kill Gunner. They understand now they need to get rid of at least one of the two roamers. But take a look at the setup. 1, 2, 3, none of them in trading position. Right now, Gunner is in a position to isolate every single gunfight one by one without getting traded. And that's the biggest problem again. BDS are trying to chase him, but not in the right positioning. First kill here, long range. Bride is in no position to trade, no position to trade. Again, Gunner, impressive skill to understand not only the mechanical skill to get a triple kill, but also to understand that he needed to fall back and isolate these 1v1s. That's Beast Coast consistently finding ways to bring back rounds that they should not be winning. Back to you, Miloš, on the desk.
Thank you very much, Alfama. How do they do it? Well, we got it broken down. Let's then take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for map number 2. massive twist. It's Beast Coast that take map number 1 against BDS. Our best of 5 grand final heats up. If only we had some more heat. Well, don't worry about it. Manchester, are you bringing the heat? Oh, yes, they are. Beast Coast, what energy they have on this set. It's helping out a lot, lads.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt that 7-4 victory on Skyscraper, no surprise to me. Now we're going into Consulate. This is a map that I'm going to need to see BDS playing that man advantage and better than what Beast Coast was doing on Skyscraper.
Yeah, I think that teamwork was poor. I think that communication was poor. That performance from BDS for me was very similar to how they performed in Swiss Stage. And we're going into Consulate, where it's going to need to be a lot better because that map's big. It's got lots of rooms. It's going to need a lot of coordination because they will be starting on the attack.
Exactly. It's not going to be easy with Beast Coast starting on the defense because Beast Coast have never, period, lost a defense on Consulate. They've only played the map once, and that was against Dark Zero, but they went down 5-1 on the attack, came back with a 6-0 second half to destroy Dark Zero. So this is going to be a tough first half for BDS.
How do you even plan for that as a coach, as a team?
The biggest thing is you have to go round by round. You just have to focus on the main objective and where the problem is for the other team or creating space, whatever that is. You just have to be in the moment. Everyone has to be relaying that information.
Yeah, they need to be ready for that mid-round aggression from BDS's point of view. They need to be ready for Beast Coast, particularly Gunnar and Diffuser that are popping up in the mid-round. Be ready for that because that's what lost them rounds on Skyscraper.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Manchester, are you ready? All right, our casters are as well. Let's toss it back. That's Ace and Fluke.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, map 2 coming right up. I think fair to say, not quite up to the start that we expected, guys. Thought Sky was going to be a BDS map.
Well, I was asking around this morning, a lot of people were backing Beast Coast. A lot of people were expecting them to come in strong. We know that BDS are good on Sky, of course, but Beast Coast are here to play today. They cannot be written off.
Nope.
They now move into Consulate. This one could get tricky for both teams. We know, very technical map.
I think at this point, this is BDS's time to rebuild, right? It's something that can get some energy, and they gotta bring it.
It's time for us to get in. Consulate underway for map 2. There's still a long way that this series can go. But BDS have got to bring it back here and now. Otherwise, you know that you're one map away from losing this major.
This is the wrong map.
I don't think it is it?
It's back.
Oh, yeah,
it's back.
Yeah,
it's
wrong
back
map.
at the top.
Should be Consulate.
We were talking about that when we were sat in lobby. Like, I don't think it's a back map, it's a different map, and it is meant to be a different map. So we'll get that sorted in a second, and then load back into things for map 2.
I like how they're cheering. Guys, it's the wrong map.
The disappointment is enough for me.
So, we have time to talk a little bit more about Consulate.
Yeah.
Maybe add on to what was discussed on the desk as they get everything sorted out. And you've always got a lot of fun numbers. This talent of tools there.
Des loves a few fun numbers. He loves a spreadsheet.
I love some
Look at
numbers.
his face light up.
Oh, you're making me blush. Stop it. This one for me, Beast Coast, throughout this competition, they've banned 2 maps a hell of a lot, Club and Consulate. They do not really want to play either of those maps. What was their first ban? Clubhouse. That is the one that they will not go to because it's BDS's best map. Consulate then comes through as kind of a second option. My only worry for BDS, this isn't their best map. They're targeting a weakness on the other side rather than picking a map they really like. So there's a world here where this comes back to backfire on them. We saw this across in the quarters a couple of days ago. In a few of those series, teams are trying to target each other's weaknesses. So I'm just nervous here for BDS. You think, yeah, they hate that map, right? Right?
Right,
In the same way that everyone thought the BDS absolutely hate Border and Bank, and they've slapped teams on both of them. So I'm nervous.
I think along with Furia, the problem with BDS for playing against them is they've got probably one of the deepest map pools in the world. They get into it. When we saw them smash Border, you started looking, thinking, there is nowhere this team can't play. And that's part of the problem. You know, you can come in, you can analyze it, you can, you know, look at the numbers. Maybe there's going to be maps, of course, that they win more than others, but they're just so capable everywhere. And Consulate it's going to be difficult for both teams. These are both rosters that have come together recently. They've not had, you know, the longest time together. Consulate is one of our most strategic maps, one of our most technical maps. So many little rooms, so much clearance to do. I actually think it maybe weighs into BDS's favour because we saw Beast Coast on the attack, struggling with time, struggling with droning, struggling with clearance. That is going to hurt you badly on Consulate because it's just going to get in a click of the fingers, you're going to be down to 60 seconds, and what do we do?
Think about what we spoke about in the ban phase last time around. Fenrir was like a must ban for Beast Coast. They never, ever want to see the operator played. But
yes! Yes!
What they're saying there is he's got to get the same haircut as you and shave the whole thing off.
Brilliant. That's the first time my haircut, if you could call it that, has ever been complimented, so thank you.
It's like a very barren forest, Tim.
Yeah, it's, you know, doing its best.
Leave it out.
That Demo's beard, doing its best. That's how a good coach.
See, there you go. He's hands-on, he's involved.
Knows what the players need.
Yeah.
Give him a little tickle under there. Get him really warmed up. Not shit-talking Beast Coast now, are we? I guess not. I think, again, it was the story of the super team coming up against the underdogs, as we said before, right? I think, again, Diffuser for me on that last part went absolutely nuclear. He was the difference. Him and Gunnar, 15 kills, 13 kills. They're the two to look out for. We need a player on BDS to be doing the same if they're going to be competitive on Consulate.
Beast Coast wallpaper there.
I thought they were just holding up their phone and forgot to write something.
No, Emmy looked at me in a little bit of confusion and was like, what? I think it was a Beast Coast wallpaper, so the dedication runs throughout the line.
Well, at this point, at this moment, all eyes obviously on BDS, because you can talk about the energy that you get after winning your map and going into it.
Yep.
Let's sort of build up that BDS weren't a fantastic Skyscraper team recently. They have good stats on it overall, but they did bleed. They have bled on that map, as now proven.
We've seen in a number of these crowd shots as we've just been waiting to get the lobby resolved, which will be done momentarily. We've seen so many of our cosplayers as well, and I just want to give a shout out to everybody. We've had some unbelievable cosplayers here. We always do, but they've really stepped it up here in Manchester.
Well, we are about ready to throw ourselves in Manchester, so this time let's find ourselves hurtling towards Consulate and the second map of our series.
If there's anything more than map stats, it's operator ban stats as well. The kind of strategy that goes through this, you can look at it and go, okay, that operator's gone, but there's always a reason why. The Fenrir ban for Beast Coast is what I'm keeping an eye on. Will it get changed this time around? The KB not changed because, again, 3 players on BDS have got that in their top 3 most played operators. This should be a Monty ban, BDS. Sure enough. What, ruined it?
No, the cameraman cut him. He did a thumbs up. He didn't know whether to do the wave or not. I think it's a wave every time.
Oh, you've got to commit to the wave.
Yeah.
But I would like to see a Solus ban really coming out of Beast Coast here. They play it a little bit themselves, but BDS loves Solus, as you saw on that last map. It should really be taken away from them. Azami, the same as the last ban. If this is Fenrir, fair enough. But I think Solus might actually be a really good way to hit BDS where it hurts.
This tradition for our operator bans has stuck around for a good long time now. It started all the way back in Charlotte.
Was it in Charlotte?
It was in Charlotte,
Yeah.
I think.
Right,
was the first time I remember. I think it was actually Parker who was sort of leading it.
He starts everything that is bad with this game.
He started people booing operators bad. And then it slowly turned into something a little bit more positive.
Oh, well, this could be a first site to start things off. Beast Coast on the defense are going to start things off in the split site. Quite an infamous site in Siege as well, as being one of the only ones that spreads across 2 floors. Service and Teller's going to start things out. And look at that. There's a split crowd here between Wheeler. Okay, maybe not. There's one guy. One guy that likes Bullet Man.
This crowd has 2 things that it loves, apparently.
And to everyone else, he is a wanker,
It's getting people to wave, and it's hating Mullet Man.
Some things will never change. Well, here we go. I said split site to start things off. Tim, you've heard me say it a million times. I love seeing a castle get brought along. Really transforms how defenders can play the maps, opens up safe retreats or pathways towards different parts of the map that otherwise wouldn't be available, forces certain operators out of the other side. For example here, BDS, the Banner, Ace, Ash, really going in towards making sure that those barricades aren't going to be impeding them as the round bleeds on.
Let's get into things then, shall we? It's Consulate, it's round 1, and we have got Beast Coast on the defense to kick things off. So, have you said, Des? We're going to have that split side to start with. So there's going to be, potentially, we've got 2 different types of attacks. It might be a top floor tick with a look to trying to get a plant down in Tellers. It could well be just come in through the basement and go straight for Archives. We'll see which it is that BDS choose to do, but both of these teams at times I felt were a little bit slow to take ground, and we're a little bit, particularly on the BDS's side, a little bit tentative over taking those entry fights when they were on the attack. So I want to see a little bit more aggression from BDS in. Get in, play with confidence, take the ground, get the kills.
Gunnar, a problem child on the top floor, is going to keep things interesting on that Solus that you said they could remove, and for now, they can keep themselves stretched out, say, come and find me up here, because, well, you're looking at this as a very dangerous sandwich site. Yes, you put the pressure all the way on the basement as they are with the double hard breach, but it's EFAC that's going for the close hunt right now on the top.
it shows you why they brought the IQ as well, right? 5 drones removed pretty much immediately by virtue of having that Solis on side. So I think the IQ from Chaiko here, although normally he'd love a Nomad, for example, is actually really smart. It does give you another angle to be able to hunt them down and try and deal with the gunner when he gets a bit too aggressive. The thing is, during the grand final of a major, is a team really likely to play overly aggressive and make silly mistakes? I don't think so.
Giverny just going to be spraying a few shots in the general direction of Leakerfact there. Let him know that he is not alone, that he's not going to be able to take this ground for free. Leakerfact needs to win this fight and does. Takes Giverny down with a nice headshot, and that is the entry that BDS needed. But look at the time, 1 minute 40 gone.
And look at Diffuser doing what he did so brilliantly on the previous map. Stuck his head back up towards the top of yellow stairs, took a kill, and retreats right back down. It leaves BDS back here, knocking on the door of sight, but with none of the security that they thought, they believed they could build towards. We're passing this minute marker now. Solotov's just sat waiting for somebody to drift into their favor, but at this point, you're sort of waiting for that tip of the spear, BDS. The pressure's on you.
Brede and users have been stuck on drones for most of this round as well, helping them try and hunt down these players that are out and about around the map. They've only managed to find one of them. They've burned through all their drone information game. They've had this really slow start to getting these castle barricades opened up that I mentioned you want Hibana or an Ace or an Ash for. So it's still very early doors. They've still got a bit of setup work to do here, I think. Unless users can get up a really nice backstab, which feels unlikely.
I mean, had to just spray through. Gunner's more than ready to take the engagement. Efax driving his way, but Users does win out against Gunner, and now they've somehow wrested control underneath. Hot and cold, an important C4 that connects half. Doesn't get the full bite. You've got the warning signs. The pressure comes from above. Users drops down below. He's holding onto the split angle. Brede's going for the plant. He's stuck in the corner. He can't find any way out.
Uzus activated. He doesn't get that backstab in there. They are so secure. C4s can go skyward, but he opens up the entirety of server and makes it unplayable for the defenders. Really good round from BDS. Yes, it was slow, but they wanted to make sure they weren't going to get shot in the back by those roamers. Very, very patient.
Yeah, there's a difference between slow and patient, I think. Slow, you know, can be a problem. Patient can be a virtue. You go in there, you're paying attention to the details. You're making sure you've got everything locked down. I've been critical of the intel game for BDS. It was on point there. They knew what was coming, they knew where it was coming from, and they had the answers. It was really well played from BDS. They could be on for a really good attacking half.
They brought everything they needed for multiple different plays as well. We saw, as we said at the time, you know, the too hard breach, they've gone to the top to go for this 1 versus 1 hunt. It goes away from them, so what do? Entirely flipped themselves down. They held the line, they looked for that different tip of the spear, as I said. They found it through the emergency exit, and from that point they realized no contestation.
French flag appears on stream, you've got a boo. That's how it works. I didn't write the rules. Mark did. So the round, I think the big one, if nothing else, was the slightly mistimed attacks coming out of the side from BDS though, right? Yes, Users gets a big 2K. He doesn't get that, he dies there, you're like, okay, well, where's the next play? Solotov coming down Visa stairs. Oh, he gets picked off. Whoops, where's the next player? And it becomes a series of 1v1s is the problem, right? Whereas BDS have really made a name for themselves this competition, at least in my opinion, on their 2v1s, their 3v1s, their overwhelming play. Beast Coast are trying not to give them that opportunity, admittedly, but just a bit wary that it does come down to big individual plays. As we saw a little bit back on that last map, the clutch potential out of Beast Coast, the nuclear amount of multi-kills that we had out of players like Diffuser, BDS need a little bit of magic of their own, I think, on Consulate.
I think cementing the entry a little bit would help them. So Leakerfact opened it up onto Giverny last time. 10-15 seconds later, Diffuser gets one, and that's something Beast Coast have done consistently well so far today, is always have an answer, always have a trade, always have a kill in response. So BDS, I want to see them go in there, get an entry, then get another, then just consolidate
get another
lead.
Team, yeah, get another.
Just consolidate that lead, and then you win the round, you just get one each, it's not a problem. No, but I want to see them not lose that manpower afterwards. Go in, get the kill, consolidate, and take space.
So they're trying to steal this pressure from above the site itself, force those players out from the swing. The blinds come. Brede towards the top of yellow, and Shaiko, well, he's trying to fight his way down. This first swing is badly timed, and there's Shaiko. A free pick for Gunner.
And the deathmark fails anyway. Mute Jammer blocking it out there. But again, for me, Brede was up on Skylight. He's the one with the diffuser on the Ying. Normally, he's the one bolting inside a window and going for a plant. Feels like BDS have maybe scrambled whose role is what in this round to a tickle. They're bringing things back, though. Balance out a couple more. They're building into it.
Yeah, some real confidence kills coming in there that's just going to build BDS into this round, give them that little bit of edge that they needed. But Diffuser, such a key player so far, does have the vertical. Can they find Brede though? They're trying to spray through the smoke, but no, he's going to be able to stick the plant. They find one down the hatch, but it's a 1v2 now for Gaveni.
Two of them on the same angle. Gaveni with everything left to do here. He might go, and he does, for the pickup, but they've rotated their way around. The blind's on the player, the pinch from above. Brede's got the lockdown. They slip their way through just on the inside of the door. It's a dangerous place to fight. The cover's there. They're spraying which way? But that way. Brede gets one, a 1 versus 1, but with 17 seconds and Astoria stairs to go through, Brede has to wait. He has to listen, and he has to do what he does best.
Patience, again, wins the day, right? Not getting too crazy in that post plan. It was well orchestrated. For a moment, I thought they were hitting top floor when they were scattered across 2 floors. I was like, what's going on, guys? But they make it work. They get that top floor control. They get the plant inside of smoke. And that's where you see Beast Coast paying that price. Spirits being dead early means no warden on side was there to give a response. Brede. I like that one.
No question who the crowd are backing, at least in that area. A lot of BDS support, of course, being EU. I think they've certainly, been adopted. We got users as well on there. The whole Manchester crowd is keen to see them win, but Shaco, a little bit unlucky there. That's the sort of timing that I know a lot about in Siege, and I'm sure everybody at home does as well. I'm just going to do this on the stairs. Oh, I've been shot from Garen.
Obviously they go. How did they know? Well, they knew. BDS, they've been razor sharp these opening couple of rounds. It's a creativity on their attacks that we were kind of missing on Skyscraper. The amount of times they found themselves sort of stewing, trying to approach, trying to build in, and then here, there's a quick change. Plan A's falling apart. Hit Plan B. Plan B, we're starting to stutter. Plan C's already in motion. BDS came back firing.
Surprising no one, I'm sure. We find ourselves down in the basement for this round. The Solis on side once again. And so once more, Shaiko shows that respect, the IQ coming along, I imagine, not strictly for the Solus, but it does help. More looking in towards those black eyes coming out from Gaveni. Get rid of that info that's going to be scattered out and about around the map. And with the aggression currently shown by Beast Coast, BDS are going to have to do a full map clear here. They need Solotov to stay alive, as realistically, he is their only vertical destruction outside of maybe wager of a DMR, outside of Leak of Fat, but they're not really built for that. It's why you want the Ram.
Going to be taking the peek into yellow at the minute. Shaiko just very aware. We saw Beast Coast on Skyscraper, happy to play at the boundaries, happy to play out of the breach, happy to get aggressive out of the map, and BDS obviously reading into that, and they're going to have absolutely none of it. But Gunnar, he's going to have none of Solotov as he manages to find that opener with the Ram. As you say, a lot of vertical destruction has been lost there. Yes, they can target the Malusi. Yes, they can try and find the kill. They will be unsuccessful. A little bit of damage done to Spirits, but it doesn't matter when Hot and Cold's there to pick up Shaiko.
Just all over the shop, aren't they? Shaiko's trying one thing, you got someone else trying to hit bottom yellow, and they're being picked off one at a time. It's just mad. And up on the top floor, you've still got a couple of players running around for Beast Coast. So BDS have tried to shortcut their way towards site here, and so far, Beast Coast have dealt with it ridiculously well.
They have themselves inside the verticality, and they can put pressure down towards pipes, down towards the back end, but with no control above, they're still cautious. As you said, they haven't got themselves locked in. The 1 versus 1, though, is given to them. Diffuser. A rare mistake today is made, and unfortunately for them, Licky Fat was more than ready to pounce, but we need the breach pressure to come through from Brede. We need that coverage of those smokes on the back end of users as well. That is what BDS is trying to cook with right now.
But they've got the ward, and Hot and Cold's also got a C. They've got C4s for days essentially here that they can toss Sky with at any moment. Beast Coast are playing this and saying, look, you guys want to execute with a very, very light lineup. We got C4s at the ready.
They don't want to get carried away and pull those triggers too soon, because C4s are a great way of defending this side. Not only for the vertical, there you go. He finds his man, users taken down. But as we see, the Nitro's great for defending on the vertical, but also for stopping potential plants inside of this site as well.
Great grenade that forces the player out from the pipes position. Beast Coast has been battered back towards the kitchen and just has to look towards it. But with the kit rotating for Brede, and with Brede all that's left, he has to do the fight here from the cheeky place towards the pillar. Wants the plant, wants the fight, it's been offered, and it's been fed.
So well defended by Beast Coast. I mentioned those C4s. 2 kills in the 3v3. All they got to do is sit back, play behind the mirror windows, let BDS be the ones to come forward onto you. I think BDS have just fed it a bit too easy there. So many 1v1s coming through in the round.
Can only assume that there was some Valkyrie cameras or even just one upstairs that was feeding that intel back in as well, because just such accuracy with those nitros, just pulling them at exactly the right time to punish BDS. Beast Coast then getting themselves around on the board, and not too soon. The last thing they wanted was BDS being able to lock in that entire sort of offensive rotation, going through those 3 rounds, getting a win on every side, and really putting them backs to the wall. As it is, they've managed to lock one down, and it really gives them something to work with now.
They've got the start. They've got themselves, you said, the building. It was a lockdown. We've sort of complimented the lead-in before of the ways they've had things go wrong and how they've pulled things together.
Is he clapping or touching his hair? I can't tell. It's like brushing it out of his face, and then one clap, and then brush.
I don't understand how Mulletman's been able to get so much heat. 3 days. This is our first cast in this arena. It's like, oh, okay, we're catching up.
Yeah, we certainly are. We certainly are. Right. Round 4 is going to be Beast Coast looking to get their second defense here this time. Going back to that split site. So we saw them play it back in the first round unsuccessfully. BDS were able to get the win. They just weren't able to stand up to the map clearance, essentially, of BDS. They were able to get in, clear areas. We saw Leakerfact with those fights around vending, just winning kills, creating space. So it's something definitely that Beast Coast need to do better here to make sure they're not losing manpower.
It's going to be that full map clear once again, though, right? They've got to worry about everything here. For me, last time around, it was users on that backstab through blue that really did a lot of damage, and that's what I'm looking out for. If they get themselves into a key position to try and catch someone out, then wonderful. But at least we've got to change around of operators, right? It's not users on the ace. This time around, it's Leakerfact.
A very quick, sharp bit of pressure here from Leakerfact, who's looking to try and find the back end of the diffuser. Red and pulled towards him, and he just pulls himself back towards the site. Now, without the ping, it's a little bit trickier to take the 2-wall spray through, and as the connection comes against it, surely the calls will come out of, they're kind of knocking on the door. We might need a bit of a retake across the top that Gunner's being caught out of. They're being held in positions. BDS, they're just sort of making a little bit of a wave in the space and saying, this is how we're driving the boat through.
The need now to really start finding some kills. They're halfway through the round, and that's going to open things up. It's going to create that space for them, but as it stands, haven't had that opportunity. But I don't think they're too worried themselves. Solotov just gets caught out of the window, though, and that is not ideal. As I said, BDS needed to be finding those, needed to be creating that space, but as it is, they lose the twitch. I imagine a lot of the work, a lot of the util clearance should already have been taken care of by this point in the round, but still, that loss of Solotov is not going to sit well for BDS.
They just can't keep Beast Coast down. They're so mobile around the map, but they're always springing some kind of surprise on BDS, who are playing so separate that there's no ability for a trade. In comes a nade off the back of it as well, going to find themselves. Very rare that you see a frag nade kill these days, but it's down to 4v4.
Diffuser, he's so close to the chance of the swing, but he needs the support from his teammates before he tries to hit back at BDS. So they hold and wait and bay and hope that maybe the call towards any explosives or just any sort of aggression up might be that netting reward. He's holding the angle. There's the moment. There's another frag grenade, and there's the chance at the plant inside again. They have these pings, but without the spray and the connection, free day on his day, free to plant. He's escaping. A sliver of health, and even less on Gaveni as Jesus gets the drop.
Beast Coast were just so reliant on those verticals, but it couldn't get the job done. It couldn't stop Brede putting the case down. He finds a kill in the post plant as well, and it's all up to Houghton. He's in a 1v3. He's got back up at least to be able to fight on a level with BDS, but it's most likely going to be too little, too late. As Shaiko, he finds the final kill, and BDS have woken up in this grand final in Manchester.
And much more team-based play. It's the one thing that I said earlier on was missing. It felt like at times they were just being picked up in separate 1v1s, but that execute there was such a more together BDS than what we've seen across the last few rounds. Outside of losing Solotov immediately, they get that initial kill back elsewhere with users, right? But for me, it's about the execute. 3 players hitting the site together, nades on the downstairs, forcing players to run and holding crossfires onto him. That's the BDS that we've seen throughout this tournament, being able to isolate individual players and punish them. More of that if they want to carry on this level of success in this half, But Beast Coast, they've got the timeout, Tim. And we've seen some fettuccine magic throughout this tournament.
It's our first one. It's our first one of this series so far. Obviously, we sort of played throughout for Beast Coast side, and they were so in control. And you said, you know, the magic he's been able to bring towards this roster and the power that he's had in getting those sort of the team energized. How do you bring that back in here?
Yeah, there's certainly going to have to be some bold words, because the problem at the minute that they're facing as well is not only are BDS waking up, the crowd are really waking up as well. There's a lot of noise here in the arena for BDS, in support of BDS, and you can see that the players are starting to feed off that a little bit. We spoke about it.
Oh, Mullet wins the rock, paper, scissors contest.
Undefeated.
Now I'm learning why he's turned into the villain.
Obviously, someone can be successful and then get called a wanker for being successful.
You know, we talk about underdog stories, and we talk about people, sometimes you love to see them succeed.
Is this going to be a mullet man underdog story?
No. It's going to be the fact that
one man came back in a rock, paper, scissors competition.
Mullet man has played everybody here because he's taken the heat off of Beast Coast. He's like, don't boo them, boo us, boo me.
He's becoming the shield. He's becoming the shield in between the boos.
It's like all the arrows going into his back. He lets Beast Coast play, but
they're loving it.
Exceptional.
The chants are in full force.
As I said, the crowd waking up could have a big impact. You know, on BDS, we came in saying they're a team that can get a little bit quiet sometimes. Sometimes they need that player to feed a bit of energy, and it's usually Leafak to be vocal, to get involved, but it can't all come down to Leafak all the time. And the crowd doing that job for him as well is going to be a big boost. They can't necessarily hear everything that's going on, but they'll feel it. They'll know that the crowd is behind them. They'll see them jumping up, and it could well just give BDS that energy that they need.
They like the look of a clash here as well. We've seen a few frustrating clashes. However, it also invited a certain BDS player to get off a pretty big clutch playing against the operator just yesterday. Interesting. I'm not saying it's going to be the same story here, but
you never know.
It's going to change things up, and you never know. Overall, though, again, it comes down to the Ying. Every time you see the Ying, that's what your eyes have really got to be following. Where are they pushing? And equally, where is the Warden on the other side? Because most things end up centralizing around. One, where the diffuser is, and two, where the Ying is dropping that utility.
Here comes the break across the top. They're trying to bait the approach here. Users more than ready for the swing round, but nobody's quite active on the back end. Solotov, he's in, he's cutting the hold in half.
Breeder's moving in through Closet with the diffuser in hand here. He's trying to find a little bit of space, a little backstab. Leakify manages to pick up the trade onto Gavarni. He manages to get a second as well. He continues to be the tip of the spear for BDS. Shaiko goes in, he's traded out immediately, but he does the damage that they need.
3 versus 2 at this point, and Beast Coast have battered back against this many, many times. So BDS, they take a pause, a breath. They've rested control of the top floor at this point, and they can start seeing about that pocket of space. But with a couple of smoke canisters still in their ground, with some Goyo canisters as well, they have to make sure that the 2 versus 2 is clean.
I think that was a real bait execute on the top floor there. I know that the site is on that first floor, but they were baiting for the top floor. It's why you had Candelas going in to the extreme. Oh, Leakifak rolls that one to perfection. He's a pro bowler as well. Spirits gets one back though. He's already found himself 2. Can he get 2 more?
Breeder, he's going to be getting the diffuser down. He sticks it. That is job done for BDS, almost certainly. As Spirits, he's trying to just find any angle he can. They're on very close to each other at the minute. This could be a big risk. There's an opportunity for Spirits to pick them both up at the same time, but they've created space now, and that's perfect from Breeder and Leakify.
Through the fire and the flames and the smoke, they find ground. BDS held on to the tail end of that, and you got to give credit. They saw the space and it was almost bit back in. They didn't have the greatest place to stand for the execute in the end, but still there's, after the timeout, 4 rounds to 1.
Like I said, I think that top hit was bait. They flooded inside of the office almost exclusively. Meeting wasn't really hit. And I think what they were going for was, oh, let's get Beast Coast to scramble. That's why you saw a delay before any movement started from the side of BDS. They were trying to draw them into looking downwards, assuming an execute would come in below whilst they were all flashed out. And sure enough, they push in. Brede gets one. They pick up a couple around long desk. It's almost like forcing rats out of their nest and catching them as they run into the waiting arms. Really good execute.
It was beautiful, like you say, just make a load of noise over here while the real threat is over there. And the real threat, of course, in that situation was Brede and Leakifax. So great stuff from BDS to get themselves round 5 lockdown, 4-1 on the scoreboard now, and they are back in this one. Beast Coast have already taken Skyscraper 7-4, as you'll see at the top of your screen, but BDS, they are here to play, they are here to win, and it's been a great consulate from them so far.
I mean, you can see why they picked it. I spoke about this earlier on. For me, it was a lower down press map. It looked they were picking into Beast Coast's weakness. But whether that's the case or not, they look very comfortable. Again, the one thing I would probably look at on the BDS side is around how they've executed onto individual players. They've lost players in a few silly little places. It's understandable. You're on the biggest stage. You're in front of this crowd. There's a lot working against you.
First time we find ourselves here on the top floor as well, and they've got that shield, and they're sort of not taking chances. This time, the Clash is that first point of contact. They're baiting them in, they're going for the draw. And this one, I can understand not wanting here as the first take because it's a little bit done. It's trodden. You know the top yellow, you know the pressure, but they keep losing where BDS is coming from, so go back to this default.
I thought they'd have Grim on side. That's normally what Usus will bring along here. But they've got the Twitch specifically because there's Goyo on the other side. Everything will slow down if they can't get rid of them. And we've already seen Usus send in one shot drone top yellow and lose it. Diffuser hits the deck. Crucially, the Warden is offline. Brede now, he is super powered.
Solotov picking up that entry then, taking down Diffuser and leaving them in a 5 versus 4. BDS can certainly slow things down a little bit here. They've still got a minute 40 to work with. Just consolidate what you've got, get the drones in, see who is where. That's not an ideal next move. Gunnar is going to be, that's not the consolidation I was looking for, I'm going to be honest. Gunnar picking up Leakifax, so, but it's just the Ash. It's not the end of the world in terms of utility.
What we need to have right now is that start long war of attrition as Shaiko says, I'm not sitting around for a long war, but gets instantly into his own, hot and cold. Steps up, more than ready. It doesn't matter how blind or revealed he gets. He's a Clash with a shield in his face that can play this at arm's length. They've been able to get themselves inside the building, and there's no C4s for the immediate removal. But if they can try and isolate the Clash, which they are, cut in half for a 1 versus 2, Brede. He's got it all to do here. The single fights on the back end. They haven't pushed in because how much time there is. The first bit of pressure to a man in a box either side. It's an important one to win, but it's around the Rosies, and they've slipped to a rotate break from Beast Coast.
Gunnar and Gaveni, a dynamic duo in that round. They really did take all the sting out of BDS's tail there. Nothing could be done because they just found kill after kill. Great stuff from Beast Coast to hold on to the round.
Ooh, it's enough. These are the moments I talk about on that last map. Who goes huge when required most? This round it's Gunnar, unsurprisingly. Big on the first map, even bigger here so far. Really is proving himself to be him. The thing is, Tim, a couple of days ago, I remember saying that's a life game from Gunnar. He'll never have that kind of series again. He was, what, 28-5 or something ridiculous? Absolutely popped off. Here, at least, he's putting up another one of those performances. It doesn't matter too much about the kills, though, because right now, his team is down. 4-2. Switch sides, Beast Coast on the attack. Let's see what their consulate, one of their normal perma bans, looks like.
I think this is the sort of story that when we talk about comebacks, right? It was the other day where they were able to cement enough in a sort of side. They don't have that break to build behind them.
Gunnar was, you know, we say about Gunnar really coming online the last couple of games. So far, quarter-final and semi-final. You say one was a life game, but between those two games, 42 to 25. 42 kills to 25 deaths between the quarter-final and semi-final, along with 7-2 on entry. Gunnar has stepped up on the main stage. There is no question about it. He has been absolutely activated by this crowd, by this environment, by the pressure. Everything has suited him to a T.
But what was different is Diffuser on this map, Des.
What we were talking about before, right? One player can go nuclear, but if they drop off, what happens next? And everyone looks at this BDS side and says, okay, when a couple of players are quiet, you've got 3 others that can go massive. You know, the front line of Solotov, Leakifax, Shaiko, and Uzis. Most teams will kill to have that as their front line, and Brede punching up in the back as well. But on the other side here, yes, Diffuser is quiet, but the biggest line I always say about a game of Siege, Tim, is...
There's 2 halves to a game of Siege, Des.
Thank you. You're going to have to better the voice line at some point. But it's true, because things could now drastically turn around. Let's not forget, Diffuser got most of his kills last map in those first 3 rounds.
They are still resting some of the control on the top, and remember how it also built was things don't look like they're going well for Beast Coast. Old Diffuser's insight and he's killed 2 or 3 people. This is a sort of similar map, but there's a lot less known about it in terms of the way they're played onto it. Solotov's caught by 1, Gaveni is traded back out, but confirm it with the C4. Don't risk the follow through, get out of there.
You have no idea who's on what window if you go anywhere near admin at that point. You could lose your life trying to get it and make it ultimately a 2 for nothing when that player gets revived. So it looks like a waste of a C4. It's absolutely not. The Ram is off the board. They cannot get as many vertical holes opened up. The blessing being, of course, you've got Buck on side. Diffuser's the one now you look to say, right, you're the one to get in position and do some work. Open the hole in the floor and get C4. That is a painful way to spend your evening.
Absolutely beautiful from Brede there. Just using what I'd call direct intel. Doesn't need a cam, doesn't need a call out. Just watches for that hole to be blasted open and bang, pulls the trigger. Spirits, he's chasing his man down though. He's gonna find Shaiko. 3 versus 3, and that gives Beast Coast yellow stairs. They're established at the bottom now. They can start looking to pressure on into sight, but with 50 seconds left to go, and Brede is still safely tucked away behind a mirror window, this is going to be a tough push.
There's the single player above, but they cannot give control of the verticality, so it turns into a bit of a weirdly shaped 3 versus 2. Spirit's going to see if he can get the cover. There is obviously the single flash to try and get the drive and the pressure from above, but it's not quite fully connecting with any BDS player. They are not giving them the full engagement.
We had a mirror of this back in the first half where it was 3 versus 3, if you remember. We saw Beast Coast get those 2 C4 kills. BDS are not going to have the same fortune here. Leakifat's coming in behind. He's massive.
They're re-resting that verticality. There's the kill onto the drop at the bottom, and a 2 versus 1 out of nowhere. The kid is isolated. Hotland's trying to find a single fight, but they have made the quickest French exit you've ever seen. Cut round the corner, nothing to give.
Leakifight wins the round there with super smart play. Just getting himself back upstairs, reclaiming that verticality. And Beast Coast, you got questions to answer there. They had no idea that he was coming. No flank draw, no flank watch. It could well have been good work from BDS to clear that out earlier in the round, but they just didn't have any idea that it was coming, and it really knocked them for 6.
We have a mullet man on our team now, Tim.
We've got a mullet off.
Oh, it's a mullet off. How do we get that as a head-to-head?
Ian will find a way. Ian will find a way.
Well,
they need a little bit of support now. Beast Coast, I think, down 5-2. That is a pretty punishing scoreline.
Yep. It's been sudden as well. This BDS is reinvigorated. They were a little bit lost, a little bit sort of wobbly in the first map, and what Beast Coast were brilliant. Their reactiveness towards what was put ahead of them, their way of rotating, pulling back in. You flip the script in this map. Beast Coast, they're now looking a little bit out of their depth, unfortunately.
Absolutely love the little shots that we get on the end of the replays there, just showing the absolute passion amongst the fans here in Manchester. Absolutely everybody that I've had the pleasure to speak to over the weekend has just been absolutely oozing dedication and passion to this game, and just loving the opportunity to be here and see it in person. The atmosphere has been electric and will continue to be so if BDS keep this up for sure.
You always feel like go one of 2 ways with the UK crowd. Either they are the loudest buggers in the world, or they're really quiet. But I think when the crowd gets going, when you got Tom J. Sherlock sat there getting you all amped up, you can't be quiet for long.
You can't help it. The drones are going to go in there. Spirits is going to be the one. We've seen this previously with him droning and then trying to work off that information. It doesn't always make them the most reactive. Nade goes in, it finds its target. It was there to clear out the Vulcan canister. It was about just getting rid of that utility early, opening up your options for later on in the round.
I think one's got to be the Amaru here. I mean, you look at this lineup and think, all right, then are we going to see a Ying coming along for this site? And the answer is no. They've chosen not to go for it. Yet for this kind of execute, it's normally a must bring. You can do it with just a Grim, but it definitely gets made easier by a couple of smokes and Candelas coming in as well. But here we go, standard plan coming in, and they've got everything grimmed out.
They're going to try to keep a hold of this. Hot and Cold looks like he may be able to. Air jab 1, air jab 2, does the business, but he has to go again because he lifted off. Brede taken down. The cover is there. Gunnar Gaveni, they are doing big numbers for Beast Coast over the last couple of rounds, and Solotov now in a 1 versus 5. Let's throw on a Deimos scan. Let's throw some flashbangs in. Let's just make it a little bit more difficult for him.
I mean, what do you do?
That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. Bit of a tragic sort of end there, but it was a sort of textbook approach.
I've said this before about Deimos. Deimos is one of those operators whose power just ramps up at the end of the round. I'd put him in there with operators like Clash potentially, who can be super, super powerful at the end of the round. As soon as you get into that X versus 1 situation, the 3v1, 2v1, if one of those is Deimos, you've just basically got constant information on the one who's left alive.
I don't know, I wouldn't quite say it's trash so far today. 9-5 on this map, as mentioned, 13 kills on the prior. Putting up some numbers, and Tim, this is that crucial round 9 we often speak about. Are we going to 6-3, or are we going to 5-4?
It can be so defining for these games. We saw it in the first map on Skyscraper, and we saw that Beast Coast were able to get round 9-1, get themselves onto map point, and from there it was plain sailing.
Just being caught, bounced around like a ping pong ball.
Back and forth, you send the first person in, and you expect that to be cleared, but... Hello, users top.
Hello, random person with glasses.
Des, is that what you said? Des, I'm casting with you.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I thought you'd known each other a while. I didn't think he was the step in, but the step up, as you said.
Siege is a horror game when Solus is chasing you drones down. You can't convince me otherwise.
Not for long.
Not for long. Yep, that will be a big change to see, of course, how that affects pro play moving forwards, because in this game, she's been present, I think, in like at least 75% of defensive rounds. There were 3 on the last map where she wasn't picked up by Beast Coast. But you cannot deny the work that she's been doing to take away intel, like already. 5 drones taken off board, barely any out on the field right now. It does slow down attacking teams massively.
Bit of a bite on that front door that didn't net anything, because that first taste of each other seems to be the most important at this moment in time. They are building momentum behind it. Again, Beast Coast timeout is long since been used on this map.
Won't be able to see those drones soon.
Yeah, won't be able to see Spirits either. Gone. There's the trade back. Gaveni does get Solotov, finally finds the end to the front door player, and as they try and drive them back in, there's still not a second pinch yet. Gaveni has to go up, has to rotate.
It's good work from Beast Coast there. They know where Solotov is, they know where the movement's going to be, and they've got a gun in position and ready to deal with that. Leveling things out again at 4 versus 4. But on the flip side, BDS, they're looking pretty comfortable at the minute. They're not really being pushed around too much. The admin-sided push hasn't really moved across too far yet. Beast Coast are just getting stuck over there a little bit. They're not moving too quickly across this top floor.
Efac's been the one again. The Solus on the last map was mainly played by him, and it's a similar story here, I imagine, throughout most of this half. Only seen a couple of rounds of it so far, but he's the one who's doing a bit of work, running around, finding out who's sat on drones and where. Because if nothing else, seeing that a player's out on drone on the south side window, you know they want to get up on a window rappel at some point and start making their ingress in towards the map. It just feeds that bit of info back to the team as to what's going on.
They've got themselves lined up, wrapped around the front door of the site, but the fight is this one. Again, the verticality, the cost that needs to be paid and the attention towards it. Now, Brede's locked in and holding out, but if they can force them off the watched angles, Hot and Cold can try and slip their way in and use the back of the shield. He's got attention paid on the back. There's a goo mine behind him. He is now stuck to a degree inside the site itself, but the cover is good, and the plant attempt is just as it's being forced back. They cannot cement it. Hot and Cold goes down. Efac has the connection.
Absolutely huge from him there, just shutting down that attempt to put the diffuser down, but Users is closed out. That's going to be Gaveni again. Him and Gunnar just consistently going time and time again and finding those kills. 15 seconds left to go though, and Beast Coast, they need to make a move. They need to get that diffuser, but Brede, he's going to let him absolutely nowhere near it. Leakerfact manages to join the party as well. It's over as diffuser gets seen from below. Surely not. Leakerfact, please, just shoot. Just shoot.
I said it at the start The first bite is important. It turns into a fight. And it was a sandwich of destruction at the end there, Des.
That's exactly what I was going to say. They had a player in basement, one up on top floor, and you have Beast Coast just like, so what now, guys? As we try and make any plant attempt happen, there's a Solus downstairs. They have to send the Ash down. But the clock was too low for it to be able to take it slowly or to send a drone down there as well. Just really good clock management by BDS. And now Beast Coast, they've lost that round. They've lost the round 9 we spoke about. There's a 3-round gap they've got to work through now.
I like
another
how...
failed pint in the
Another fail. Is that probably Parker?
No, I don't think so.
I like how we have Mullet Man on one side, but also just generically the French are being booed as well, even though people are cheering for BDS. This...
Man.
A little bit of a reload.
I still remember when Cass with Doki was saying, like, Cass was like, oh my God, it's like, I didn't realize how close so many things were. Like, someone passes by and you got a matter of pixels between you and them on a doorway. And he was just like, it's crazy seeing it from that perspective. And obviously we see how close things get, but they don't know that inside the server.
Crowd in Manchester certainly waking up along with BDS here.
Didn't they know that the clash yesterday was between City and United in London and not here?
I don't think they did. I don't think they care.
They brought that energy here today.
I don't think they care. They're all about this matchup, and right now, they're all about BDS. Happy to see their side getting back into things here. 6-3, they won that all-important round 9 days. They've got themselves the map point opportunity, and that would level things up 1-1 on the overall scoreline. It would be huge. BDS, it feels like throughout this tournament, a little bit of a confidence team. They need that energy up. They need those wins, and this could really catapult them into it.
This is the problematic trade, though. If they're being adventurous outside, well, who's inside the site? Oh, only users. Currently now, they're not a million miles away, but if this is something where the snappy attacks of Beast Coast can come through, they can be huge. Hey, what's this? A little bit of free intel, but it's a long run round. The bait and the play, and they're waiting, saying, oh, no one's on this door, this is safe. Uh-oh, you've been targeted. Now the position's a pinch that he wins out anyway. Gets rid of Gaveni, Gunner's a step too late, and what a moment that might be defining for this round.
Gunner was just a bit too late to the party. That's when you want that better team play to cut things out. Makes that move as he realizes he stepped off the drone and gone for the rappel himself. Really well timed from Solotov, and again, patience wins the day.
Sometimes it just feels like the game starts working in your favor. You feel like if Solotov goes for that on Skyscraper, he probably gets traded or he gets killed before he finds his man. But now BDS have got that bit of momentum all of a sudden. You know what? Yep, it's a freebie. I'm going to run out and get it. And BDS, they are taking advantage of it right now. But Gunner, he says, not just yet. Manages to find Shaiko, takes down the Legion. That's going to be some goo mines lost along the way. Picks up a second, knows that Solotov is coming, and hits him with a beauty.
They're trying to solve the problem, but it's just drawing more attention and bodies users. I said he was that back line, and now he's at the forefront of the fight itself. Gunner goes down. Brede has the coverage. There's a quick rotate round towards the open breach to try and pick up the pieces of a diffuser in the middle of the site itself. Users tucked round the back with the cross of his own. They're trying to just get a semblance of a BDS player, but now with the man advantage, they force the fight perfectly. Beautiful pinch.
Again, a 2 versus 1 coming out from Beast Coast. The team play has been fantastic on this map so far, even if they are behind by a good few rounds. In a 2 versus 2, though, and 35 seconds to go, Liekevak and Brede do the same as last time. They'll just play this round out to the clock, Tim.
Spirits, he's got that scan. He can try to find his man through there, but Brede is smart. He's not going to give anything away. He's going to keep himself in behind that reinforcement. Liekevak, he's looking to challenge around the corner. He's being scanned by the Deimos, but Brede, he backs him up. He's got his teammate. He takes them down with a nitro and a shotgun, and BDS take that too.
An exceptional return to form for BDS. They refound their footing, refound their definition, and found themselves that map to bring us back to one apiece.
We had a few predictions of this being a 3-0 towards BDS, but right now, it feels like we've really got a series on our hands.
Top 5, anyone?
Oh, give me all of them. Don't we have records to break?
There are a few. Most definitely a few. And I'm sure more will come as we go along as well. Let's go down to the desk, though, with Milos and the guys.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, we are back. It's tied up 1-1. no doubt whatsoever in our French squad in BDS, right, Jesse?
Absolutely not, Milos. Both teams taking their map pick pretty confidently, which is nice to see from BDS, bouncing back with this really strong pick. And I talked about how they looked a little bit nervous on some of their attacks in the last map. This map, that wasn't the case. They were so confident, getting in, clearing a lot of those roamers from Beast Coast who wanted to play all over the map, but just didn't have the space.
I asked for improvements in team play. I asked for improvements in communication, and that came through, particularly on their attacks, but also in the defense, managing those situations at the end. How many 2 versus 2s? You see it now in the replay, you saw it in the very last round there, that they were able to manage out 2-round victory.
2 key factories went into this. They were shutting down Diffuser. They had a phenomenal performance the last match. He went 2-9 to close this out. And then Bride on the defensive half, locking down those sites, setting his team up for success. All around, wonderful game from BDS.
I'm sorry to say, 4 rounds on attack on console? That's insane!
Yeah, breaking the record of undefeated on defense. Of course, there was only 1 map that they held that on, but still really impressive stuff. And when I remember talking to Froshi, actually in the back lines, the analyst for Beast Coast, about these maps right after he did the bans. And he said, you know what, Consulate we're a little worried about, but we start on defense. It should be fine. It wasn't fine.
No, and I think that's the big thing. You'll always take a Consulate being start on defense. But yeah, no, it didn't come through.
I mean, best bet here, it's 1-1. You got to reset again, go into the next match.
All right, let us then reset. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Manchester. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, it's map number 3.
back to the Blast R6 Manchester Major Grand Final. It is one apiece. BDS, Beast Coast. Who's going to take it? Time will tell. I am deep in this amazing crowd. Are we having a good time, Manchester? I think that's a solid yes. I am joined by not one, not two, but 3 BDS fans. How are we feeling going into map 3?
BDS going to take this one. BDS, Moga. BDS all the way.
BDS all the way here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, they might have somebody called Gunner, but we have 5 Gunners.
I like there as well. Sir, can BDS get over the finish line here? Do you think this is going to be a 5-map series?
Well, it'd make it more intense if it was a 5-map series, but BDS will finish it 3-1, hopefully.
You've got something with you. I've seen it in the crowd a couple of times. Can we just show this to the camera? This might get a reaction. Let's see. So you've got... Do you want me to hold these? Okay. 3. So he's got 3 fans in his hand here. And then... Oh, that's cold. That's cold. All right. Let's find out. I think there's a few more Beast Coast fans in here than 3, but Milos, back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian, and seems like we're ice cold for this one, though. Let's get back to it. We have our 3rd map, and we're tied up 1-1. After a lot of effort, BDS bring it back for a tie.
Yeah, they take down Beast Coast, and with that, they break a 9-map win streak, meaning they deny Beast Coast double digits in terms of map 1 in a row. And this is the first time we've really seen Beast Coast get tested. It's their first loss on a stage this big, so we really have to find out, how do they react?
You know, we've talked about players needing to reset their mentals. I need to reset mine. I've never been chirped by a crowd more in my life. But the plus note going into this Beast Coast map is Beast Coast have seen BDS play Chalet, most recently beating Secret 7-5. So you got to feel good going into this match that you know exactly how BDS is going to play.
They might have seen them play Chalet, but they also saw them win on Chalet. In fact, BDS have actually become Chalet merchants. I would say since their inclusion of adding in the man on your screen there, Solotov, and then users as well, their Chalet has gotten better and better and better. And the one thing about BDS is now they're heating up. Chalet's a map where they'll get a lot of gunfights and a lot of individuality.
You're not wrong at all, Jack. In fact, 4-0 current record with this lineup for BDS. They are undefeated on Chalet since making these moves.
All right, gentlemen, I think we are all set. We'll see if Chalet will change things up. But, Manchester, are we ready? Yeah, that's all you need. Let's give it back to our casters.
I see you're in on the phone hype train here as well, Milos, but I think everyone's in this series hype train right now. 1-1, both teams showing what they got a little bit. Where it goes from here is anyone's guess.
Do you have a guess?
I don't have a guess. Honestly, it is absolutely anybody's right now. It's on a knife edge. The one thing that I would say, Beast Coast, we haven't seen, it's a little bit unfair to sort of think of them as like less experienced. You know, obviously BDS have won a major before, but Hot and Cold, he's been around the block. He knows what it's all about. But I just look at it, they haven't lost a map in Manchester on the main stage yet. That's the first one they've lost. So now the question is, how are Beast Coast going to respond to losing a map? Are they gonna wilt? Are they gonna shrivel? Or are they gonna come back strong? Are they gonna go in there fighting and try to really claw this back?
What else can they do? We just saw a massive return to form from the side of BDS, right? They knew where they needed to go, they knew the game that they had, and they know how they've been able to bring it. Beast Coast have that game. They've been tested, fine. But they've been tested for the first time after winning and winning and winning on this stage.
The blessing is they're going in towards Chalet as well, which when you look at it by the numbers at the very least, is their favorite map. They're 2-0 on it. They almost never ban it away. It's always been the decider map in their series. They haven't always got to playing it as that decider, but they are more than happy to go to Chalet at any time. And I think here with it being their second map pick, it shows that strength too. The key thing to note is the further we go into this series, the more you're getting down to the kind of dregs of the map preferences, right? You start with your strong maps, things get a bit more watered out until you sort of end on that decider map that is a good map for both teams. Chalet, for me at least, still leans very heavily towards Beast Coast.
And it comes at the perfect time for them. As I've said, they've lost the map first time. How do they respond? Well, we're better to respond than your best map. They've got everything in front of them here. It's still so closely split on the socials. It's closely split here on the caster desk. Nobody has any idea where this is going.
Well, there's only one way to find out which way this third one goes. Chalet is going to be our next battleground between Beast Coast and BDS. Who's breaking the deadlock? Let's find out right now. In we go. The Chalet with Beast Coast starting on the defense.
We get the joy of breaking this ice. We get the joy of returning to what is technically a best of 3, shaping and shaving the way across. Ying.
Okay.
It's first.
They've not planned the way that the KB. No, the Ying is the change here. And again, I mentioned this a bit on that last map. BDS love playing on the operator. Are we going to see it taken away at any point? The answer is yes. Monty, no surprise, coming out again, a target ban against Hot and Cold. I think BDS here believe that it is still a crutch operator for them when they get a bit lost on the attack. It's trying to force them into solutions, and normally that's going to involve the blitz, let's be honest.
Yeah, we've already seen it. We know that Beast Coast are a good shield team. We've seen some really good use of that blitz from Hot, and he got himself in. He wasn't overly aggressive, which I think can be a little bit of a failing of some blitzers sometimes, is they just want to get right in the faces of their enemies, and sometimes that works, but sometimes it's an overextension, whereas Houghton, he just played his time perfectly, waited for the moment. So honestly, taking the Monty away from him, fine, but you're pushing him onto the blitz. It's the best of a bad situation, really.
And you leave the Solus up again, right? I get it for Beast Coast. They don't want to play against Fenrir. They don't want to chance it. BDS do play it from time to time. It's not the most picked defender for any player, but I think it's still that respect of, we just don't want to see Fenrir getting picked up here. That does mean you will probably see in the second half, Leakyfak out again on that Solus, causing absolute mayhem, because Chalet is another map where there is so much soft floor and so much soft destruction that you can work with that, well, why wouldn't you play it when you can?
Coming into this map as well, the difference that we get is a lot of these firefights are a lot smaller than the previous 2 that we've had. Skyscraper, it's big, it's vast, it's long routes and rotations you've got to take to find the back end. Consulate as well, similar sort of story, you can be direct, but think about all the long runs we've had here. You're only ever really 1-2 corners away from the main engagement in a fight itself. You can get yourself there very quick, and that's something that I think might bring Beast Coast back into this very well.
I think a big test will be seeing if the diffuser goes down in this round. At this major, every time we have seen this map played, a third of the time we've seen the diffuser going down. And BDS are up there, to be fair, next to Beast Coast as one of the highest plant percent teams.
So I'm immediately looking at the lineup for BDS here, and I'm seeing single hard breach, and it's a little bit of a concern. There's no secondary gadgets on there. It puts a lot of pressure on Brede as that Thermite. Now, don't get me wrong, Brede, one of the best Thermite players in the world, somebody for, you know, your ranked Thermite heroes like me to look up to, but he has to get those 2 breaches right. But it also leaves you a choice, because ideally on this site, in a perfect world, you're going to breach front, even just for phantom pressure. You're going to breach trench. That's going to be your main point of ingress to get the diffuser down. But you also want to breach the bottom of West Main. You want that long angle. You want to be able to hold them out of connector to just try and give some safety for your planter. They've got to make a choice now. They can only get 2 out of 3 of those.
Got themselves inside really solidly, and then pushed Gunner back out here, just rooting these vertical players back step by step, further and further. They have the escape, and Diffuser takes it. It's good control here from BDS, but as you said, the bite is going to be on this verticality.
All 5 back on site here as well, with about 100 seconds still to play. So as far as BDS are concerned, they've done their work around the map. They've got the roam clear, forced back downstairs. That is what having the KB on side is really going to help with. Users have still got 1 call in back pocket, but you know that's being saved for the execute. That is what BDS love. He's overwhelming as a team all together.
What's more overwhelming than 12 flash grenades in your pockets? They are so ready to make this short and sharp when they do hit the site, that as soon as they've caught this, that loose thread, that attempt at the rotation, that problem they caused so much before, BDS have learned from it.
I'm just a little bit concerned about time here. 1 minute to go. Brede is still on solar repel. He's the hard breach. He's going to be the one that's looking to get them that route into sight. Leakyfak is now pushing down into trophy, but BDS have taken a long time to try and take this ground. They haven't got it yet. Users finds his man though. That needs to be the goal time, and it is goal time as BDS find 3 in quick succession.
They explode on that execute. They had the players encircled, and Beast Coast had no idea. The battle down blue forces Gaveni back in to another fight and another engagement, and they are just closing this circle step by step. Solotov goes down in the mix of a blind. There is a player for the swing, but there's only a player left. Gaveni gets one and gets himself a place to go. It looks lovely, it looks quaint, but now you're in that horrible place of a post plant.
He knows that he can't take it either as well. It's going to have to be a push down West Main. Looking for the hatch, I imagine, but out of time and out of hope here. Leakyfat's got his hold, but at the same time, there's other players ready to swing. It's a BDS classic, a three-way crossfire. Round one comfortably on their side.
Yeah, absolutely not a chance for Giovanni at the end of things there, and BDS just showing that site is more than doable. I was a little bit concerned about the lack of hard breach and the lack of time to get that done, but instead just creating situations where they were confident they could win those gunfights. We come in here thinking this is going to be a great map for Beast Coast. They're going to do fantastically well, but it's a tough start in round one.
It makes you a little bit more worried because the compliments you play towards how Beast Coast played, took maps, was their intel game was a step ahead, and their bravado was even further. It was just shut down.
This is the thing, right? And this is why you can see why they really want to keep the Dekebi band away. A great example there was Users pushing in towards Kitchen. By himself as well, let's stress on this point. The player's not going to swing in because he's tapping the phone. Users knows exactly where he is because he's tapping the phone, and he gets a free gunfight because he's tapping the phone. So you can see why this gets banned away against BDS so often. Again, 3 of their players have Dekebi in their top 3 most played operators for this reason. They use it to overwhelm. It's why she's considered so frustrating to play against. And I think at this point, Beast Coast may rue not taking that away from them.
They start with a bit of a sharp take that came with a little bit of an explosion, but I think the problem was they weren't quite aware of how BDS were building around them. They had themselves stretched, they had the idea of push-up trophy, but they didn't know that, oh, Fireplace had gone. BDS was sniffing at every single ankle hold here. Beast Coast, they just need to sort of rein their eyes in a little bit more, see if they can maybe send one to the gauntlet rather than turn it into a bit of a murder.
30 seconds into the round, we've still got a lot of setup going on for Beast Coast here, trying to hold on to Gaming and Bar this time. Gunnar is in that key position. We've seen him have some really big games over the last couple of days, and he's going to need even more here for Beast Coast. He's going to be holding on to Mezzanine for the time being. It supports the position at top blue stairs. It supports the player inside a library. It's part of that trifecta, part of that top floor defense that BDS are going to have to break down step by step.
The big one really, they're pushing in from Solar side as well, so they want to work their way down through Piano, down through Office, for example. Maybe get someone off onto the Office balcony a little bit later into the round for the side swipe in towards top floor itself. But that library control, as we all know, is so important. Maybe late round you'll see them move the diffuser over towards the window of sight itself. But for now, every BDS player is focused up on this north side of the map. They've got to chew through this setup on the top floor to kick things off, and they've got a lot of time in which to do it.
At this, the force, the pressure onto the Shield player, holding towards the top of the stairs itself, it gives them a window and makes this, any of the support structure around Rafters, so much thinner. Spirits, he's dancing a very thin line at this point. Not sure where the next swing is going to come from, but this is that BDS game I was talking about. They just keep nipping, keep biting, keep making this pressure harder and harder. The flashes come around the corner. They've got more than enough to go for the burn. Spirits gets blinded on his way back towards the hatch. Army crawls himself, but with that impact and with that force, still not a catch yet.
BDS somehow haven't managed to find that opener, and Spirits, he just looks like he's got 9 lives at the minute. He just keeps fighting on, manages to find Solotov. Users did pick up Diffuser along the way. 4 versus 4, 45 seconds left to go. And Beast Coast, they're still holding some good positions here.
But so is Users. He's driving his way down onto the Fireplace stairs because they've lost the control on the back end. They're keeping them keyed in and clued up to the hold above. They've had to send themselves down, and Shaiko sends them down further. 30 seconds now as Users is still waiting for the break, but the kit isn't quite close enough. It's gonna have to be a run from Bride to hit a hatch and get it planted. They're waiting for more security from these fights itself, but with the rotate Beast Coast have taken down towards the bottom of blue, they're sort of setting that trap they did so well on that first map of Spring and then Sprung. Here is the pressure. Bride hits that hatch. Bride gets caught in a crossfire. A 3 versus 2. As they're not able to win it out. And there it is. Beast Coast on they Sprung.
Gunnar again. Bride gets that kill. They turn around and get the plant down. Hot and Cold is very much pinned by the other players of BDS, but he wins out 2 massive kills. BDS had 2 lives to make that work, and it simply could not happen.
Crowd certainly getting behind them at any given opportunity here. Every round that they win, they are more than happy to call out, to cheer, to chant, to try and give them that energy.
Comeback time, it's 1-1, lads. Calm down.
Certainly
they've technically come back.
I'm certainly not far enough behind to be labeling this one a comeback.
You'll see this a lot now in the replays as well. Flashbangs seemingly everywhere in that round. Or maybe not, because these are all the end of round kills that you'll see coming out. As mentioned, all on him to win that. 3 chances, he gets every single one. But think about Spirits upstairs. Even with the Ying band away, still an overwhelming number of flashes coming in. Spirit spent so much of that round with a white screen. And this is what top teams can do. And G2 talk about this as well. Bringing along 12 flashes and using it as really more than 4 Candelas. You get 6 or 7, because you can cycle in a couple of flashes and suddenly you're laughing. They're 4 white screens. You've got the same sort of effect. You push in. It can be really infuriating to deal with, but Beast Coast have held on there especially well. Gunnar being the man of the moment.
How much trade will start on this building here? Again, they know how important it is. The map is getting shorter and sharper, as I said before, but it's not that Consulate was a very long sort of engagement. It's not that it sort of drove itself.
See the little bit of utility. I love that one out on the balcony. This time it's the Malusi Banshee, but they see the deployable shields there quite often as well. Again, just gives us an idea that Beast Coast are going to try to hold on to that area aggressively. They don't want to give it up, but for now, Leakerfact makes that a quick entrance in through the garage and upstairs onto mezzanine.
Do worry a bit here, because they've got no EMPs on side, right? You're going to have to make sure you're getting that above control first and then working your way through. Nearly catching him out there as well. Uses as well, the KB being gone, that's a stick. Look at his HP, he's got 1 left.
That is tragic. Gunnar, what a send. Straight through the soft, so they do get the trade, but still should have been cemented. The man who played a gun game on the game before, he gets the line, and what's the favorite line? Trying to smash their way directly through it. They want the swing.
Are you really going to take a trade for it, Akebi, for Malusi, by the way? Every day of the week, we saw the effect of users with that back in a couple of rounds ago. Without the Malusi on side, gadgets are already deployed. You can afford to still press out here and be aggressive onto BDS, knowing they're not going to hit the digits when the time comes round. Really good first pick for them. They can hold on super aggressive here.
BDS have done some good work to try and clear out this top floor, but Beast Coast, they're just refusing to give it up. They're refusing to let it go. Diffuser is still playing on the half wall. We've still got players back in master bedroom. BDS continue to work, and that is a key kill. That is critical to get BDS moving towards a plant on site.
He was a little bit trapped on that half wall, maybe overstayed his welcome and had to sort of say fight or flight. Flight all the way up. There is the 4 versus 2 now. Hotton and Spirits, they have a bit of a backline, but you're still looking at so much gadgetry on the left-hand side and so much time at the top middle.
Spirits is the big one you're looking out for here, really. I think he's in a much more comfortable position than Hotton, who's in a really aggressive and forward one. He gets picked off, and suddenly things start falling apart. BDS with 4 players on side. They've got the vertical cover. They've got the breach being watched. They've got flank watch at the ready. They are loaded for this. They've just got to pull the trigger and say go.
Oh, in fact,
good night.
Gets the tail end of that fight in an active grenade, and now it's nobody because Spirits joins his namesake.
Looking a little bit rough for Beast Coast at this point. It's only 2-1. I don't want to get carried away, but this is a map that we expect them to be really strong on. As I said, the last map that they lost, Consulate, is the first map they've lost on the main stage at Manchester. And are we going to see it impact that mentality? Are we going to see it impact that energy? If they were to chain that together with a loss on their top map of Chalet, it could well be catastrophic, Des.
Be a lot more than that, Tim. It could be that trophy going over to the European side. And this, honestly, look at his HP. Filth.
He should never get away with that.
The thing is, his first kill is beautiful. Then here, really, you want to retake top floor, knowing that you're going to have someone probably either out on Mez or on the kind of opening of the breach itself, watching that longer angle. And all BDS have had to do there again, Tim, we spoke about it on the last map, it's about patience. Let them come to you, let them play into the aggressive angles, and even without the KB on side, Beast Coast has still presented themselves and given over a few kills there that BDS will say, you know what, it doesn't get much easier than that. 2-1 up.
They're going to find
the execute down here again is going to be massive.
That's it. They're going to find themselves back down towards the basement. Remember how this was built up. It was a fantastic encircling of those 3 loose players that wanted to dabble themselves a little bit dangerously. We've got still the chance at a stretch, but you're looking at the Maestro bubbles, the Goyo, they're going to try and waste and bait as much time. It's not going to be the biggest problem of removal. However, what I want to see is a little bit less dedication towards the retake, and maybe a bit more of a stoic hold. See if you can win out some of this engagement.
Straight away, we see the boogie drones going into main lobby, so often used in there, either from mezzanine thrown down or thrown in through the main door like that. And it's just about creating that difficulty for players inside of sight. But BDS, their first priority is going to have to be getting in and clearing out this top floor realistically. They don't want to leave these players on the flank. Solotov is going to be the one to do the job. If he does that, he can then move and do more vertical work. He knows that they're inside of bathroom. He knows they're on the right. They had no idea, but I don't think he knew there was two. Gavarni is there for the trade. 4 versus 4.
Not bad to catch out the Solus, mind you. Again, the bad thing is you've lost the key operator here. You've lost the Ram. That's a lot of vertical destruction gone. You've also lost Shaiko, who, it sounds bad to say, but at this point doesn't feel like the greatest loss. It's not been him putting up the numbers.
No, and this is entirely what I kind of wanted. They're not, you know, going for these flashy moves. They're sort of holding their ground. Missed moment there, but still swings back and forth. The controller utility falls into the pocket of users.
We're going to share that as well, apparently.
I appreciate the one person who went, ooh, just for that.
But there's 4 kills that have happened here up in Piano. The site, let's not forget, is downstairs. Everything's been going off on the moment. It's been about these weird 1v1s, catching each other out. It's not quite been the hyper-structured team play that maybe we're used to seeing. At least there has come back to bite them. 3v3, though, I think Beast Coast will be happy because you've taken away 2 attackers. And the longer a round wears on, the better.
That was a ping. He's on camera, right?
This is really smart. Yeah, they knew that he was there. Let's use the Rotero for that sort of lesser-known second juice for the soft destruction. Get it in there, create the angle. Gunnar is in a key position here. He needed to find that. If it takes the shield, it could be dangerous. It does. It's going to be more difficult for Gunnar to hold on with that Warden now.
Remember those bubbles. They've fallen the control out of it. The break will come through onto the wall. They've got the hatch control, and they can try and pocket a plant just on the left-hand side. But with that wall jammed, they've got to go a little bit wider. And here comes that width, the attempt on the retake on the verticality. It's a 2 versus 1 versus nobody. On the side is Gunnar. Once again, locks it down. And at this point, all 3 players of Beast Coast, they get themselves on towards the side. It's 20 seconds. Pull back, play 3 angles. He's got to make a grand entrance, and the cacophony and the symphony he's met by is bullets.
What a strange round where, yet again, Gunnar gets a big 3K, and it's a round that his team comes out on top. I think BDS there were a little bit desperate, forcing themselves in through the bottleneck doorway. Nothing opened up around them. All breaches still reinforced off. Understandably, they're going to lose. Just again, Gunnar is the one making a difference. 2 3Ks in this game so far.
I think towards the back end of that round, Beast Coast certainly looking a little bit more confident, given that it's their map, given that it was their primary site choice as well. They adapted, they adjusted well based on what happened the first time around, and they were able to get the job done. Losing the round was, I think, a big point of punishment for BDS. They weren't aware that there was 2 up on the top floor. Leakifact knew that he had 1 challenge to make off to his right, Solotov, sorry, at the beginning, but then got hit from the bathroom. And at that point, it was up to users to get in there, find that man, take it down, and it just wasted a bit too much time and a bit too much resource for BDS.
Whew. All right, 2-2. Again, remembering Beast Coast map pick, you look at Chalet, one of our more attacker-leaning maps. You'd expect BDS to see some success here. And it has come off the back of that Kebi, like I mentioned earlier on. Users made it to use it to get really good control and force out a couple of fights. That are always going to benefit his team. When you've got it ringing out across the map, you simply have 1v1s being forced by all the info is with your team. That shouldn't change here, but this time round, we're changing over who's playing on it. Brava, interestingly, still being stuck, I imagine, for those cap cans and those 2 bulletproofs. There's normally a free one that you can hack out inside a lobby, normally placed on the stairs, and Users' job is to go and hunt those down.
Cameras and the horrors they have on this map are consistent of Chalet that sort of ruins the chill vibe of the snow, but here again, those cap cans, that little bit of steel to Malusi Banshee on that big connection. Turn up the second drone, get the work done. Beast Coast, they have themselves pretty much set up around the opposite side of the map. They are only leaving hot and cold on towards the site itself. They're playing this pullback, they're sort of drawing the focus. And remember last time it was Users who snuck his way in towards Fireplace that heralded the first bit of danger.
Users have done a great job on the Brava there. Those clutch drones going in, just stealing piece after piece after piece of utility. He's got Banshees, he's got EDDs. He didn't manage to lock in that final Banshee into sight, I don't think, but still a lot of damage done there and a lot of utility taken away from Beast Coast. But the problem BDS have got at the minute is they haven't even started to chip away at the 3 players up on the top floor. Gunnar, Spirits still aggressively up there. Diffuser supporting from Ivy as well. They haven't been able to disrupt them, to dislodge them, and that's got to be the next job.
I think really, like you say, if you get them down from the top floor, great. They may well run back through some of that utility that has been placed, though, or at least been stolen away. So that's what they're looking out for. You also saw Yusuf make an interesting use. Sorry, not Yusuf, Solotov make a good use of the Dekebi as well. Make the call come in. No one can sit on cam, go in and shoot the cam out. They've got no idea who's pushed through, who's shot it out. That's info that Beast Coast don't have.
And now at this point, they've pulled themselves back. They're above the site. They've wasted 2 minutes, and the drive finally has to come together. Nobody has been given a clear engagement. Beast Coast have been ghosts in the night, slipping away step by step by step. The first fight is onto Gunnar, but he doesn't really want to leave yet. We've seen power positions played before. He's going to throw that just after the flash to bait the next nade from EFAC.
Still got flashes coming in here as well, and they can surely come over the top. And I mentioned this a couple of rounds ago. BDS very good at rotating through a lot of their utility. In comes the nade, but it bounces away and won't connect onto Gunnar, who's still going to be dug in here, but they've got to make a play. There's only 30 seconds to go.
Even in that position with super low health, he's still bought his team another 30 seconds. This is unbelievable from Gunnar. Diffuser is able to back up his teammate and find the kill onto Shaiko, and still BDS have not found the answer, but Solotov manages to find one. We get this trade. We get this just bloodbath towards the end. 10 seconds left to go. 3 versus 3. Users pushing on in, but it's going to be a direct trade. 4 seconds. The plant is going down. Breed it has to stick it, but no! The win is held by Gavini.
Makes it just in time on the vertical to stop that plant being completed. And this is why you need that top floor control. That trade cost them more than you might know. They'd have had the backstab angle. They'd have had no one rotating through sight. They still come back to pay the price. Beast Coast snatching away victory there from BDS, who look pretty sure to be completing the plan.
I said it at the time, I'll say it again. It might not have been flashy, it might not have been kill after kill, but Gunnar just won them that round. Absolutely phenomenal play inside a library, just would not be moved. Got himself tight up against that wall and burnt so much time that BDS had no choice other than to go and throw that diffuser down.
For the conversations we've had about Gunnar and how he's been on the previous maps, this is the one where he is starting to show up the most.
Timing.
Distance he's putting in, not just in terms of the KD, but as he said, the position's held, the digging his heels in, the refusing to give up and move away. Brilliantly played. On all of these rounds, he's bought them this much, but can they break this deadlock, which has been traded back and forth pretty consistently, or will BDS find the even half?
Here comes the Solus. Spoke about it a lot across this series. Unsurprisingly, wanted to make use of themselves as best they can here in round 6. Get themselves busy around the map alongside the Valk, which I think is why on the other side you've got, potentially at least, Bravo coming in to try and take away more of those gadgets. We saw it across that last round there, looking in towards the bulletproofs that are out on the map, the mute jammers. Certainly not as much to capture this time around, Tim, given he had a real... It's like a kid in a candy shop last time. Malusi Banshee was there, can traps are there, cameras are there, everything under the sun was his for the taking.
If that bulletproof camera got taken down, that was a big one. The shot certainly went out. It was kind of towards the corner of it. I think it will... No, it hasn't. The bulletproof camera stays in place. So, by reverse, the taking out of the Twitch drone, super important. Real last-minute grab. Well played from Beast Coast. Key utility still in place.
One of the problems you've got to think about now are those castles, and that is what they're trying to formulate their way around. Sure, they've got Solotov with the hard breaching pocket to try and open them up, but otherwise you've got to get right in close and personal with them and try and smack their way through. Hey, it's our camera now. We love the placement. We're thinking about doing it ourselves. Swinging around either side, a step too late. Hotney's going to have to try and hop and get rid of that camera.
Nice. It took quite a lot of drones to throw in there between the Brava and the Twitch, but they've got what they needed to, which is that bulletproof at the very back. They managed to get themselves a default cam on the way through. Lots of things now stacking up, at least in BDS's favour. You've seen this across the last couple of rounds, and you'd be forgiven for looking at it and going, why are BDS so slow? It's the prep work that's so important.
Ultimately, though, in the last round, despite everything stolen, Beast Coast was still able to hold on and get it done. Gunnar takes a ton of damage, but he's not going to mind because he's taken Breeder out. The Booker's gone. The trade is there, but it may be too little too late. Hot manages to find Solotov as well, and that's the ace gone. They've just lost a lot of hard and soft breaching power.
It's a bit back and forth here, but nobody's rested true control as everything seems to be split and then split. They're pulling themselves back, and it leaves Shaiko and Users again trying to go back to an information game they built before. They're together, sure, but what else do they have?
Basically nothing on drones. Again, nearly everything has been killed early in the round. Bisco's doing a really good job of shutting the information game down for BDS. Now to 2v3, they've got to go in blind here and hope for the very best. But we've got someone down in basement. I'd imagine Diffuser, not that it matters, because Gaveni is cleaning house. Hardcore with a shotgun to close. Very dominant round by Beast Coast.
Beast Coast have started to find that energy. They know that this is their map. They know that there's an opportunity to just wash away that previous defeat on Consulate and just really keep themselves in things, keep themselves with their noses in front. 4-2 on the defensive half of Chalet. That's great for them. For a team who loves this map, they're going to be more than happy coming in on the attack, needing only 3 rounds to close it out.
I mean, I think any team would be in that situation right now, especially coming on the back of the last map. As I said, it was quick. Consulate, it was decisive from BDS, and the fight from Beast Coast has just stepped it up another level. It's not that BDS have sort of drifted away. They've been trying, they've been fighting, they've been finding angles and opportunities, but Beast Coast are just there so consistently.
Been quite frustrating to deal with, I imagine, as well. It feels like you're making a bit of progress, and suddenly you get slapped back by Gunnar elsewhere around the map. No, that didn't end that way. There was a point in that round where Gunnar had as many kills as the rest of his team across that half.
Yeah.
Of course, we saw a couple more come through, but he is him. He is being the difference maker for his team today. Whereas you look on the other side, it's a bit more balanced across the board, but really it's Shaiko who's the one who's been a little bit quiet in this series. And I think as Jesse said in that last map, we're back on Skyscraper, but 2 maps ago now, we've got to see him step up. Yes, you're surrounded by stars. That doesn't mean you get a day off.
Tasty little bulletproof camera that we see there. Very difficult, obviously, then to deal with that. Just sort of squirreled away on in the little cabinet, the little cubby there that's going to make it very difficult to take out. Shaiko looking to get aggressive up onto these Maverick holes. You got to remember, they work both ways.
Oh, I've heard that before. It becomes a bit of a dangerous approach. Shaiko obviously getting himself too aggressive on that situation, but it's just to make that position awkward. It creates phantom pressure for them to try and do the rest of the clear elsewhere. Now, Kickoff, he's enjoying his time on the Solace on the far end. All that attention drifted towards him on the side of Trophy, but if he steps too far, Hotton's there and they're underneath him. This could be the drive through.
Carly's a really interesting one because the problem against the Kaid is if they haven't got the placement of the electro cores too close to the wall, you won't get rid of them. But that's not the use case in this round of the Carly. It's these ridiculously long angles that you can open up from either side of the map, either from bottom or from top, and just see everything through the site. You plant him here and watch Connector, for example, it's going to tear you apart as you try and move through that basement. But it does require getting things opened up. At least downstairs is secured, and this is the opening they need. This is where the Carly can start doing work.
That's it. There needs to be the second swing onto this. You've got a very narrow margin. Salatov and Bride can play on, but without the push and the pressure of the split side, well, nothing is going to be driven home. You've got Gunnar on the back end. The phantom pressure now becomes real pressure, but they're not being gifted anything yet. Gaveni finds Salatov. Bride almost gets caught as well. They're the back line, so Efak takes that as that hit on the alarm of I need to activate through Trophy, start claiming some of my own.
Gaveni only taking a fraction of damage along the way as well, but a lot more now. Hot and Cold manages to find the trade though. 4 versus 3. Can Kickoff escape after getting slammed down by that air jab? He does manage to get to safety. Continues that fight. He's going to keep himself out there. You can't drop there. He knows. Impact goes in. The potential for the flank has maybe been unlocked for the Solace.
We've seen 1 versus 1s lose above. The verticality is so important as Shaiko retakes logistically across their way. There's a freebie in the corner because Gunnar's on the backstab. It's all down to Efak now. The utility is gone, but they know where he is. And there is that always consistent bit of utility you can always rely on. Shooting someone in the face.
I love that they get the read on that. Kickoff is flanking us. Everyone flood site now, and 3 players just burst in through that trench side push in towards site, and BDS absolutely crumble. But But what I love most, I think, was having that Carly up inside a big car garage, able to get the long angle down to connector. At the same time, you've got Gunnar on the main breach. You can see through the other side as well. The only place that was really, air quotes, safe, I think, there for BDS was inside of blue. And that is no place to hold a site from. So again, really good play from Beast Coast, engineering the way they wanted to attack that site. BDS have got a mountain to climb once again.
Yeah, the tack timeout coming in, which is not too much of a surprise given the score, but honestly, with the way that Beast Coast are playing Chalet here and the fact that we know that they love this map, I'm really not too sure how much there is that BDS can do about this. The next couple of rounds are particularly important. 8 and 9 could get BDS back to 4-5, and they're at least within one round. Whereas if Beast Coast come out of the back of this tactical timeout and just slam BDS through another loss, through another round going against them, and they get themselves onto map point, you feel like it's all over for Chalet at that point, and BDS just need to start looking forward towards Cafe.
I mean, what, 4 or 5 in a row, over half, you've got the split, and if this doesn't become a traded game, I think you're entirely right.
Let's trade a goo, yeah, why not?
Traded goo, it's all right. I'm allowed a couple of mistakes now and again. It's my first final.
I will let you off.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Enjoying yourself at least, Emmy?
I'm having a great time. At the start, walking out was terrifying. Big cheered, but I think that was for all of us.
Yeah, it's not something that we do too often. It was a little bit new for us.
Yeah. Strange walking out.
A wonderful reception, though. A wonderful reception.
Oh, that's a moment that I will carry forever.
Appreciate and remember.
Yeah. Of course. Anyway, enough about our feelings. Let's talk about
how the players are having meltdowns inside the server.
Yay! They had their timeout, they had their conversation. BDS, what can they try and build behind it? As we said, if they do not get this next round, and I think the round after, it will still end up being as quick as it was the previous map.
The one thing I want to give to Gunnar, because at the very start of that series, we listened in on their team huddle, and he said, look, it's a long series. That's the most important thing that I think he said. Maintain the energy. I know it's good to get excited, but let's keep it at a level, right? We've seen teams burn out when they get towards maps 4 and maps 5, and I'm not saying Beast Coast will, but there is a lot more experience on this BDS side of playing these series that go the absolute distance. For Beast Coast, I don't want them to let things drop off as we get in towards Cafe, potentially even in towards that final map of border that will be absolutely nuclear if we get there. But just want to see them keep up that composure, keep up the rhythm as well, because momentum is well and truly on their side right now.
Something for you to practice in your ranked games at home there, landing the nade on the windowsill.
I thought you were telling me that then. I was like, what are you on about?
Yeah, definitely. You've got lots that you could practice in your ranked games.
You're telling me.
Get the fundamentals first.
Yes. Just being able to land that nade, it's a nice little trick. Gets it on there, clears out the castle barricade, and it's, it seems so simple to do, seems so easy, but give it a whirl and just make sure that you can get that perfected. But right now, BDS, they are looking to hold on to this top floor. However, that double window repel is going to make it difficult because Shaiko, he can't play anywhere around that rotate. Flashbang goes in, that's going to support the players in Solarium, just looking to move forward a little bit. And I like that team play. It's not about I flash and I go in, it's I'm flashing so you can go in, and it saves time. Spirits right behind it, looking for that challenge into Master.
They're trying to draw the attention away again, force them back in. It was Solotov that was out, and he's out again. Gets rid of Gaveni. There's at least a drop down on the back, but Spirits doesn't have the blood in his body and his bones to try and pull this one into the following engagement. They're up the Solarium stairs. They're sawing in to apply some back-end pressure, and now Gunnar, he's on the trail, he's on the test and the taste.
But the heart and gold is gone here on Ossa as well. This is the battle, I think, because everything really relied on you getting this Ossa in position. If you've got EFAT tucked right in, he's going to be party spoiler here. Finds one on the Astro stairs, one left on the repel, poor diffuser. Have no way in here as well. As soon as he hits repel, you know exactly what's coming. A 2- or 3-way swing. We've seen it countless times in BDS. Well, they'll just wait here for this one to run out. There it is.
If he blinds himself, he doesn't have to see it either.
It doesn't really matter at that point, does it? Diffuser knows there's very little he can do in that situation. 1 versus 4, they know exactly where he is. And Beast Coast, I'd say it's uncharacteristic of them so far. It felt like they didn't really have a great handle on where all those BDS players were at any given point, and Liquify was able to seriously punish them because of that. And it's something that so far they felt like they've been on top of that utility. They've been on top of that intel game, but just a little slip. Emmy, you said BDS needed 2 rounds back to back. They needed 8, they needed 9. They've got 8. Can they continue on and get 9?
Again, that rotation from Liquify, the door was sort of open for him by Solotov. He was hopping out on towards the balcony on the back end, drawing attention, gets that 1 versus 1 that he sort of harnessed. And then from then on, it just opened those floodgates of where they could flood their way to. 5-3, East Coast, they still have an advantage. It's the first time we saw that site, the first time is a win, but then raises the question, where do we go next? Because here, this was the site that Beast Coast won consistently on their defense.
That's where Gunnar popped off big with that 3K as well, if you remember. Sat just back inside the split, waiting for the push to come through, and collected 3 BDS players as they filtered in one by one. Now, of course, they're on the attacking side, so things can change up quite a lot here, but BDS have got to be mindful, I think, of that aggression that's coming out. And looking on that other side, there's nothing you look at that screams, oh my God, they're going to slap us in the face with this. The Capitao really is going to be the playmaker here, so Spirits is the one to follow. Is he using that fire to try and get Mez control? I think back to the days I used to see DZ using it for that purpose. Or is it more for the execute itself?
It's going to be pinging out that utility there, Hot, and just making sure everybody's aware of what's going on inside of the map. It's still that first 30 seconds, that intel gathering, just trying to create a picture, really, for your IGL particularly, just to try and get everything together. Where's all the moving parts? How is that going to affect our push? What decisions need to be made? Now then, we saw BDS using the Brava fantastically well. Gunnar, not quite as lucky.
No. And that's quite important as well, because you look at what's scattered around the map here, realistically. It's a lot of count cans, it's the Valkyrie cameras, it's mute jammers. There's a lot for him to collect.
Well, you're catching a drone underneath, and Diffuser's trying to catch the player as well, but again, they've slipped their way out. They're not going to overstay their welcome, and that pulls away from the game. Diffuser did so well on that opening map. The quick break on towards the back end, the prep line becomes dangerous to try and hold on to. Brede has to sort of step himself a bit further forward.
He has to step inside a site here then, because he can't play inside a split. And the problem with being inside a site is you're now exposed towards lobby. That's why you've got Leakyfact now dancing around these lobby stairs, trying to cause a little bit of bother and slowing Beast Coast down so they can't catch Brede sat inside a split.
He's going to head up. He's just going to try and get himself on that main lobby window. Meanwhile, Users has the Nitro rip. He's kept hold of it for a while. He has to let go. He takes damage as he moves across, but he manages to escape. However, again, I picked up on it in the last round. They had no idea where Leakyfact was, and they've been punished again. Beast Coast are letting BDS back into this.
But Gunnar drives his way into sight, and the savior of previous rounds cannot save that one. Brede had himself the sort of post-gift given. Now, 2 versus 4, Gaveni and Spirits, they have a good bit of utility, but at this point, what are you going to try and drive to? What is under their control? Not really much, a freebie.
They need kills. They need a couple of kills here. They couldn't make a plant work in a 2 versus 4. So what I love that they've gone for here is said, forget trying to risk it, have one player on window while one holds down F. Let's play for a couple of kills. Gaveni could be in a great spot, but the patience game is being shown by Leakyfact. If he moves up, yeah, Gaveni's got his number, but Leakyfact has no real reason to. I say that, and now that he knows he's there, the jig is up, and they've just about managed to miss one more. The swing comes through. Solitov finding Gaveni. Spirits will try his damn hardest, and he will get rid of one, but he's got 2 more to find inside of 8 seconds here. He'll try his very best, but it feels like BDS are going to claw us back to 4 and 5.
Leakyfact just played that main stairs position beautifully there. Gaveni pinging him out, and I'm sat here thinking, you can ping him out all day long. There's 20 seconds left. He's not going to move. He knows what position he's got, and he's going to keep it, and that's exactly why he did. Leakyfact then steps up end of the round, closes the last man down, and that forces out the Beast Coast tactical timeout. BDS have just got 2 huge rounds back to back, and they have scrapped their way back into Chalet.
I said they needed to. That was the line when they won their major back in Jönköping. I think you two probably remember it. You were there.
Jönköping we weren't, were we?
Well, it was the one we cast at Jönköping, but I'd had a slight issue prior, and I wasn't able to travel to you. I just had a little stroke, and
just a little stroke, Tim.
Not a major thing. I'd lost some of my vision, and I wasn't able to travel to Jönköping.
Then I will get to fill you in, like that was a setup bit. They didn't lose a map less than getting 4 rounds. It was a lot of 4-7s that Liquid were able to wrest control of them here. If this one had spiraled a little bit, it would have been the first time we see BDS in this situation of things being pulled away from them. Here, they've at least got themselves back to that baseline which led them to success before. Beast Coast, they might still be able to cement this, but that is a mental idea of that we've been here before, we still came out champions, you can try it in.
Oh boy. I'm watching this attack lineup just flicker on the right-hand side of my screen, just thinking, what are they cooking? Hopefully nothing too spicy here. But this is what they're thinking, right? You have that attack timeout. What can we do to surprise BDS here? And I think from watching the last couple of rounds, you can probably understand it's been hard. BDS have been very erratic. They've moved around an awful lot. They've kept things difficult. And for Beast Coast, where they've tried to catch someone out, they've just disappeared into the map and hit them again, or they've gone doubly aggressive, using some library in that last round. The round before, it was Shaiko hanging around that top side of Solar, looking to do some damage, and did just that. So I think they're saying, look, we can't afford to get held up by these BDS players anymore or waste time chasing them around. Let's look more direct towards site. So the Blitz is on side, we've got the Glaz on side, and they've got a lot of hard bridge to make sure as many angles are opened up as possible.
I'm just hearing the chants from the crowd for who knows what.
Various reasons.
Various reasons at this point. The start is, as you said, sort of weighted. You've got a lot of possibility in that lineup on the right-hand side. And the Glaz, okay, Des, yeah, sure. He's been a little bit cursed, but it was something utilized very, very well as an entry to the point where Dark Zero, for the first time in a very, very long time, changed their ban. Took a bit of a risk.
And paid the price.
And paid the price for it. It's something where now we're going to see if that's a response driven by Diffuser. They've got close eyes towards it. Big problem that almost came back was, well, barely a Solace towards the end.
Looking to get aggressive straight in. Solotov picks up one, Solotov picks up two. He was the rocks that the Waves tried to just dash themselves against, and he would not be moved. Liquefied, Breedy, one apiece, and BDS are seriously fighting back. Spirits manages to find two, but will find no more. Solotov with a third in the round, closes it out for BDS, and they level things up.
You can have 3-2-1 goes. That was a 3-2-1, oh no.
I think Solotov there just knows to read into that right. And I think back to when BDS played against Wolves on Clubhouse. Wolves are very well known for gym and bedroom rushing. They open up the breach and they're immediately in flooding in, trying to overwhelm you. BDS are the first to adapt. 3 Days C4s that breach as soon as it opens and gets 3 kills. They've read that well. Solotov knows that when the go sign comes through, they hear those smokes going out. He's out that window, he's getting 2 kills, and he is crushing that attack.
That was a bit strong, I think, on the side of it, but still, 5 apiece. There was 4 rounds that were threaded. I mean,
well played.
Phenomenal. All within 1 clip. I would have missed every single shot.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there'd have been a serious breeze coming across that balcony had I been out there.
I would have just died to the Claymore, I think. Forget about the shots, I wouldn't even get there.
It's going to make it itself when changes do come through. There's going to be part of it like a solace. This is what she could do once upon a time. This is where she was at.
Yeah.
That's one of the things she must be able to do.
Like how old Lion haunts you. So we remember the days of the release, like, oh my God. Similar sort of thing. It'd be interesting to see how the meta does start changing up. You know, a team like BDS, as I said already, Liquefact really benefits from playing this operator. Be curious to see if it'll get banned away by Beast Coast all series long. No has been the answer so far. But they're doing so much damage with it, it's ridiculous.
Liquefact well aware of those air jabs now, knows they're in that position, so it starts giving him a little idea as well. He can feed that info into his team, and it just tells them a little bit maybe about how this Beast Coast attack is going to shape up. They're going to be looking to get into top floor. They've got air jabs on main door, so there's likely to be somebody repelled on double window, for example. It just starts giving them that information that they can deduce from the information gained by the Solace. Shaiko is locked in on Solar Stairs. Very quiet game from him, 3 and 8 so far. We know that his role, his expectations have changed a little bit recently with the shifting roster, but still, very, very difficult game for him here on Chalet. And he's going to be shut down again by Diffuser.
That game of watching for the rotates and being the problem at the end is only bolstered when you have a very thick piece of bullet deflection glass in front of you. They get Shaiko. Can they get another? Yes is the answer. Gunner up towards the double window, cuts them off, and you know, you look at Beast Coast, they're all still outside the building. They're putting this pressure on from this sort of outside position, forcing these motions from great utility usage, and BDS, they've been caught with that game. The aggression of Solotov hurtling himself out is a red play now. Liquefact does get Gaveni on the back end. Solotov's still waiting for the follow through, but they've hot-footed it to a heavy take on towards Trophy. Expect a quick beeline of the kid inside. on towards the cover from underneath. Potentially no, up towards the top.
They expected a smoke to come out there and for movement to start happening, but no one on BDS moved. You're down a man. You can't really be affording massive risky plays here unless you assume there's a really good chance of getting something out of it. EFAC, for now, at least, is stuck in a pretty good spot. And the thing is, the information on the side of Beast Coast is looking really light on the ground. If he stays in spot and they don't drone him out, he could do so much damage.
And that's something that I've picked up on Beast Coast and fallen foul of over the last couple of rounds. They've run into BDS in unknown locations a couple of times, and there it is. He picks up one. Does he know there's a second on the rappel? Solotov manages to pick up Gunnar. 3 versus 2, and just like that, BDS, they swing things in their favour. It was 5-3 just a couple of rounds ago. Now, BDS are heading towards a potential map point.
Diffuser was the one to get the catch there as well. He's on a Blackbeard. You've got no reason to sit there and swing. You can hold the angle, but Leakefak has got away with it. He's going to really upset this round. The last 2 are looking to push in. It comes to use here as well. A 2v2. Have they got Diffuser in hand? No, they do not. And EFAC is waiting. He should get started on making it 4, not quite. But BDS take us to match points.
Twice he has defined a round on that set of stairs. Twice he has been that player that gets that rotate round, and well, a little bit more than twice. If we've seen a round over the past 6 or 7 go away from Beast Coast. As you said, Tim, from where we were to where we are, what we're looking at now, Beast Coast, is being on the precipice of losing this map.
There is a lot of pressure on this next round for Beast Coast.
Of course, Sherlock's at the centre of that party.
Why not? We wouldn't expect anything less, but the crowd really starting to show up for BDS here. They've been loud throughout the day, they've been loud throughout the weekend, and just every round BDS gets, it gets louder and louder out there. It's phenomenal stuff, but yeah, a real pressure round for Beast Coast here, Des, because let's look a little bit into the future. For argument's sake, BDS win this and get Chalet. They're heading on to Cafe. And we know how good BDS are on Cafe. They win that, they win the whole thing. They're lifting the trophy at the end of the day. Beast Coast, they don't need that kind of pressure against BDS on Cafe. So it puts it all onto this round. They've got to get themselves into overtime here.
It's another one of those games where we're talking about small margins of error here, and I hate to come back to him again, but Diffuser was the one who had to watch bottom solar. We saw 10 seconds prior, Leakefak was stuck in the corner of Trophy. He had to cross Diffuser's line of sight to make that repelling safe, or to deny that line, that run across towards Solar Stairs that would have shut down the repelling from Beast Coast. But Leakefak gets across, he gets the kill. He denies everything that was going to be good about that execute for Beast Coast, and it does come down to very small moments. Like I say, that was it in that round for me. This could be it. They could take this map pick away, bearing in mind again that it is Beast Coast's choice.
That is that cost, right? We talk about how do you deal with mentally losing a map for the first time on a big stage. How do you deal with losing a map? You were so far ahead. That is your map. This could be devastating if they don't fight their way through towards at least overtime. They're going for the steady approach. You've only really got Leakefak on the far end. Otherwise, BDS's hold is pretty classic, pretty standard. 2 above, the extension onto blue stairs. Solotov playing the swing on towards the rafters, waiting to find a gift given to him on the back end. They hop in towards Library, and it is a smash and grab attempt. They are deep, and they are executing. Now, they still have the problem of top blue, but a blitz is a very good solution. But Leakefak, he's rotating his way around the back end. If they don't move quickly, he's about to be a strike. Do they know? No! There he is once again.
How many times are we gonna say Leakefak comes with the backstab? Leakefak finds his way in behind them. Leakefak punishes them. It's been time after time.
Please ban the Solus. I can't keep saying it enough. I know the Fenrir is frustrating, but if you're getting nowhere near sight, that don't matter for Toffee. This Solus has done so much damage in this half to the side of Beast Coast. I know it's only 1 kill. They've gone 1-on-1, but Blitz, the X factor in this round for them, is off the board.
At this point, how do you try and force your way in? You've got the vertical control, but you've lost that front line. You've lost the blitz. You build behind it, and now they're trying to build their way down towards it. The back line hasn't been opened. They still have some eyes. EFAC's now got himself round towards the bottom of blue, watching and waiting.
Phone call from Diffuser's the key one, because that will be when they go. They've called it out here as well. EE1D. In they have to push. They've got to make something happen because the bout cams are temporarily useless. They find one, but what else can they get?
They punish Shaiko there, trying to play that same spot that Leakerback managed so well last time. But here come Beast Coast. Hotton manages to drop and find one. Users onto Diffuser elsewhere. Hotton, he's going to go onto the Diffuser, but he has to come off. And he finds a kill when he does. Leakerback 1v2. I don't think they know where he is. He punishes one. Can he find the last? Hotton might just have to throw this down.
He said he'd claimed the rounds before. He got himself two, but in the 1 versus 1, they don't have They pulled up the block, and he played it perfectly. BDS break their way back in and freeze Beast Coast out of Chalet.
Please ban the Soulless. Leakerback is having one of those days. He's on a heater, and you can't keep giving him his best operator. 17-4. He's gone nuclear every single round and a half. He's doing some kind of damage. And Beast Coast, they've now got to bounce back. I spoke about fatigue, map 4. This crowd, it's intense. The energy is going to start slipping off here. We've got to see them fight their way back in. They have not got Diffuser hitting these big numbers. Well, let's go down to the desk and get their thoughts on that map.
Thank you very much, friends. BDS, go and take it up 2-1. What a way to end it, and we just have to start it all off on that one player who's made it happen. Leakerback, an absolute machine.
Just carried them back into this game. Honestly, it looked like BDS were down and out, and Leakerback came back. And I love the way he was playing on the Solus, constantly playing around these solar stairs, the namesake of the operator, making it so difficult for Beast Coast to get in onto this top floor. So many times we saw Hot and Cold trying to get into this part of the building, trying to make some kind of a play happen, try to get in and actually take space on the top floor, but Leakerback was giving up nothing against these opponents. So for this kill to constantly come on through, for us to see one player hold down this area of the map so strongly, made it impossible for Beast Coast to get those attacks.
Do you know what's crazy as well, Jesse? He's out on the roam, he's by himself, he's fragging, and he's the primary IGL of this team. Is there anything that this guy does not do? When needed, he's the guy that's dragging them through it, and he's navigating them around the map out to win out situations as well.
I mean, the 17-4 is enough to already say it is with 162 EPS. I mean, him on the Solus is crazy alone because not only is he feeding that information to his team and helping them work around the map, but he's also using that to his advantage on that roam, whether it's on the flank. He is playing those flanks flawlessly, and it goes to show that just because you're a roamer doesn't mean you can't get it done. It comes down to timing, and he is doing that perfectly.
Timing is everything, and teamwork even more. I think this is the BDS that we need to make it past, but let's toss it down to Leo and Telestration to break down how the hell do BDS do it.
Thank you so much, Milosh. And yes, I think structure, methodology is the real key of BDS win conditions all the time. Now we're looking at Consulate, and we're looking actually at the Teller's attack. Teller's defense is 3 different floors, right? They're all spread, and yet they will commit only on one single floor to take the site directly. Now they realize their win condition depends on getting rid of this castle. And the way they do it is, again, teamwork. They have spotted him, flashed him, they're gonna use the Deimos gadget to spot the castle, and at the same time come in with a grenade, make him move, and he's gone now. Just because of the utility and of their teamwork. Now at this point, it's not finished. They need to get their players in to go for the plant. See how Shaiko, again, uses the IQ, making sure that nobody has information on the plant, and he recognizes there's a Solis, so he shoots the floor and gets ready to send a grenade at the same time as they go for the plant. Again, team play and utility. They go for the plant, and it's not finished. Look at the setup here. You have a perfect crossfire here onto that double door. At the same time, perfect crossfire here onto the stairs, and technically the Deimos here, he can even come help his teammate. So if you take a look at the 2 entries on the bomb site, everything is covered, and there's a trade potential everywhere. Again, the Deimos here, looking at the stairs, he's gonna come, get a first pick, then look back at where he was watching. He's gonna get a second pick on the stairs, and it get traded. And this is just to show you again, another example of just how good they are in trading. See how there was a crossfire here, the Deimos just died? No problem. BDS can then take the kill because they have a 2v1 setup. And even in this position, there is no way that that defender can even win this clutch. Again, look, triple crossfire every time. Utility, team play, cohesion, being smart in not pushing all the floors, but only what they need. This is BDS for you, strategy and methodology. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Alfama. It's great to witness such greatness between these two teams, but we have to move on to our 4th map, and that'll be after the break.
Des. I know you better than you know yourself. You want Fnatic in S because you love playing Buck.
S tier, I think it is.
Oh, nice. A tier list. I will have swap PSG, Talon, and SSG though.
Yeah, I can live with that one. Okay, I'll do.
Go ahead.
Okay. BDS. For me, it's got to be a B.
Hi, Ace. I've been looking for you. Message from the boss. Don't put BDS below A.
Well, what the boss wants, the boss gets.
Guess that's the way it has to be sometimes. Anyway, please, let's stop underrating G2. And I'm happy to talk about the Captain Fear X, but can we settle on BDS first?
It sounds like we don't have a choice.
I'll give over, Tim.
Team skins are nice, but this blast weapon skin, wow. Want some? Anyone?
Oh,
It's an S, by the way.
No, popcorn is not an S, but this blast weapon skin is. Now, what we'd like to do is finish this tier list. Weren't there only 2 of you a minute ago?
Right. We need to have a think about FaZe, Des. We've almost forgotten them.
Well, we were going to come on to it until we were so rudely interrupted. It's a C. Great design, but it's still a C. No boo about it. And you in the back there, you don't even work here. Haven't you got pizzas to deliver? Jesus.
This is not a fire alarm. This is a message to remind you of the beauty of the Fear X skin.
she's right. I mean, definitely, yeah.
FaZe up there?
Yeah, of course. Team A. Why C? Why do you say C? You're a liar. Stop saying C.
FaZe up.
Team A. Stop saying C. Not Team A. Just sit. A.
Right. Is everybody happy now?
Oh, cool. A tier list. You're too hard on the BDS skin. It clearly deserves to be higher.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No BS, of course.
Looks like we're going to overtime, Des.
Our grand final continues! What a game we've had between BDS and Beast Coast. And we are heading into map number 4. But before we continue, let's break things down. First up, hey, I'm Milosh. With me are Jesse, Jack, and Gabe on the other end of the desk. Gentlemen, we have to talk about someone who's popped off throughout this game, and especially on our previous map, Solotov.
Yeah, you got to talk about this round specifically from Solotov. Again, with the Solus feeding this information, he's the big reason why this round went into BDS's favor here, making it an even man count, getting this 2-piece, and then feeding the information that it was indeed a rush because of that Solus, and ultimately they end up securing this round as you will watch this get played out.
Really impressive stuff. You saw him finding that Claymore outside the window. Obviously, that tells him this is an important window. I got to jump out of this. That'll give me the value. Sees that rush, as you said, feeding that intel to his teammates. That was one of those gimmicky little plays that we saw Beast Coast use to try to get back into that map, and it did not work.
We can talk about the past forever, but we have to look to the future, and Cafe is next.
It is, Milosh, and this is a map that I'm a little bit worried about for Beast Coast. You know, when BDS won map 2, they won it by isolating roamers on console. They did a good job finding those players and taking them away from the rest of their teammates. That's really easy to do on Cafe because it can be so hard as a roamer to get back to your teammates, back to site. So I'm a little bit nervous for Beast Coast coming into this one. We have a momentum shift favoring BDS and familiar territory, which also favors BDS.
But Jack, what if you ran Solus as a roamer?
Well, Solus is going to be the talk of the bans, I think. Do BDS ban, not BDS, do Beast Coast ban Solus? And I've got a reason why they should and they shouldn't. They should, because Leak Effect's so goddamn good on that Solus, and it will get used against them. But also they shouldn't, because one key factor for BDS on this map is pre-placed drones, quick entry, and they can use Solus to their own advantage to deny that.
We've talked to no end about BDS, but there is a team on the other side hiding behind lower numbers, but still there. Beast Coast, Gunner performing still. There has to be a comeback.
There does, Milosh. They need to rely on Gunner to get them back into this game on the side of Beast Coast. When they last played Cafe against FaZe Clan, Gunner had a life game, putting up his best performance of his career, 208 EPS. It is incredibly rare for someone to break into 200s on this rating scale, so for Gunner to come through and get that was massive. It wasn't just the ridiculous 16 and 2 KD ratio, it was the constant late round denial of plants, round winning plays, time after time after time from Gunnar. He needs to step up and do that again for Beast Coast if they want to push this to map 5.
Yeah, he was the absolute X factor dropping that 16-2. We need to be seeing that from him. We can't emphasize that enough. We need to see that 28 and 12 or whatever that KD was overall. Gunnar, we need you here. NA needs to stay here and push it to a map 5.
Jack, who else needs to step up for Beast Coast?
I honestly think the whole team. I think the teamwork needs to step up. Everybody else around, Gunnar can do it. We've seen Diffuser do it. Gaveni's doing it. Maybe it's on Hot and maybe it's on Spirits. Just to find those kills and actually play as a team. I thought they looked quite nervous, especially when they got on their attacks on Chalet. So need to shake off those nerves as well.
I have to put you on the spot. Are we going a map 5 or not? Just yes
Honestly,
or no?
just for the sake of this grand final, I would love to see a map 5.
No, BDS get it done in 4.
I hate to say it, but I don't think we do.
All right, Manchester, are we ready? Well, let's take it over. Map number 4, Daze Tsunami. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. You know what I do really like? Jesse's starting to build a little bit of that UK cynicism, right? Like, I don't think it is. I think we're short.
Yeah, I mean, we've had him around here, what, for 2 weeks? 2 weeks in the country now, and he's sort of, he's getting himself in.
To be fair, we've seen quite a bit of sort of a shift, I think. I know Carter Lynx, of course, has been really getting into the British culture. He's been enjoying the food. He's been very complimentary to me a couple of times. So I think we're changing a few minds here.
I'll tell you what, the people tweeting about beans on toast has got me. I'm just like, yes, yes, you're all learning.
The thing is, you can have it internationally, of course you can. Give it a whirl.
It's not the same.
It's not the same until you have it here in the UK.
Changing minds. Different. We're changing minds, we're changing hearts, and none of them can argue that it's been delicious. Out here, there's already multiple phones being held aloft with multiple messages. I think are they asking the cameraman to give them a wave?
Sometimes. Did it earlier on when we
Everybody's
waving.
Everybody's
waving. They had our makeup artists who've been amazing give a wave, and they came off and they were like, that was the most nervous I've ever been.
She was terrified, bless her. That's what makes it fun. It's been a fun day and it can still carry on. Free Coast, Boosted Coast. What's the last one? Rank 2.0 something? Don't know, I missed it.
They're asking Shaiko to give them a wave. Camera.
Yep.
He's got a job to do. You can't wave.
Imagine if he just drops the camera and you just hear it.
Because
you
of the waving.
Cheer.
Yeah. They'd absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. But I think it's that big thing we spoke about at the end of the last map as well. For Beast Coast, for these players, you know, 1 or 2 have kind of had these longer series, but there's a lot to go through here. It's getting to that 4th map. We're into the 5th. It's a long day. It's going to be exhausting. The energy in the room is electric. It's going to wear down on you. BDS have been here a few times before. Will that be enough to carry them through this 4th map, or can Beast Coast fight back?
Look, we keep talking about BDS on Cafe, but the last time we saw was against CAG, and it was a tough one for them.
Well, I think the main thing that we've got to see right now is, will this be a series BDS lockout here, or can Beast Coast dig deep, find that magic sauce that they've had throughout this entire tournament on a phenomenal run, and push us to a map 5?
Take out stats on this one as well. It was just a couple of days ago that we saw Cafe being played between Beast Coast and FaZe, a team that many would have think fear playing against in general. They came out on top in that game. We know they can play this map against top teams. It was quite handily done as well. 7-1 scoreline. They didn't drop a single defense, Tim, and they start on the defense here. But these bans, we spoke about them already. The Ying being taken away here. DeKB still stays up. Monty going away. Asami probably to follow. Absolutely shall. The big question is this last one. Fenrir or Solus?
Choices need to be made, and surely after that last map, you would have to give a big lean towards the Solus.
No, wow.
But no, it will be the Fenrir. Solus will still be open. I would expect to see some constant picks from Leakerfact coming in on that operator, done so well in the last map of Chalet. And there's, again, a lot of verticals here on Cafe. All the vertical that you can gain down into kitchen, all the vertical you can gain between cocktail, bar, reading, dining. There's so much of it to go at.
Well, it starts, as it always does, on a clean 0-0 and a clean slate for Beast Coast to try and build themselves behind. Cafe does give them a couple of fun routes to run around, but as it's BDS's playground, let's see if they can try and start to shut down some of the space, most notably Leakerfact on both sides, because he has been phenomenal today.
Looking back at it, they banned the Solus against Cyclops on this map when they played it. Interestingly, won that 7-2. So we've got one team that last played it won 7-1 against FaZe. BDS won it 7-2 against Cyclops. So both had a very dominant performance on this map only just a couple of days ago. So for me, at the very least, this one could be a real slobber knocker of a game. Could well go the distance. Chalet came close to going to overtime. This one could yet prove to be the same. Here we go, though. Round one now underway. Beast Coast on defense, as mentioned. BDS are going to have to make these attacks look sharp in these first two, I think, to really get the morale going.
Yeah, I'd agree. Beast Coast going to be taking Kitchen as their first choice site. So, of course, always the question now for BDS on the attack is, are they going to go top floor down, try and clear out any roamers, make sure they've got control of that mid floor, or do they just go direct to site? They are able, potentially, to try and play in and take Bakery, for example, but you do then play into those verticals heading into prep, or you go white stairs, you try and go in through freezer, but again, you're potentially going to be hurt with a little bit of hurt coming in from dining. So I'd like to see some pressure towards that mid floor.
They're waiting for the first little pockets of approach to start to fall their way, all the way up towards the top, but hoping they don't get caught out in a crossfire that seems to encircle them quicker than their waves of Beast Coast can batter against the oncoming typhoon of BDS. They are keeping themselves keenly aware. Fantastic spread of information that Beast Coast have across every single which way and floor. But as Solotov gets himself some cover, gets himself the use of that Dockerby, we said how important it was last time, he'll be able to have the same reaction here.
Incredibly so. I think, again, this will be really frustrating to deal with for either team. Both used it very, very well. But it's BDS that I've seen, you know, over months, if not years, making excellent use of this operator to crush the opponents when they leave themselves in a spot where you can take a number of 1v1s. It's why you see BDS ending up so spread around the map more often than not, is they know they can take those 1v1s with the assist coming out from that DKB call. Big one to watch, though, of course, as always, is the drone count slowly whittling down here for BDS as they work their way through this top floor down to the middle floor. It means they haven't got tons of intel for the site itself, which opens up opportunities for Beast Coast to be a little bit cheeky, pull off a flank, do something a little bit crazy. We saw, you know, Shuri Pips pointing that the other day as well. He was making moves up white stairs behind BDS quite a lot. Just couldn't quite get away with any big kills. First one in this game, though, it goes over to Solotov.
Gunner almost clipped the head of a player, just getting a bit of a drift around as the Fusel drifts outside the building and Licky Fat gets the punishment in the same time. They know they can put the pressure down on towards it, but they hold themselves back. They've got to clear out that VIP position. They're slowly bringing themselves to it.
And I'm sure that this is the start that Beast Coast fans were so worried about. We know how good BDS can be on this map, and they are proving it right now with the way things have kicked off. Spirits manages to find one onto Shaiko, but it can do no better than bring them back to a 2 versus 4. Hutton, he's half health as well. They are in a perilous position. Solotov manages to find him, and now it's going to be all up to Spirits. About 10 HP to his name. Breeder is getting the plant down, and BDS, they have just stormed through this first round. They've taken every fight, they've won it. They've got the diffuser down, they've ticked almost every box, and all Spirits can do is hope to get something going off the back of that first kill that he finds against Solotov.
They've got the verticals to work against those. It's just impossible for Spirits here. If you'd retaken top first, then maybe, but then you'd have lost red and also, again, lost that top side as soon as you try and step down. Nothing he can do there. BDS playing it with a lot of discipline. And dare I say, for me, it comes back to these bans again. The KB just proving once more that when it's on side for BDS, their 1 versus 1 win rate is exponentially higher. The Ying, I get it, it's frustrating, but BDS has shown again in that round. They're happy to bring a ton of flashes and just overwhelm you with white screens regardless. Whether it's Candelas or flashes, doesn't matter to BDS, they can still pull off the same effects.
It's the argument of what are you truly taking out of their play, and with the Dockerby, well, there's not much that can really be a like-for-like response in that situation, and as I said, with all that they're happy to bring in their pocket utility, you're just giving them a slightly alternate approach.
Exactly. They don't care at this point, Emmy, is the thing that's really got to be wary of. And I think they may have misbanned themselves here into a difficult start to this map. It is only 1 round, though. Still plenty more to come. Fireplace and Reading going to be our next one, Tim.
The big problem for Beast Coast, you know, we've all watched a lot of Siege, and we've seen these play out before, and I just look at this and I get that feeling. I get that feeling in my stomach that BDS, they've smelt blood in the water. They know, they're looking over, they can see that trophy, they know that it's within touching distance now, and they've just come out with a phenomenal first round, and you just feel like there's going to be more and more coming on the back of it. I expect to see BDS over the next 2 rounds find yet another gear, take it up another notch, put more pressure onto Beast Coast, unless Beast Coast can stop this here and now and get a couple of rounds.
Looking for their first taste inside the building itself, as Kickoff's going to go hunting underneath, and I remember how much soft is at play in some of the stories in the setup here. That Deimos can truly be a very problematic person if he's able to get himself a little bit of free, uncontested territory. He's actually going to see if he can try and get the pocket on the back end. They've got themselves in safe and got themselves locked right back out. Hot and cold, gets the rotate, gets the first bite.
Big one for me in that last round, just a note on it as well, because you'll see it in this round too, was how aggressively we saw Beast Coast when they were in a 3v5 looking to play off-site. There was no one actually physically on the site itself. They were all stepping out, one in coat, one inside VIP. Hot and Cold was the closest, playing in behind bar, but they were always looking to aggress. And again, I think without the KB on side in this round, it's going to come back to sting BDS a little bit. This is where Beast Coast will have the most freedom to try and abuse, get up in the face of BDS here, and stop them getting towards an execute.
Shaiko knows that there's one inside of Trains, doesn't know exactly where, but I think the position's been given away. The red ping will certainly do it. He needs to find his man. Spirits takes a little bit of damage. The flash goes in. Now is the time to push. Now is the time to try and get the kill, but he can't cross. He's too concerned about the cover from inside a dining that could potentially be there. Breedy takes down Gunner. Spirits is wasting far too much time, but finally, Shaiko gets that kill. 3 versus 3.
Had a problem and solved it with utility, the things you love to see, but can they try and start digging their way through? The verticality isn't in their favor. They're going to see if they can pocket the plant here onto Dining, but without White Stairs control, it's a little bit of a dangerous approach here without anything they can utilize to cover this. Breedy, he goes wider on an adventure with that wall jam. They're going to try and tuck themselves in, but as I said, the Fuser has this locked down with 50 seconds. BDS, they're going to have to try and find a second route through.
They have to know that top floor is not in their control here, and therefore this door is a death sentence. There's nothing you can really do about it either. Chuck a flash up there, I mean, okay. But that's not really going to save it for you. They're going to have to force their way down Red 90 and get in behind them. And that's what they've done. They've broken them wide open here, but they're still got to worry about White. A great 2v1 coming out. Diffuser's got the vertical and 30 seconds to play. Do they know? Yes, they do. But they might just be able to hold on, Emmy.
He's finding and hoping and trying to catch anything, but Shaiko has that pocket of space. Now, Diffuser has had a huge opener, but been a bit quiet since. He buries himself down the bottom of White Stairs. BDS, they separate ever so slightly, opposite corners, one in the washroom under the hatch, and the other tucks right on the kit. Diffuser has a mountain to pass. The first is Shaiko. Uses, he's roughly aware of the position. He can't get the fight. BDS, 2 in a row.
As it came to the end of the round there, Beast Coast happy to try and rely on that vertical, hoping that Diffuser could just prevent the plant going through, but it was just too much to ask at the end there. Shaiko uses, what a deadly combination. You don't want to find yourself in that 1v2, and Diffuser finds out exactly why. But we've got to look back to earlier on in the round. They had everything they needed. Beast Coast had the advantage, but BDS, between Breedy and Shaiko, were able to drag themselves back into it. And this is where I say that it feels like BDS have now got that extra gear.
Just that frustration where I think really a lot of that round was on BDS too. Pulling it back from a 3v5 in itself is incredible, but more the fashion in which they did it, right? Acknowledging that reading door was a death trap. They didn't have top floor control. They couldn't make use of that entrance. The rapid toss around, they're making use of the flash as well to get hot and cold. What I didn't realise was actually flashed out at the time. Was then fully flashed as the push comes through. Almost gets the kill back on the other side, but just beautiful moments of 2v1s onto the White Stairs player as well. Everything was about team play in that round for BDS, even with only 3 players on the field. Wonderful stuff. They are playing at full confidence. Beast Coast wilting like a, I don't know, a bit of a dying flower at the moment.
It's rough because that was a situation where they had their first foot in. They had a good bit of growth. BDS, they were struggling for a little bit to find that first engagement, their favor their way, and then just as soon as they got the snap, the problem solving showed up, and that has been their drive these past few maps. The start on the approach here again, problem solve, fish, find your route through and see if you can get a spray on it. Beast Coast, when do they start trying to lean in and bite back?
Twitch drone just going to be taking chip damage where possible there.
That's a Twitch drone from my rank games.
Yeah, that's not really going to
zap the player.
Worry about the utility. I'm just going to zap the duck. I'm going to take that little bit of health off the player that can heal himself. That's going to do us a lot in the round.
A little bit.
I think, like, in fact, just a little
He knew he was going to lose.
Yeah.
I'm just
going
to
to that 5 HP might make a difference later in the round.
We'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there.
Well, it's not going to get anywhere further for Solotov. Swung into Christmas and knocked right back out. Gaveni gets himself the second on towards the pixel corner as Gunnar does get caught from the back now. The Doc is stepping into an engagement where Liquifak is the next to stop, and they're trying to just find a route through and somehow doesn't quite get himself the second. It's 2Ks, 3Ks either side.
They've let another 3 versus 5 come down to a 2 versus 2. Like, what is going on? BDS pulling things back spectacularly, but you'll be asking questions of the other side. You've got these 2 kills. Why aren't you then tightening up as a team, pulling back to a great position? Hot and Cold not quite finding his man. And I think at this point they realise the Skylight drop is not the play for them.
Maybe just a little bit more patience on the trigger there. Might have netted that kill for Hot and Cold. Might have got him the man thinking about that Skylight drop. But BDS, they're able to dip themselves back. We find ourselves continuing in this 2v2 stalemate within round 3. The vertical is going to start getting opened up. They're going to start working those angles if they can. But cannot go find his man. No! And BDS, they've got themselves an advantage. 2 versus 1. And Gaveni, the pressure is mounting.
Everything to do at this point, and he's had a big round so far. But if he can just isolate one of these players, one of these bits of motion, and one of these moments, he might be able to find the single fight on the plant. There it is, and there it is. Brilliant moment.
Sticking.
Operated, but Bride's going for the stick. He's holding out and putting us into a post plant, tucking himself round the corner, waiting for the approach, gets rid of the Banshee. He locks it down for Beast Coast and stems the flow.
They need that more than anything. A massive clutch to win the round after watching it happen from Liquifak back on Chalet time and time again. That kind of play is what might well boost his team up that little bit more. Because if they lost that round, another 5v3, there'd be serious questions being asked about how much longer this series goes on.
Those are the kind of shots, those are the kind of moments that can bring you back into a tournament like this. Beast Coast, they desperately need some more of it, but Gaveni hitting an absolutely beautiful shot. We're going to see it again, no doubt, as part of the replays. It was just wonderful. He knows how much is riding on this moment, and yet, without flinching, he hits the 4K and closes out the round. Brilliant stuff from Beast Coast.
Think about where he got all those kills as well. The first, battling his way around to Pixel, gets the follow through on the back of the white stairs, drops down. Brilliant, brilliant play and motion there, and that is what they needed, something to go their way that's a break in momentum.
I still would have probably called an attack timeout there as the coach. I really think Fett should have stepped in there and tried to calm things down, because a couple of 5v3s being lost is, dare I say, frankly, unforgivable. You can't be letting that happen. I know they've won the round, but off the back of a hero play that saved them, you've still only found yourself 1 round on the defense of this map, when a couple of days ago against FaZe, you won every single defense. I'm just worried now the next 3 rounds might prove to be just as rough, with BDS turning things up another gear.
It gives them a second to build behind here, and that is that worry is, what do BDS have in the canister? Beast Coast, they've stepped themselves off a little bit, but they had a brilliant fight back. They're able to thread 4 rounds in a row. Oops.
Forgiven.
He'll get that later.
Oh, Hotton.
Step too short.
Just reminding Solotov that he's here. Obviously don't want to run out immediately as you're trying to break through that barricade, just to give yourself a couple of seconds to get through, by which time BDS can turn and deal with it. Turn and burn, you might say. But now it's that constant reminder. It's been broken open. Solotov's got to be mindful here of what he's looking for, or get off the rappel altogether.
Gunner's just going to get the relocate there into Cigar Shop. Just try and hold himself in that position. He's just basically trying to keep himself off the radar a little bit here. As you can see, they're sort of moving around each other in these positions and just trying to keep BDS guessing here, make sure that they've got all the angles covered and just force them into a bad position for that first gunfight.
A little bit too late there to try and get the catch on the player. BDS, they're finding themselves a little bit out of sync. They are surrounding it. And as the Bees reveal the player, they're going to pull themselves back. Gaveni under the position, he opened things up, but the call comes out, and he's just going to go past. It actually cost them. If Solotov was watching with a gun, he might have got the freebie. The swing in isn't quite as free. There's the connection, finally. Get the end of two, though. I said he missed the first, but he's more than happy to sweep up the rest. Gunner's in a box. Can he try and batter his way out of it? And how much do they know? Those bullets give you a sum of the game, but there's one. There is the quick trade.
I'm not sure it's just Gunner that's in a box at the minute. BDS are looking to put the whole of Beast Coast in one because they are just looking electric right now. Just the entry kill, the double from Solotov, the long-range tap. Just absolutely beautiful stuff from this BDS side. This is the best of them that we have seen, but hold that thought because Spirits manages to find one with a nitro, brings it back to a 2v3, 40 seconds.
Shaiko, BDS have been the ones doing work, though, with the back of the flashes and the phone calls, right? Solotov's 2K, again, comes off a phone call. Someone doesn't sit there in the corner mashing a phone if they aren't being called. They're watching that window. They just had no idea it was coming because the ring was just overwhelming them with sound. They didn't know someone was inside of white, but now they're almost out of flashes entirely. This is where the field equalizes a bit, but BDS have still got a numbers advantage.
20 seconds, though, coming down to the wire here as they try and take some of the power inside Pillar, but it's hot and cold. The bots are red hot! Knocks them back in a 2 versus 1. Users has to send it, cannot find a route through, and Beast Coast level us back up, far from done yet.
Every time. I keep saying it, but the Dekebi is such a key part of this BDS setup. They have to be able to get an overwhelming advantage, I feel, with the use of that operator. If they don't have a chance to, that's when things can fall away. I said you'd see Beast Coast start to level the playing field there. They pull off a wonderful 2v3. All things equal again at 2-2.
Beast Coast have had so many great individual player moments across the last couple of days. It is no surprise to see them holding on with those moments. We've had the Gaveni 4K, we've had a hot and cold 3K, I think it was, in the last round. Just absolutely wonderful stuff from those individual players to keep themselves alive, to keep themselves fighting as a team. I don't know if Faccini's keeping the energy up still. It's pretty hot in here now. It's been going on a while. He is still going.
What are you on about? They've got like 1,000 fans in front of him, Tim. They're cool as day.
I think his part of the stage is a trampoline at this point.
Just bouncing around.
Honestly, but that is what you need. We heard it at the very start of the showdown. He said, go out there, boys. Play your game, play your heart, win or lose. Give it your all.
And it's the one thing I'll get to them. Very rarely have you seen Beast Coast, except when they're in a clutch situation. Very rarely do they find themselves, no way. Surely not. Do they expect there was a camera here? I mean, he's starting drone now, so surely not. There's no crazy coming out of it. No, okay, cool, we're all good.
I like how they waited to watch it break.
They were thinking about it. If he carried on running, they were going straight for it as well, which would have been the craziest part. So fair play, I guess BDS at least showing a little bit of that composure. But again, to kind of come back to that point, they're not wilting away. They're not kind of sitting back on site unless it's a clutch. They're willing to get out in the map and cause a little bit of chaos.
Got a direct route through, and they're going to see if they can just smash and grab. They said, you're playing the extension, fine. This ground floor is ours to cement ourselves in now. Felt that one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. EFAC pops Gunner right back, but the trader utility, we talk about the Dockerby Des, gone again.
That's it. You don't mind losing the mute so much here. Sure, you lose a C4, but you've got your jammers down, you've done your rotations, you've done what you need to in the round. What's the can be done except die? Nothing.
No matter what Beast Coast come with at the minute, it always just feels like BDS are that step ahead. They're doing well to keep themselves level on the scoreboard, but as we've just seen, Shaiko managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there, manages to find the kill, but the damage is done elsewhere. And again, BDS are that step ahead, but Gavini catches up with a kill onto users. Shaiko with the trade. BDS 2v1. Breedy is low health though.
Oh, a take from Spirits! And you talk about hero moments, you talk about this roster fighting every single round. Breedy in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits with a great gun for this range. Now they have the call, they have the route, and he stuck the plant.
He's moved,
last time round. But the change of pace and place, but it puts him 1 health apiece. Either side is a look away, a glance from death, and the glances are coming out because you look at the time at the top middle, it's so prolonged. Here, they've traded places, but Breedy has that 1 extra little bit to tie him.
Breedy has just played him like a fiddle. Absolutely beautiful from the BDS man. Just taunting and teasing time again with that diffuser, just looking for that angle. He had about 10 HP the whole way through that engagement. He couldn't take a single bullet, and yet he was able to maneuver Spirits to position him exactly where he wanted him, right in the danger zone. And Breedy gets what could be a critical round for BDS.
That's just like the 1v2 that we had users hit in the Oregon basement in their game against Cyclops. It's what made the difference back then, and that moment, those are the moments you look back at the end of a map when it becomes really tight and say, oh, well, look at the last round, that was the one that was the defining one. No, these earlier rounds, moments like that, when Spirits has already landed a nasty 3K, some of his shots were unbelievable. But Breedy has been in that situation 1,000,001 times, played it like an absolute champ.
Again, look at how they're getting these motions, though. Although Spirits wasn't able to win it out, the positions he's adopting, readapting to, he kept finding new ground, new places, and new players on the side of BDS to just rip out of this map. 3-2. Beast Coast, they could try and get themselves leveled here, get themselves onto an even half. If BDS get themselves the 4-2 on their attack, they leave a very tough job for Beast Coast's second half.
This is more of the leaky pack I'm used to. Maru, hopefully not flying into any frostbats, but that window where Diffuser's just placed it is where normally you'd see leaky pack come flying in a little bit later into the round. So keep a close eye on that one as well. First call coming out here, more to deal with the roamers. That second one, honestly, if you want to watch when BDS are going to execute, just wait until that icon on Solotov's card flashes bright white, because that is when everything will start moving. Like this.
We see the first goal come in, and as she said, Des, the movement comes along with it, but Hot and Cold is ready, as is Gunnar, managing to take down Solotov and users. 3 versus 5. How many times have we seen this, though? How many times have we seen BDS able to fight themselves back into this situation? Leakafak just hitting the pause button there, deciding that was not the time to be flying up the hatch. He's going to take a little backward step, and BDS, they're going to try maybe to find a kill or two before they start thinking about getting on into sight.
They tried to go for that little sneaky pull-up from the ground floor, and with the 2 bodies gone, you don't want to throw yourself into what is the bigger disadvantage. East Coast, they're rebuilding around the back of that. They've sort of said, look, they're going to try and take the top. Let's not give them these fights. Let's not give them the 3 versus 2, rather than how they've taken those previous rounds. It's a slow creep. And at this point, Beast Coast, they've just given them nothing but dust to chase.
It's a shame because, again, you saw the call come through, but I think Solotov and Users were just a little bit ahead of the curve. Leakafak's allowed to open the hatch, get rid of that bulletproof, do all sorts of things to get himself ready to fly in. So BDS a little bit out of sync, but Beast Coast, they've handled this beautifully well. Dealt with all 3 players one at a time and have got themselves in a 5 versus 2. I know we've seen Beast Coast give away 2 5v3 so far. I don't think this one's going to be the same.
I get the feeling that a 3-3 half on Cafe for Beast Coast as defenders is not going to be the end of the world, because coming away, they're going to expect to pick up a few rounds on the attack. So BDS, as much as they've looked great for it, it kind of feels like the score should be a little bit more one-sided at this point, but it's not. A triple kill comes in from Hot and Cold. Fantastic stuff from him. Multiple kills in multiple rounds we've seen from him. Breedy, last alive, cut down, flawless round coming in with Spirits finding the last.
Whew. So you get that 3-3 we were speaking about in terms of that split. What it comes to now, we don't know, but we know we can know. We can find out how that first half went. Let's go to Fresh and Jesse now.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, I'm here in the crowd with Jack to give you some information on what BDS may be playing operator and bomb site-wise in this second half. So far, BDS have played Cathay 3 times with this brand new roster. They have only a 25% win rate on the top floor. That has not been successful for them. However, the other 3 bomb sites combined, they have an 8-1 record. They've only lost the bottom floor bomb site once. The middle floor sites, they've not lost even a single time. So watch them go to those bottom couple of sites, and they're very likely to be successful.
And that's where it comes into it, is if they play those middle floor sites and the basement site, that solace or lack of solace ban from Beast Coast might come back to hurt them, because that gives Leaky Pack a lot more space out on that roam.
So I think Tim
Diffuser Beast Coast specifically, please!
Diffuser specifically, it's a good point. He's been a ghost these last 2 maps compared to what we saw back on map 1. But all this attention is said turns towards BDS's defensive half. They're starting things off on that top floor. Tim, I know you're disappointed. I can see it in your face.
Disappointed for years about this top floor being picked up as a primary site. As I've said, as Jesse's just backed me up on there, the top floor site is very difficult to hold on to. However, it could be a little bit of a gamble for BDS if they're able to get this done early. What an advantage that could be. Lock down the top floor, then look at the stats that Jesse's just hit us with. It looks a lot different if they can go into those mid-floor sites, which they do not lose, having already won this. What a start from Shaiko. Gets himself a great peak, takes down the Hibana as well. Brilliant stuff, BDS.
A solace, would you believe, Darian?
Wow.
You talk about Tim's opinion on the top side, we could talk about yours on that solace until, well, probably this series ends. How do you?
Until the new season.
Until the new season.
Then we can stop. Then it won't be a problem as much, but it doesn't matter who's playing it right. They're going to find a way to pull off some kind of magic, and here, getting rid of the Heart Breacher is going to be so frustrating. Yes, you can find yourself dealing with these mirror windows with the Ash, but anything else, impossible. At least catching Solotop out there, who was maybe a little bit too far for us.
He's made a couple of those mistakes sometimes. He often takes ambitious rotates and often gets punished for them as well. The 4 versus 4 though, a moment of calm after how the previous round sort of built and ended. It sort of gets us a bit of a fresh reset and restart. They're going for the attention towards the mirror windows, the call on the Yossa play on the back end. It gives them an option to swing out, and that impact gives them an option of, ooh, did that quite get the catch? It did not. That still stays standing and gives them a basis.
Oh, they're in, Tim. 2 C4s on side, at least for BDS here to make use of, but I think Hot and Cole's just feeling a little bit ropey about what control they've got, because it turns out it's not all that much.
Again, another quiet round from Diffuser as he gets taken out. Users, finds the Orsa, takes down that ability to put the plant down potentially. Liquefact hits the Nitro onto Gunner, and within a matter of seconds, Cavani finds himself all alone, and then finds himself cut down by Liquefact. BDS, they take another. It's 4-3, and BDS, they keep fighting to close this here on Cafe.
Beast Coast have not been able to pull themselves into the lead of a series. Well, since everything went a little bit wrong in the middle of the last map, they are desperately trying to match this pace. The Ossa play to slow things down, give them a bit of solid ground, and sort of make their statement and their stance. Doesn't do much. They don't have the response, and I mean, what a rough opener. The roughest it could be.
You bring that Ossa, it's just so central to the whole thing, but BDS never really looked at at any point. C4 Denal below, players out towards Cocktail, ready to come for the flank. Denal inside of site itself. They just look like they've got the read on everything that Beast Coast want to bring. Admittedly, a lot of it orchestrated by the fact they had no Hibana. They couldn't easily get control of Piano, so were forced to go for this topside take with limited control. BDS, they bite their head off as soon as they get the chance. Mining and Fireplace around number 8.
This is what I said. It's no surprise to see them doing this. They've taken the gamble on that top floor site. It's paid off. Now they can head into sites that, as Jesse told us, BDS just don't lose. They've got so many wins on these mid-floor sites that Beast Coast, they are backs to the wall. All they can hope to do here is put their foot against that wall and push back as hard as they can. But look at the confidence in BDS. Again, we saw Shaiko do it at the beginning of the last round. This time, it's Solotop up at at those windows, looking to get aggressive, take the fight to Beast Coast. BDS are refusing to give them an inch right now.
It's again another slow build here as users sit underneath the hatch, hoping for a bit of a drift by. There's been back and forth fights, but they're not entirely dead. Giving the engagement, you can hold the territory, remove the drones, and make all of this internal pressure sort of get pulled away. They've tried to surround the players. A couple on the bar bells, a couple on the back end, a couple above the hatches, but as you said, Tim, there is nothing that is being offered to them. There has to be a push to this, and if it's just an offered fight, well, they do win out on towards Solotov, but Gunnar cannot quite get the second.
Watching this window, there's two of them now challenging. He had the Warden on one, Shaiko on for the next, but not able to take him out just yet. These guys have got time here. They've got 100 seconds yet to work with, no rush. They've got themselves the entry. We've seen them throw away double man advantage situations before. Oh, deals with the Claymore and then the man.
That just should not be allowed. That is absolutely disgusting. The speed to get out there and whip 180 and find the man on the rappel. Beautiful stuff. Keep your eyes as this round progresses on those two nitros as well. Beast Coast are going to try to work these verticals. I don't know exactly what's left in terms of Valkyrie cams that are useful, that are providing intel, but any opportunity for Brede or users to find themselves a cheap kill with a nitro, you know they're going to take it. But Beast Coast have been able to force them back a little bit here, so they've got a little bit of freedom in Piano.
The worry right now is obviously where are they going to try and formulate the plant. They've surrounded the mining area, but with a couple of C4s still on the pocket and a lot of that position soft and easy to call out from Shaiko until he gets dropped. They're still trying to have to formulate safety in a dangerous territory. Lickifak, he is waiting with bated breath. Misses the first, cannot find the connection on the second. Users does get caught, does get it, but a little bit too late now. With the knowledge that they're underneath, they're going to see if they can try and find a little sticky corner of concrete. A 3 versus 1, Brede. He was able to get that very important clutch from earlier. Cannot get the connection with the back end, but he's at least in the down situation. They rotate their way back up. They know they can play this from above. He's hoping he can get this threaded C4 that's almost perfect. Yeah. It does force at least one of the grenades further away. A lot of time wasted, but look at this. Sure. He has to kill the player because the player will call out what he's doing. He's holding, but he doesn't get it by them.
You have flashbacks there, I'm sure, Tim, to one of your favourite moments in this game.
Well, we've seen it. We've seen it here in Manchester. And, I mean, it started out with Sider all the way back in Raleigh. And when people say to me, why Siege? What's so different? I show them that play where you can just have that instant change of landscape, that instant change of possibility. Shoot a hole in the wall and get the diffuser played through it. We saw it earlier in the tournament with the pistol shotgun. This time it was with the full shotgun from Brede, but Beast Coast were aware. They were there, they were ready, and they keep themselves fighting in this one. 4-4, and what a battle this is becoming on Cafe.
The dance continues. Still more games, still more rounds to go here. It's not like we've just seen BDS pull ahead 5-3, 6-3. It is all square at 4 apiece. It means 1 for 1 so far in the quarter. I think how this next round goes will be the big one for me. See BDS come out on top. They've got that 2-1 in that first quarter of the second half. And it's on Beast Coast to pull off some magic in the final 3 rounds here. Could be what sends them home. And, you know, I hate to say it, but again, Black's very much right. Diffuser here, 0-7. Where is that player we saw in those first 3 rounds that put up big numbers, closed the map on 15? Since then, has been absent.
It's rough. It's always rough when you're missing a piece for anyone in this situation because you want to see the undisputed 2 best teams at a tournament go head-to-head for a final for as long as possible to get that truest taste. And we know what he's capable of because he's shown it this series.
Oh, okay.
At least
they know.
At least spell his name right.
Yeah, it's fair. 0-7 are they chanting.
Bit of a scrape. Once again, any users, he's going to try and hold this position for as long as possible, but with the round getting some of the work done above, Shaiko's not quite as eager to sprint his way up red for the fight.
No, he's got the ping for the information. They know that there's one on red window here. Nitro's going to go out, not going to connect it. Actually hits the window frame, doesn't quite make it through. Leakerfack, I'm not sure he's been picked up there behind the small bar. Yes, he has. That's good drawn in from Spirits there. I've been critical of it from Beast Coast. They've let Leakerfack slip through the net a couple of times, but not this time. They have his number, know exactly where he's playing. He's going to have to dip away and try to relocate.
But look how far he's relocated and how quick. This is a chase that Beast Coast now have to do across a whole extra story, Des.
Just horrific, and the thing is, they're still going to keep on hunting him down. They know that he's here. Will he manage to get the pink? Not quite. They found him first as well. It was a matter of pixels. Shaiko loses out, at least in this round.
Good start towards the approach, a minute 20. They've got a good little pocket of time as the vertical destruction is played back against by the Impex. They have angles, but they are not entirely forced off the site here, BDS. And Leakerfack can feed all of this delicious intel. There's a bit of a spread. Breeday on the smoke, still has 3 canisters to keep control of VIP in the bottom of white. That's where the plant's coming. They need to force out Breeday.
Yeah, they've been able to do enough vertical now to push BDS out of sight. We can see this. Hot and Cold manages to pick Solitov, but BDS have managed to just slip through the net. They've got themselves upstairs. They're going to get a freebie onto the ram of Gunnar, and there's one even higher. It's Leakerfack. Can he have his moment? Yes, he manages to find Gaveni. He gets a second onto Hot and Cold. 30 seconds left to go, and Beast Coast have got to rethink the plan.
They've realised now that no one's on site, and they've just said, just go, 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 go. We've got to go and hit site. They've done the work, though, BDS. They're down to a 2v2. The Solus is still on side, and we know what that means.
It is all down to Leakerfack on the roll of the Solus, and he is desperately trying to find a route, but he is too late to post-plant. Now, he has made magic before, and he's got to see if he can pull out one more trick to stop Beast Coast finally getting themselves ahead. A route locked off. They have the audio cues, they have the position, and the swing onto VIP. It's an off-piste place. If he knows, well, he's able to slip himself to the bit of knowledge. Dips back in. He's got an engagement. He cannot win. Beast Coast, great call, great run, great pullback on a round.
And quite critically for me, that's 2 attacks they've taken there in that first quarter of this half. Gonna be dangerous. And for BDS, understandably, attack timeout coming in now. They should not be losing out in a couple of those. But Beast Coast really making a name for themselves on the attack so far, even when they're getting hit by this double flank coming out from BDS.
I love the play and counterplay of that round. It's one that I'll watch back after the tournament is done because it was so beautiful. BDS make a big call, and I love the way that they even split that. Usus and Leakerfack getting above. Usus hits mid-floor, Leakerfack hits top floor, and it was like a double whammy, a double punch that Beast Coast never saw coming. But then the counterplay, let's get onto site. Let's just go straight in there. They're short of numbers. They've sent everybody upstairs, and it just worked perfectly. We are seeing some real top-tier siege between these 2 teams.
And we know where we are going next as well. A map that will require so much of this movement, this aggression, this game that has been so consistently back and forth, battered, bloodied, and bruised between these 2 teams. And there's a very fun little sort of incisive fact. For the last time at a major, we had an EU versus an NA team. It was all the way back at Paris, I believe, and that was decided on border. We might be doing the same thing if Beast Coast can push this 2 more rounds.
And what I find crazy about that thought, if we do get to border, is that it's that map where we always say, don't take a worse team there. Like, don't put it down to being so reductionist that it's all about the gun skill. And given the play that we've seen out of players like Gunnar today, it's been nuclear. A couple of good games as well of players like Spirits. The problem is on the other side, Leakerfack's been going unbelievably well so far. Solitov had a great last map as well. It's that balance of which team can win that. It's going to be chaos if we get there. BDS want this done here and now because I think with border, you're starting to flip coins at that point.
The Fuser got killed.
He is.
I mean,
shut you all up.
I was looking back over the last couple of maps. I think he was like 3-9, 4-10. He was 0-7 here. Well, it's not the dream start, for sure.
Nitro there was ripped and ready underneath the hatch, but will not be sent skyward as Usus decides to keep it in pocket. Meanwhile, Leakerfack on the Solus again, just looking outside, knows that the Claymore is there, so aware that there's going to be people on the rappel. Again, we'll just be building that picture of where the utility and where the push is going to come from. Hot and cold, straight up to the rooftop then. Not going to be challenging those windows too hard. And back onto the drones.
Setup, they've got to try and work their way through, right? And last time round, they couldn't really push inside a piano, if you recall. They lost the hard breach early on, at least in this round. They're not even bothered with it. They've said, you know what, forget about it. If we're going to lose it early, let's figure out a way through and bring more things for the execute. So immediately my eyes fall, for example, on the Dekebi, on towards the Grim, on towards the Capitao. They're starting to double the utility, and they might just go for it. Poor Diffuser.
Not going anywhere further, but a kill onto the back of Brede to follow almost instantly through. The mirror removed by good usage. Both bolts gone, and there goes Users. Gunner gets his second on the connection there. So maybe there was a down beforehand on the back of the double kill that was finished off by the bolts, but it allows them to lead themselves in. A very quick wrested control. They've dropped the hatch. They're going to cut their way across. Shaiko swings a 2 versus 1. Shaiko dropped down. And now, once again, we are in this sordid story of Soulless circling underneath like a shark waiting to bite at the feet of two players desperate to find a single safe place. He hits the top of the stairs, they'll have the call, they have the watch, they have the catch, but this time, same result! Beast Coast! They put us onto map points!
We knew that they had this fight in them. Gunnar said it when the game started. We can come back from anything. We can fight our way back in. And that's exactly what they're doing. The pressure, the stress is certainly rising on the side of BDS. You can see it there. The best they can hope for on one of their best maps is overtime at this point. Beast Coast could be about to stretch us to a 5th map.
Utterly mental. Just when it looks like the chips are down, Gunnar comes up big again. He's been top rated across the last 2 maps. He was second on the first map to Diffuser, but I think he was still sat at like 13 and 8 or something ridiculous. He's now up to 12 kills on this map. We're going to start checking stats soon because he could be on his way towards a record.
You can see the frustration on the face of the BDS players. You can see the fury that is under the surface, these little mistakes, these little moments, and these little bits where, once again, Liquefact is left alone, trying to hold on. They are frustrated at something that is falling away from them right now. Can they fix it before we are on border?
It is all these small moments, all these stresses, pressures, multi-kills, lost rounds, clutches that build our story here in Manchester, and what a crescendo it is heading towards if we see that final map of border, because at this point it is absolutely anybody's. BDS, of course, were able to take back-to-back maps in map 2, map 3, but Beast Coast digging their heels in and going absolutely nowhere. Gunnar has been consistently him in the quarter-final, the semi-final, and now the final. He continues to deliver.
BDS, they have an opportunity here to try and push themselves a bit over. Obviously, they've lost every side apart from the top one. There's your fun statistic for how this has threaded itself together. There has been some very great reads on exactly the holds, all of the things that were missing on the previous 2 maps from the side of Beast Coast sort of disappeared. This opportunistic idea of here's a gap, let's find it, sniff it out, and utilize it. It's being pieced together as they piece together this Intel game, threaded their way across and utilizing, well, every Valkyrie camera that they can pull away from them.
Boogie Drone goes out and just continues working with those vertical angles then. As I said previously, what they're looking to do there is just force BDS out of sight, force them out of those primary positions, the places that they've chosen to try and dig themselves into. Just try and disrupt what the defenders are doing. As it is, Hot and Cold now starts working on that hatch. So BDS start wondering, right, we've had Red Stairs vertical opened up, we've had the hatch opened up. Is it going to be a push towards Bakery, towards Bottom Red? Is it going to be a push towards Freezer? Where is the pressure going to come from?
I was just looking at the current stats and how they stand coming into it. It may have changed a little bit now, but I think Gunnar's on course if you go to a map 5 to break the kill record. 51 kills he's currently got. Liquefact not far behind at 49. Those two are having what we often call a life series, putting up big numbers when it's most needed. Beast Coast will definitely give themselves a chance to break that record. BDS too, if it goes all the way.
This first engagement is so important, and Gunnar seems ready to be the man to take it. It's all the pressure on towards the bottom of white, and they play an early smoke to buy themselves some time. Licky Fack outside, couldn't get the catch, but Brede sure does. There's a double for the man at the bottom of the stairs to trade out. A 1 versus 3. Gaveni, he'll have to ace his way through this round to end it here. He almost gets the bite on the player, but he does it. Huge from Brede. 1 round separates us from OT.
That guarantees us seeing all of the Regulation 12 here on Cafe. And this has been a fantastic matchup so far between these two teams. But often in a grand final, you will have moments where you can just feel that all the players recognise that they have to throw everything at this. And I feel like we've reached that point. Both teams have given everything, and they know they have to find a little bit more.
1 more. That is all it would take right now to set us up for a strong story on either side. Bring it down to a fight of 3 rounds, maybe more, or set us up with Border, a map where we get to see 10 fantastic gunners throwing themselves at each other to crown the champion. We want to go the distance here, but that pressure rests solely on the shoulders of Beast Coast.
Down here in mining is where that last defense is going to be established for BDS as well. They've got to hold on here to send it to overtime. As I mentioned, I don't think they want this going to Border. I think you're inviting Gunnar to do something truly magic if it goes that far. Not quite sure you want to be seeing it, but it may well be what transcends if they can get it done here and now. But overtime, as you say, is just that 1 single round away. A cheeky C4 poised upon Skylight. No one yet rappelling up towards that roof means nothing to be found.
And it's one of those moments, it's one of those risks that could be the real difference maker, that could be the winning factor for either of these teams. BDS, they keep hold of their utility for the time being. They have a little look, and Shaiko, who else? He comes away with it. 12 and 8 here on Cafe. Headshot onto Spirits, and it's the Capitao gone. Some big utility loss there.
I'm wondering what the entire play was. You obviously had the fishing underneath from Gunnar, led by a hot drone there. The 2 players stacked up on the Christmas doorway, punished by the patience of Shaiko on the second story. Who else but Solus seems to be the MO. Beast Coast, they got to pick themselves back up, rotate round, try and force this player out. It's an entirely different approach at this point, and Gunnar, sort of MVP player top, is sat waiting wistfully, hoping for something to be driven his way.
Surely need to find something here, because losing that Capitao, we touch on it all the time. Such an execute-focused operator. Got to balance the book somehow, otherwise things keep on working against you. The Grim, sure, may well help you out. You got the Dekebi on side too. First phone call coming out here, but nothing really moving. Feels like more of a bait coming in against BDS to try and force it to move, but they ain't buying.
Fuse is just going to be holding that angle for the time being, but with the bees there, nobody is likely to pass through. Solotov tries to pass through, but Gaveni finds his man, takes him down with a headshot, brings things back to 4v4. Gunnar is up there and searching, seeking again. Can he find another one of those critical kills? Yes, he can, and it's the Solus that he takes down. He's going to walk in and double it up. He manages to find 2. Hot cold onto Brede. This could be going all the way to map 5.
And wouldn't that be an outcome that you need? Leaking back has been huge, but is he 4 players huge is the question. At least manages to find Gunnar finished off his main nemesis, but the race is there! We're going all the way to map 5 to see who wins the Manchester Major!
North America, they're not done yet. BDS looked like they were screaming towards a second trophy won in European soil. But instead, the team that came together from a bunch of different places got themselves first in NA, got themselves into the final, to BDS to the brink. They might just do it, Des.
Well, we need to breathe them on the desk. Let's go down to them and get their thoughts on this map.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, we're gonna go all the way to map number 5. What a show we've been given here in Manchester. And of course, our audience is pretty divided, I would say, about it. Welcome back to the desk. Hi, I'm Milos. With me are Jesse, Jack, and Gabe. And we have to talk about the gunner in the room, because this man is on fire.
He was the one that carried them through Cafe in the quarterfinals, and he's done it again here in the grand finals. Gunner, undoubtedly the MVP of that map, bringing them back from the brink, just like what we saw from Ligifac in map 3. A huge individual performance from him to step up on the attack to really make the difference and put BDS into the dirt.
And that's just what you need when you're facing losing a grand final. You need somebody to step up. I just said it to you, Jesse, in that very last round. I said, when Gunner's on the rugby, I said, this is a great light from Gunner. He's going to go huge here. And he walks in, finds 2, opens the round for his team. And that's one thing that Beast Coast have done excellently inside of this map. They did it in Skyscraper as well. I said on Chalet that I thought they looked nervous. When they were on Chalet, they were forcing it a little bit too much on their attacks. They got onto Cafe, they laid back, allowed BDS to aggress into them, and then Gunner particularly was punishing them in that late round.
I said I needed that performance out of Gunner, and he absolutely displayed it. And then to talk about the team as a whole, they are showing great resilience. I mean, you gotta give it to BDS too. Both teams are showing great resilience. This is the best case scenario that we are going to a map 3 to decide who is the major champion.
I cannot wait to get to it, but even if Beast Coast are leading, BDS are always fighting back. And I really want to see how we can quantify all of that. So do we have a telestration? Yes, we do. Back to Alphamon telestration to tell us how BDS can take it back.
Thank you so much, Milos. And yes, I think BDS are consistently able to come back even when they're in a man disadvantage. Now we're on Cafe round 2, they're attacking reading, they've lost Solotov, and they're trying to get back that man engagement. So they have pinpointed a victim here, that's the Mira hiding into train. They use the Deimos from downstairs to create some vert, send a nade, and trying to make her move. Now Shaiko from upstairs should be reacting to it, right? He should be trying to punish her, but he cannot, because of this line of sight from Gunner. Gunner actually got a second pick at this point, so it's a 3v5 for BDS. From that line of sight here, Gunner is preventing the team on BDS to punish that opening engagement, to punish Spirits in train. So what they need to do instead is, Brida needs to come challenge Gunner, and at the same time, Shaiko can go and challenge the Mira. Exactly what happens here. Brida challenges Gunnar, gets rid of that pick, and look at Shaiko. Utility usage here. He needs to make her move? No problem. I have an air jab. Free kill for me. Again, using the utility at their advantage to make sure they have favorable gunfights. Now 3v3, they set up the flank and they reset. What's the win condition for us here? And the ability of champions is to be able to close this kind of rounds. So they remove the mute jammer here from Ace and they start droning the bomb side. And they figure out, okay, there seems to be only one player here. Does he have support from White? No support from White? That's our win condition. We can isolate that player, send a flash and go challenge this guy. It's exactly what happens. They flash him, users go down the hallway. He can push for free, they know no one is White. So they challenge him, get that 1v1. Gavini goes down, gets breeded, that's fine. Shaiko can trade. Again, whatever they do together. At this point, from a 3v3, they're in a 2v1. They go for the plant, and Diffuser here needs to make something happen. And look, as soon as the plant is down, they go play safe. They tuck in corner, and most importantly, again, they make sure there is a crossfire. Right now, by tucking in close to the wall, Yuzus is obligating Diffuser to go push wide and getting killed by Shaiko. And this is why, again, they make sure they close this round. From a 3v5 to concrete win from BDS, they're able to come back from man disadvantage. Back to you on the desk, Milos.
Thank you very much, Alfama. Yes, that was Cafe Dostoyevsky, but map 5 is set. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, it's time for Border!
Map 5 for all the marbles here in Manchester. This is the Blast R6 Manchester Major Grand Final. And as a good friend of mine likes to say, we are going all the way here. And it's about this, the trophy. And this crowd, Manchester, are we ready? This is what we live for. We wanted 5 maps, and we've got them. Who's going to lift the trophy? Milos, over to you on the deck.
Thank you very much, Ian. And yes, Manchester, we're going all the way! Hey, nobody does it like Ace, but you know what? We can all enjoy it every now and then. Welcome back to the desk, our final desk for today, because Map 5 is upon us. But before we get to it, let's recap what's gone so far, starting with Skyscraper.
Yes, Milos, we started on Sky. This was a map that we really saw BDS come out of the gate a little slow. Their attacks couldn't really get going. Beast Coast did a great job of staying aggressive on the defense, slowing them down, and Beast Coast never really got the opportunity to push BDS all the way. I mean, BDS just didn't show up on a lot of those attacks.
And then we moved over to Consular, which is BDS's playground. They got out of the gate, as you say, they got out of the gate on their map. They were managing out these situations, lots of 2v2s, lots of flanks, lots of aggression, and they got it done on their map pick.
Then moving into Chalet, we talk about those flanks. That was a huge flank map for Liquifax specifically. It came down to information and the roam specifically.
And then we just had that very fourth map of Cafe, a free attack half for BDS, then blundered into a 5-7 loss. Beast Coast exceptional on their attack, managing that aggression of BDS to a T to set us up for our final and 5th and final map of Border.
Well, you know what, Jack, let's talk about a Border. What's the record so far? Will either team take it? How does it work, Jesse?
The Border's gonna be such a tough map because it's so small. There's so many close, early range gunfights. Something that Froshi was talking to me not 2 minutes ago was how much BDS have been moving over these last couple of maps. It's hard to move around that much on Border. If Beast Coast can come through and shut that down, they could be in a really good spot.
Border almost feels like, for me, like a perfect playground to settle this. Because what makes Border often is individual performances. So map 5 of Major, I feel like the storyline is set that one player on one of these teams, and I don't know which, one player on one of these teams is just gonna go out, have a life game, and win their team the Major.
I mean, we talk about the individual performances. A lot of this maps and rounds are gonna come down to key power positions. We're gonna see CCTV, we're gonna see Breaker, we're gonna see Top East, we're gonna see Dome. Those are gonna be the highly contested areas on the maps, so you better be watching out for those gunfights.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. Our teams are tied neck and neck. BDS and Beast Coast, Europe and NA, back to our casters!
Of course, it's going to come down to this. We had some magic in Sao Paulo. Of course, we've got to try and one-up it here in Manchester, Tim.
How could we not do? It's you, it's me, we've got the power boost of N. We've got to go as far as we can, and map 5 is going to be exactly that.
We didn't want anything but this, and I think that's been so abundantly clear. The one team that seemed to go against the expectations of who people were going to crowd for and cheer for is here in the final. They have gone all the way.
It didn't deserve any less than this. I think that's what we've got to remember. These two teams have given everything. They've given us some of the biggest moments at the tournament, and this is the final that they both deserve to win.
And I do want to raise these stakes here and point out just how big this last map might be. We've currently got Gunner on 55 kills, Leaking back on 50. The kill record is 57. It will be broken by at least one, if not both, players here. That's just how big those two players have gone throughout this series, and there is still so much more to come yet on Border. Game is about ready. Map 5 begins right here, right now. Border is our final battleground. Who comes out on top? NA versus EU. For all the marbles.
If you were ever going to get loud for your team here in Manchester, now is the time. So many of you have spent the entire weekend here, and it comes down to this moment. This is the map. This is the decider. This is where the major champion will be crowned here on Border. And we've got our operator bands coming in. Monty is the first to go, followed by the Glass.
Now, I know an NA team that regretted that decision I think BDS are a bit more than just that one operator. I think there's a more problematic one, Tim, that we've spoken about. They're still going to ban the Fenrir, and then let Solus go unchecked. Of course they will. The Glass is the interesting one. It's specifically for this map because BDS have got a few naughty little strats that make use of that operator. Uses to believe is the one that dons the Glass on this map, so you've got to watch out for that. And Azami, our final ban to come through here. No surprise at all, BDS sticking to the Monty and the Azami throughout this entire series.
Just a moment, just a breath.
Just got to let it settle.
Just a chance before this all starts to crash together. We know what Border is. We know what Border can become. And I think we over here on the casting desk, all of the people watching at home, all of the people in the audience, know where these teams can go.
I said this earlier on, though. I feel nervous coming into this as BDS because it comes down to that straight shootout. It's not like it's an open field, who wins their 1v1s, but it is a small square map. It's very gunfight heavy. You remember Coastline back in the old day having a similar style to it. It comes down to the frags a lot of the time. There are still some really cool executes you can pull off, which is what Beast Coast are looking for here in their round one attack off the top floor. You've got the Ossa on side, you've got Ying on side, you've got Amaro on side. This looks like a classic execute through both windows, in through the doorway after the balcony of Archives, and they want to hit BDS hard in round one.
People often ask me why Esports, why Siege? And it's for moments exactly like this one. These are the moments that remind you just how special this passion that we all share is, and we get into it. It's round one. Beast Coast start on the attack. BDS, as the defense, need to get aggressive, need to stop them getting established. Laxing spoke about those power spots. East Stairs, Dome, CCTV.
We've seen East Stairs haunt so many teams.
These are the spots where the fights are going to happen, and this is where BDS now, for the next 6 rounds, have to hold on.
Well, there is a Glass that's often part of this play, but you can still try and force your way through, and there's often a Monty that's the adaptation to it. Makes things a little bit stickier, but as the blinds come out around the corner, there is obviously the single player of Free Day that can stop all of this. Well, doesn't even need it. The first C4 goes perfectly. At the top, Spirits is going to try and get the security on the plant itself as EFAC tears through the site, and they cannot plant any longer. A 4 versus 2. A very failed landing. They're inside the site, they're not long. And Spirits is alone.
Leakypat wants to break that record first. Gunners finding nothing in this round, and the side of Beast Coast absolutely crushed on what is often a very oppressive, overwhelming execute. But they dealt with it superbly well. Brede, the first one, I believe, shot out. The first Candela coming on through. So it enabled his team to step forward. The C4 over the top that we saw coming in and doing a lot of damage, getting rid of the player on the Archives window. They have shut this down like lightning, with Leakypat also cleaning up inside of Armory. So Beast Coast, they'll have to go back to the drawing board, Tim, by the looks of it, as this round is washed.
Yeah, this isn't about one of those unofficial timeouts that we speak about where the players will take a minute to have a discussion. That's not what's happening here at all. Spirits is just holding those angles. He's going to punch a barricade out. He's hoping somebody's going to give him something. He wants a freebie. He wants to pick something up, get a 1v2. There's still a minute on the clock. There's still plenty of time for him to do this.
Fine, though. I mean, a lot of time, sure, but still left in a 1 versus 3. Bringing down 3 players on the side of BDS, not quite the easiest job, not when it's used as Leakyfac, and Bredes, we saw already have a good couple of clutches come out. Yes, he's got the time, but they know where it's coming from. It's only going to take one small misstep by Spirits. This one's going to be chalked.
I mean, he's living on a lot of hope right now. A hope that something will fall into his pocket and his favor. It is so sticky and tricky when you go through a play like that and everything falls away. Just wants the catch, but the catch wants him.
BDS going to close out round one then, as was kind of expected after the start that they had, and that is exactly what I said we wanted to see from them. BDS, you know, the BDS fans out there want to see them get aggressive, stop them getting in the building, stop them getting established, because that's how you win rounds on Border as a defense. You can't sit back, you can't turtle on site, you've got to take the fight to them, and BDS have done a great job of it there.
I love how there's like basically now like not really a mosh pit, but a pit of people in the middle now chanting something at someone in the centre.
Yeah,
they've evolved as the series has gone on.
It's the Tom J. Sherlock section. It's like the Ultras of Siege.
It is the Ultras of Siege, you are spot on. Not for a team, but for the game overall. Just again, that quick recap. Leakifak is down 53 kills. Gunnar still on 55. That only puts us still a few kills short of that 57 kill record. 2 for Gunnar to tie, 4 for Leakifak to draw up as well.
First steps, but remember how traded it was on the previous map. There's a lot of places to go, and when a play goes away from you, as it did, it becomes one of those moments where you can try and brush that aside, right? You're throwing yourself in, you don't have 2 parts of what that play often has nowadays. It's not the end of the world.
There's a Beast Coast chat going on, whilst half the audience is turning around to point at someone in the midsection. Absolute chaos, but the round is now underway. We haven't expected to see the attackers being the ones coming out on top on this map. It is the more aggressive map, as mentioned before. Comes down to those gunfights and the scopes that I'd say generally attackers have always had the advantage with. Definitely plays in their favour, though. As of late, we have seen a few of those magnified scopes move over to the defensive side, so they have the ability to start battling back. Castle being a classic example that on this map we see quite a number of teams bringing out, to be honest with you, Tim.
Interesting use of the Vendetta there from Hot and Cold, just opening up the rotation into detention. Takes a little bit of time, but is possible. Will get the job done. And we also saw him scanning out the Solus as well. So again, Beast Coast kind of recognising the power of Leakifak on the Solus, but not taking the choice to ban it away. We've seen that time and again. Is that something we're going to be talking about after the tournament as maybe a deciding factor? Leakifak already 3-0, already making life very, very difficult for Beast Coast, and we're only a round in.
Deimos trying to go a little bit active, a little bit fishing, but it doesn't stop you from Capcan traps as he's blinded across. You know you're being tracked, you know you are exactly in their eye line and how much soft is between you and them, so it turns into a little bit of a cat and mouse game that spans pretty much the entirety of the map. Look at the entirety of the map, look at all that intel, juicy and delicious in the eyes of the Solace. How impactful can they be? A minute 10 as the pressure comes around. Solotov gets the first take, and Efak is knocking on the door of the second.
Oh, poor Brede. Burnt to a crisp, but picked up, but Efak's there for the trade. Hunts down Gunnar, who, yes, has found one. He's 1 kill short of tying the record, but Efak is charging up behind him at 4 kills.
This could be Leakifak's moment. Diffuser does manage to get a double. The tantalising prospect of a performance out of him like he had on map 1 to drag Beast Coast back into this would be a wonderful thing, and it would be so well timed for the NA side. Leakifak, he's on low health. Uses it is though that gets picked up by Gaveni. This is not looking good for BDS right now.
They were 4v3 is the worst part here, but Beast Coast Diffuser especially has dragged it back their way to start us with a 1-1 to kick things off. What more could you ask for on map 5?
1 more kill. As I said, the crowd is probably the only team that we still had in the playoff section that could have been as cheered for as BDS. There's one.
Uh-oh.
10 seconds, though, and that's the important part. They've still got to plant. They've still got to try and find their way in. He knows he's guaranteed at least one more 1 versus 1, which he's going to try and drive through. The spray and the pre-fire keeps him at bay. A little bit of team damage, but enough there for Beast Coast to push it back.
Leakifak so close to getting that one done. Knew that he had to play the clock, knew that he had to force the position. When you're in a 1v2, if you can force them to put the diffuser down, you give yourself that momentary 7-second 1v1, and that is the time that you've got to push forward. Leakifak tried his best, but on low health, it just wasn't going to be enough. And I've just got a feeling that this one is going to continue back and forth like this, like a rubber band, just bouncing side to side.
Fair play, Diffuser. You'd expect it to maybe die in the crossfire coming out from the second player, but he gets the kills when they count, and that is the most important part. And a great read by Gaveni. It's only going to be a couple of bullets to stop that Diffuser going down, and they lose the round. Right place, right time, right aim, enough to bring it up to 1-on-1. And we keep on saying, look back at these rounds where things were so watertight. Does it really then make a difference? Absolutely it does as you start getting in towards the last few, especially when it pushes us towards overtime.
Daring to say it already, Des.
You say it.
I'd say we're going to go there, so it pushes us towards.
It does, but I mean, anything does, technically. He didn't sound very Australian. One apiece. One apiece. now, and this is that problem we might start to run into in a weird sort of amalgamation of the skyscraper game of that second sight for BDS. Sometimes sticking themselves down, finding that position they can play in becomes a little bit of a guessing game here. Sometimes things are magic, and sometimes the act is very well revealed by the attackers.
Enough for the cap count here as well. Shaiko, the namesake player who might find himself targeted and hunted down by Hot and Cold. If nothing else, very effective for forcing Romers back in towards site. They are causing a little bit of bother. And looking at the top-down screen that we've got off towards the left, there is a full spread across this map from BDS. Same way they play their attacks, looking to cover essentially every single corner of it across both floors. They managed to isolate one player out by himself here. Can they pitch him out by himself? I'm not too sure. Shaiko knows that he's relatively safe for now, drops himself in, no one on the window, and he's back down.
Yeah, Beast Coast have been able to get a good bit of control over East Stairs here, one of those power positions that we spoke about at the beginning, and they can start to build from here. It's forced BDS out of office largely, so now Beast Coast can think about taking a little bit of top floor control. They can think about opening up that plant spot just in behind the shelves there, inside of the site. They need to clear out Breede from Workshop realistically. On the Warden, he's going to make things difficult, as he does there. Perfectly timed to prove my point, taking down Gunner, and that leaves us in a 5 versus 4.
There's the bite, there's the back of Breede, not quite. Fully fed towards Houghton. So he pulls himself up. They have a minute 10, plenty of time to work with, but these precipices of engagement, these little tip-overs at the moment, we might get thumbs on the scales, and there's the first. Gaveni gets one back on towards Solotov, secures some control, but doesn't want to stick around, just misses the side of the fight twice. Can't get the catch. Likafak is happy to catch it.
He's now tied with Gunner, by the way, at 56 kills. They're just that one behind at this point. Shaiko finding spirits as well. The Lion falling down here. They managed to work their way in, but he's got a bulletproof right behind his head. I was going to say, they know exactly where you are. And with 4 players bearing down on you, everything opened up. You're in a spot of hot bother. One left, hot and cold with 30 seconds to play.
He's on the perfect operator for it. He's got 2 of those scans. He could possibly give himself a little bit of information, but a 1v4 is going to be a big ask here because BDS, they're not going to give anything away. They're keeping themselves under cover. They create the perfect crossfire. They use the sound call from the player on balcony, and it's Users who just peeks across from shower and manages to find that final kill. BDS, they take round 3 and find themselves up 2-1.
Still trading, still back and forth, still biting at each other's little levels of progress here. And even though these rounds are getting themselves into the 4 versus 1 situation, you're still looking at that fight down long. You know, you're looking at the fight towards Likafak in that situation. That goes, you've got a lot of vertical control, you've got the man advantage, and you've also got a player pushing on towards site itself. And I mean, they're still getting the kill.
One tap. Ouch. I think getting to the 2-1 on that defensive side in the first quarter has been pretty mega for them as well. Admittedly, that first round when we saw it was the, I guess you'd call it a rush attempt coming out from Beast Coast that BDS dealt with deftly. Likafak cleaning up inside of Armory. Over towards Archives, things didn't quite go so well either. A wonderful C4 onto the Archives window. Imagine here they'll slow things down a little bit and try and take things in a more conventional fashion. Equally, it then turns to BDS to change their ideas up. We've got that castle on side here. First time seeing it brought along, so no significant change, but enough that it will force Beast Coast to have to change their own game plans.
This is the time for BDS now to start creating a little bit of space. They go back to Armory Archives. It's a site that they've already won back in round 1. It really does give them that opportunity to start seeing some sunlight between the 2 teams, to start feeling like they're heading towards. But then, as you get close to that title, you come into a new battle. Can you clinch this out? Can you do it when you know that it counts the most in those final couple of rounds? And we are screaming towards that moment as we stand.
With everybody still standing and nobody wanting to budge an inch. We had rounds earlier where everybody was dropped from the outside itself.
Gunner, what are you doing?
Said the drops outside. Shaiko doesn't quite get the confirm.
He really doesn't want this kill record, does he? He really wants to stay under it. He only had to get a couple of kills to tie it. But across 4 rounds here, we'll have had just 1 kill to his name.
Loses them the hard breach as well, which could be impactful on this side. They do manage to collect him, that's big. And then Gavini not only picks him up, manages to find the kill onto Shako, who tried to run out on them as well. So what a switch around for Beast Coast. They're facing a situation where they have no hard breach. They're attacking Armory Archives, but then all of a sudden they get the kill, they get the hard breach, and they give themselves an opportunity in the round that looked like it was on its way to being lost.
Usus was trying to play a little bit of the trick against the wall there itself, but couldn't quite hold on, and obviously without the Solace, well, they still have a lot of growth that they can do here, but they haven't been offered again this catch, this loose play. You think about the lockdown on the site, the crossbite is one that I say is popped round to the corner. They force the Warden further and further back. They've got some angles, some ideas, but nothing close to the same approach they had before.
Yeah, Leakerback is really tucked in here when all the action is the other side of the map, but he's pinned down by that long angle that you saw established. Isn't going to be quite sure when it's clear, but he's there as insurance in case there is a cheeky backwash coming on through. For now, though, Beast Coast are keeping it pretty direct. Their focus is entirely on this office side of things. They're starting to move their way forward. They win this gunfight, it's massive for them, and that's what they found, but it's immediately traded out as well.
Solotov just keeping BDS in the fight. 30 seconds for them to hold on in this 3 versus 4. They don't need to move their feet too much. They need to force Beast Coast to do the work, force them to go in and grab that ground, and force them to find a position to put the diffuser down. 20 seconds left to go. Hot and cold. He's getting up on that window, just looking again to use utility to pressure, to force. Leakerfact can't take any more damage. Neither can Breedy as he gets cut down. 7 seconds, and here come Beast Coast as they get another round on the board and level things 2-2.
They played that so damn well, locking Leakerback out of the action, isolated the players that were a bit too far forward with a double crossfire. Crossfire from 2 angles coming on forward, and have just picked them off one at a time. Beautiful stuff, and all with 15 seconds left on the clock. Beast Coast showing there that, again, patience is the way to victory.
Traded back and forth, far from over yet, and, well, smiling, but he might get himself closer and closer towards that kill record.
He's tied now, one more kill. That's all he needs.
There's a few rounds left of this game. Yes. He's got some opportunities, but talking of opportunities, Kaveni being in these positions, he was quite big for the roster the previous map, and we didn't quite have the fuser popping in, and we didn't quite have the momentum that was led on from Gunner on the previous map before that as well. Him still being present as the fuser comes back into the mold is potentially huge for Beast Coast.
Round 5 gets underway then. We're going to have BDS moving on. They decide not to go back to Armory Archives, even though it was open for them. They're going to move on instead downstairs. Going to be ventilation and workshop for this one. We saw them try it back in round 2. This is just, you know, a repetition of that rotation that they used, but it didn't work out for them. Beast Coast were able to get the win last time around, and it's a little bit of a risk here, you feel.
Potentially, it came down pretty close, though. A couple of players left on the winning side when all was said and done. If Beast Coast take that 3-2 here, they'll be feeling good about going into round 6, I imagine. It would probably be Bathroom and Tellers. They feel like they're able to turn things around there and get a 4-2 split, which would be absolutely dreamy for them going into their defensive side. Even for BDS, where things started out looking pretty good, that 2-1 lead they had. Forget about it, slowly evaporating away here. Gunner not quite able to punish the player running on the cross. I believe it was Jesus. Here, Eastairs is now under their control.
There is this continually encircling pressure that Beast Coast are trying to apply here, that BDS are just keeping themselves a little coy step out of rhythm of. They're not giving them those engagements they were more than happy to before. A bit of a noob.
Jumped into a jabber.
It happened.
As you do.
As you do. They have more than enough to build on the back of it, getting the call and the reads on the players above. But the decision now is, do we force our way into these fights? There's a lot of presence up there, or do we try and maybe draw some of their focus away?
Here we go. Oh, right idea from Diffuser. That just doesn't quite catch the man. But they're desperate to force this top floor control. You need it if you're going to execute inside events and workshop. So far, most of these players on BDS not really too troubled. This might be the first challenge they've got to face off against, but Yuzi's going to drop away. Down to safety with half the round burn.
Yeah, just has a few little pot shots, hoping to hit one on the fadeaway, but can't find his man. Gunnar is going to open up that long angle by the looks of things and just expose the player down at half wall, make it a little bit more difficult. But a minute 10, and BDS are absorbing the pressure really well at the minute.
Yeah, it's crumple zones. They keep letting themselves get a bit hit, pull back. They're not giving them the fight. Solotov, well, he almost gets caught, but there's Houghton under the pressure. Likifac, he's stepping in. There's a third player as Usus goes down. How much focus, BDS, are you sending? Because everything else is falling apart elsewhere. Diffuser carves through. Solotov, a must-win fight that's blinded back and forth. And there's a little bit of cat and mouse. And now Shaiko has to try and eat the rest up. Can't connect. Can't get out. Beast Coast tied 2 rounds together to get themselves the 3-2 up.
I said I was a little bit worried about this team, that inexperience coming into a best-of-5 on a LAN. The further in you get, the more worn out you are, the more the comms slip, the more things start fading away, but they are still keeping it at full beans. And what I love is Diffuser, the player we were speaking about. Terrible last 3 maps. Started strong, has frankly sucked for the last 3. And here he is going 7-2, putting up big numbers. His 2K up metal a couple of rounds ago was the big part in this round. He's only gone on and done it again.
You always need in a team, if you're looking at like a running race and a team race, you need that runner who's going to start strong and finish strong. And that right now is exactly what Diffuser is being for Beast Coast. BDS, they are going to rip the tactical timeout cord. It is time to just try and put a pause on things.
And just again to remind everyone, both players, Gunnar and Likifac, are currently on 57 kills. Whoever gets the next kill, they break the record. Who holds the record come the end of the series? Oh, we'll have to wait and find out.
You assume one of them will kill again. There, Diffuser.
I've killed him out once. I'll kill him again.
I mean,
I'll kill him 58 times if I have to.
It was just a brilliant read on the motion. As I said, they were trying to draw the focus. They realized how heavy BDS's hold was directly above the site. They said, we're not going to play that game. Where is our other route through? Cut into detention, cut into jail, and cut them in half.
You know, it does worry me a little bit. We saw those BDS players there for a second, all 5 of them. Likifac, the only one, gesturing, talking, looking like he's got some life in him. With 3-Day, head in hand, Solotov lent on one arm. This was what happened the other day. They looked a little bit checked out, a little bit like, how are we losing this? Why is this happening?
And this is what we picked up on at the beginning of the day, Des. We said, is that going to be a factor? You know, I said you look for the potential, you know, areas for improvement within a team, and just having that one vocal person, that one vocal player is always going to be a difficulty. And it's maybe something that BDS do need to look at going forward to strengthen what is a fantastic roster, because like you say, when they lose those couple of rounds, the heads do drop a little bit, and they seem to be paying the price at the minute because Beast Coast are playing with confidence, fun, and just bags of energy to spare.
The best thing is look at the kills on the left-hand side of your screen as well. That reflects the energy that we're seeing out of these players. I'm not saying it's a direct like relationship that you've got, but it does contribute in towards it. Got to see them pick things back up here, and hopefully after that attack timeout, that's what they see. They want this 3rd defensive round because truthfully, they may struggle to get any more than 3 when they're on the attack.
Huge bit of presence here from Beast Coast. They're getting themselves control of these stairs. They're getting their angles down. Sort of big box room, but this fell apart. Last time they were sort of getting into that fight. They were finding themselves on the back end, and is Shaiko trying to set that pace again, aggressively stepping in, but not right back out. Gaveni, I said it before, has been electric for Beast Coast, and here he is.
Beast Coast.
Oh! Diffuser catching him out as well. 2 players punished inside of office. BDS crumbling here. That's that vertical control lost as well. Likifac is going to step in. A bit of a zombie land he's stepping into now with no teammates around. Just about gets away. And Gunner's down. He won't break it in this round.
He gets one. Solotov, he's holding court upstairs and saying, look at me, as the rest of the team flee. But Brede cannot get a connection. Beast Coast have used these snappy moments to drive through the harder site, and that's the pressure that Likifac is under. This is their eyes, this is their idea, Tim.
Beast Coast have really sharpened up and locked in now when it counts the most, but Solotov with an essential kill, preventing that diffuser going down and bringing it back to a 2v2. There's plenty of health on both sides. There's plenty of seconds left on the clock, and Beast Coast have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. They need to collect that diffuser. They need to find kills if they want to win this round.
It's a full side rotate here, so forget about trying to push it through window or forcing your way in. They pushed off for Events Workshop clear, which makes me nervous because you've got to clear the whole map here. Spirits has actually gone in for a drop by himself. Gaveni's just come inside a Workshop as well, so a little bit of support arriving. Brede might be in hot water.
He's moved out, and he's moved out! Shifted away as Solotov has to ace to clutch this. He's caught in a crossfire. They know exactly where he is, but they don't have the kit. They've got to recollect it, and he can play it. The pings are there saying, we know, they don't know that we know. Caught out, wasting and waiting time. No collection, but they find the fight.
Time and time again this series, Beast Coast find a way to clutch out. It looked a bit risky. 60 seconds left, a full map rotation coming out, but it paid dividends for them. Red BDS, like a buck, crushed Brede, and then beat out Solotov, who had already found a 3K in the round. What more can he do? Beast Coast with a 4-2 attacking half split. A dream for them. Pressure now on BDS with no tag timeout available.
Well, BDS, they came into EU with their new roster, and we couldn't quite believe our eyes just how good they looked. And right now, they've got to show us that they've got the final piece of the puzzle. We know they've got the players, we know they've got the ability and the talent, but do they have the mental? Do they have the capacity for resilience to bring themselves back into a game like this? They are 2-4 down. Every game of Siege is a game of two halves, Des. And let's see whether BDS on the attack can find the same momentum that Beast Coast have had. This is the time for answers.
I talk about their attacking prowess a lot, and it always comes back to that one operator, the Dekebi, that we've got Solotov running around on right now. Spoke about it a lot on previous maps and the damage that it can do. On the other side, the real answer here is going to be the mute jammers. They can sit themselves behind, but it's far from the perfect answer, especially on a map like Border, where you've got to be aggressive against the outside parts of the map. You've got to be at windows, you've got to be at doorways. A jammer realistically is not going to cover you there.
At this point, this first engagement has a huge amount of weight behind it. Remember how this started with BDS looking exceptionally strong. Both rounds they have been, but the energy behind Beast Coast from them, from their coach, from the crowd is unquestionable, and that is that big detriment. BDS fishing around the back end of CCTV, trying to force out Gaveni, who's that first point. The Zephyr charges on the back end, the castle, not far away. Gunner,
he's broke it.
That is our new best of 5 record holder.
Solotov bouncing one back, and we'll talk more about that once the round is concluded, but at least as it stands, a 1-for-1 between the two. Still so much of the round to play out as well. As I said before, watch out for that last call in Solotov's back pocket. That is going to be when you see the BDS side start to make their moves. The EE1D coming out here, at least in isolation, to start getting themselves in position. But the shot is there. Gaveni also having a screamer at the map.
All the BDS have really been able to gain so far is CCTV and break. They haven't made much progress into site itself. They're trying to work the external angles, but guess what? So is Gunner. He goes out of the window, finds the Lion and takes him down. 3 versus 2, and Beast Coast, they just keep edging closer and closer as every second ticks by. That's another round! That's another round! Beast Coast, 5-2!
And a kill record breaker to boot. Head still looking low on this BDS side. We've said it a few times. Mentality is always the battle. And there it is, just to confirm, 59 kills. Your new best of 5 kill record on LAN. And he could still yet improve it.
The team that could, and that is still hanging over everything. From where they were to where they sit right now. to where they can be. 2 rounds, Beast Coast, separate you entering the hallowed halls of major champions.
Just short of 3 months. I think that's a point that we have to remember here for Beast Coast. The work that they have done in that space of time is unbelievable. Straight to the top of NAL and potentially straight to the top of World Siege with a first major under their belt. And looking at this team, I look at it and I think, will it be the last? And I'm not convinced it will if they win this. They just look so strong.
We spoke quite a lot about Diffuser already during this game, but I've got to turn my eyes towards someone many wouldn't expect. But Shaiko has been negative on 4 of these 5 maps. Dare I say, a non-factor. Obviously, Leakerback is the one that we've turned a lot of attention to, but he's been non-existent during this series, and they need him to come online here and now. The Dekebi's offline. We spoke about it already. It's such a critical part of their attack.
Gaveni connects once again.
No, surely not.
Oh, the end of a tale told by held bullets on a soft, and we've seen BDS destroy people in a similar fashion. The call comes through. The rumble under the ground that tears them from where they feel confident, but confidence isn't a factor that they have any concern of right now, Beast Coast. They're manipulating the space, holding themselves all across the back. BDS, they're going for a bit of a direct line on towards Workshop. They've shifted Breed AM with the kit on the back of Beepers as Shaiko tries to get the catch underneath, but sitting, waiting, and hoping won't really get the nested result.
They're trying to fight for this position. They've got Breedy on the book just over the other side of the wall, who can come and open that floor up very quickly to prevent that position being played. As it is, Shaiko manages to get it done, but time has been burnt in trying to do so. Shaiko looks for a long challenge on into Bathroom, is not going to find it. Gunner is able to do a lot of damage along the way. Shaiko less than half health. Breedy taken out. Hot and cold finding Leakerback. It's all falling apart. This could be flawless for Beast Coast right now as they just hit the accelerator pedal. They slam the foot down and keep it to the floor, guys.
One more round, Beast Coast. One more round. And that chip on your shoulder is firmly removed. The doubters, the droppers, the haters, the jesters, all will be cast aside. With one more round. No one had them down despite winning the NA League as a top team. No one had them in their top 3, even their top 4. And here they are about to do the whole thing. Magic and an underdog story is what we love.
We might never see something like this again. We have never seen anything like this before. A team brought together from where they were to stand 1 round away from being champions. There have been underdog stories, but none have been written in Siege's history the way Beast Coast are writing theirs.
1 more round is all they require. They are yet to lose a defense. Their first 2 have been successful. BDS look like a broken team at the minute. It is going to take a mammoth effort for them to fight their way back into this. Bathroom and Tellers will be the final battleground, potentially, for Beast Coast.
Shaiko's back on the Ana as well. When was the last time you saw him play? That operates for me.
It takes it away, really, and it shows that they're going back to old reliables and hoping that maybe the reliability of being in control, of being the top dogs, of being the tournament favourites can be ridden. But as Gaveni steps around, and he steps out for the first! No. He's able to find his way across.
He's just searching, seeking for more here. Breedy is going to be forced outside of the map. It was a quick start from BDS, trying to get themselves involved, trying to get in on the action quickly. It's backfired. It's not worked out for them. BDS are now seriously on the back foot here in Manchester. They're battling, and Solotov, he manages to find Gavini. 4 versus 4 now, but Beast Coast, they have the angles, they have the defense, they have the utility. They can just try to hold on, but BDS have plenty of time to work with Des.
That's all they need, a little more, but every single kill builds up to that point. Half a round to play, and they've got the numbers advantage, Emmy.
Diffuser digging his way back in after a fantastic showing before and a fantastic tournament. Lickifak is a response that they're trying to emphasize. Cut down the long run here. Diffuser wants to drift, he's surrounded. Space is getting smaller and smaller, but with the catch coming out, BDS get 2. They get a lifeline, something to hold.
Gunner's just going to be holding this tight angle over the desk here. He's hoping for the man to push in. He just needs to try and level things up here. It's 3 versus 2 at the minute. If he can get that 1 kill, then maybe, just maybe, Beast Coast can continue to dream of doing this here and now. Lickifak taking damage, but Hot and Cold taking more. 3 versus 1. Surely BDS hold on for another round, but no. Gunner might have something to say, Em.
2 versus 1. Gunner, the man who set and broke records here today. The man dropped and rebuilt on a roster that has stunned the world. Sits 30 seconds. 2 huge players between him. 2 of the best we've ever offered. Gunner looking for the first fight. BDS hold firm. 1 more round.
You could just see his name in lights, a 1v3 to win it and breaking the best of 5 kill record at the same time. That would have been a Gunner special. The BDS hold on for 1 more. Tim, last time I think about a map 5, I think the scoreline was 6-1 or something, wasn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah, it was someone called it the last dance, I recall. And last I remember, it got brought back to 8-6. Do the French dare to dream that BDS can do this?
Look, BDS have a history, they have a record. We know that they are capable of just turning a game on its head, of stringing rounds together. And Beast Coast needs to be careful, because all it will take is 1 round to be that spark in the powder keg that will just ignite BDS into that 3-4 round momentum comeback that would take us all the way here on border. Beast Coast need to get this done sooner rather than later. Do they have the ability? Do they have the talent? You better believe they do.
Psycho's effing. Yeah, I said it earlier, right? 4 of these 5 maps, he's been negative. And it's so hard because for years he has been celebrated as the best talent that we will ever see in Rainbow Six Siege Esports. And it's hard to contest with that when you look at the numbers. But if you can't put up the numbers in the biggest game, on the biggest stage, then what?
Lickifak just going to be clearing out a bit of utility, looking for that long angle. Just, again, BDS trying to prep here, trying to prepare. Psycho, there, he wakes up, manages to find Gunner, takes down the new kill record. Holder says, you know what, there's still a few bullets in this gun that are going to do a job.
Diffuser, though, might have something to say on the back end. Is caught by a drone, so doesn't sit around, see what's next, but an operator that can cause present problems with their presence pretty much anywhere. Going for a bit of an explore here. BDS, are they going to try and encircle, get 1 more? Are they going to try and drift through? Great drone placement.
He's been hit by that a couple of rounds ago. He's not getting stunned from that same window again. Love it. Vertical coming up here as well. Potential was catching back. Lickifak underneath on the book. Normally his go-to operator on the attacking side. We've seen him play a number of things throughout this series, but Buck, I'd imagine is where he feels most at home.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that Buck being utilised this time. Like I said last time, despite BDS getting the round, it was a little bit slow to open that area up and clear the man out, but this time, much more effective. There comes another kill. Solotov onto Diffuser. Surely we are not at the start of what will be an amazing journey for BDSM.
Surrounded and absolutely ripped out of the position with so much time, BDS. They have a 2-body advantage. They've been able to deal with a couple of problems. And now with only the other single player underneath, do they know or do they go? Shaiko seems to have an idea. Houghton has a C4 to rip against it. Trying to play against the repel, but the first fight is his to catch. Good bit of motion.
Surely not a 5v3 given away here as well. BDS had full control of this round. It started out so strong, whittled down the numbers of Beast Coast, but need to make sure they've got them back lines covered, that the flanks aren't going to sting them. They're down to basically no intel when it comes to the drone game as well, just 3 onside here, which opens things up for Beast Coast to make use of those flanks.
Time is becoming a factor right now. That worrisome 6-man for the teams as Gaveni drifts further and further back into office. Solotov hot foots it round on the back. Hopes to get the back end of the catch there, resting vertical, and Spirits is holding court, but no! A 3 versus 2 inside the site. They're going to see if they can try and stick the plant. The motion is coming around the back. Users has the cover. Houghton has the door. It's a 3 versus nobody. BDS again.
They just will not quit, Des. BDS almost just on the brink for several rounds now, but they continue to fight. They continue to dig deep. They've found that courage. They've found that passion, that energy that they needed. And they're finding the kills to go with it.
I just want to be clear, I was joking when I said 15 rounds on map 5, but it's going that way. They've got the momentum across the last 2, but the thing is, I always say, games can be defined by such fine margins. Spirit's there, he has a pixel or 2 extra on that soft destruct wall. He sees both players come in, he gets 2 kills, but he just narrowly misses it. They're just not there. It's like if me and you were operators, Tim. They were too small. They were under the sight line. They get in. They find him for free. And that is what sets that plant in motion. Otherwise, I think the game is done then. You like that one?
I love to know that that's what my special operator ability would be.
Like a hobbit.
Just being short, I can walk under the lines.
I think the name for it is just crouch.
Permanent crouch.
Stand. Full height stand.
6-4. And that gap gets thinner, and these rounds get bolder, get brasher, get BDS. You get that energy. You had the users clutch we talked about when BDS were last, looking at that guillotine above them and waiting for the drop. The hand of users reached out and said, not yet. And then they brought back every single moment that they could hear. They have that energy, they have it.
Last time we were on this site, it was a flawless round to Beast Coast. This needs to be a lot of change, I think, if BDS are going to come out on top here, work a little bit of magic. Because Beast Coast, it only takes one moment of magic to see this over the finish line. That's all it's going to take.
If you remember, a few rounds ago I said, both of these teams are going to have to show us an ability that they haven't had to yet, and that is the ability to clinch out a major title. You get yourself onto 6, the job is not done. You've got more work to do, and Beast Coast are starting to see that difficulty. It is not easy. The mental game becomes another play in itself. The belief to get it over the line is tough. But Gaveni, he believes he can take down Solotov, and he does.
Exploring the outside, the limits of the map has been a game they've played brilliantly. And he's still happy to put the pressure on at the same time. The back end, they're slowly encircling it. Houghton gets caught a bit. As the pressure comes against them, they're looking down towards the site, playing the vertical, knowing, listening, and waiting for this rotate.
Maybe one. It's the Capital that's gone. I always talk again about the gadgetry and the effectiveness of it and execute. BDS stacking themselves up, but it looks to be a bit of a hit. Last call coming out from users to push in begins.
This is it, a huge moment, but he's caught out. The plant under the blind, the hold against the verticality, the great use of the flashes and predate doesn't secure. Diffuser connects with the man on the kit. Gaveni gets caught. He's back. Gets the connection, but it's cold. Once again, they do not have solid ground, all of it. Watched, wished through the foggy floor of intel that they're just trying to break that single spec. Patience, waiting for the first to make a mistake either side. All the intel being called, no position is safe. Where do you go? When they have this set up, they go upstairs. Users on the rotate, watching.
Oh, yeah,
doesn't get the free player. Now they know that there's one on the long angle. Now they know there's one on the long arm. 20 seconds left. 20 seconds between Beast Coast, the plant, tucked, the pull, back, the swap against the Solace, the bait and the intel.
What are we watching? What are we watching? BDS, they find a way. They always find a way. And we are going to round 12. We will see every regulation round on border.
Just when it looks like Beast Coast had the moment. Flood sight, kill the planter, and the round is over. Forget about the verticals, that would have been it. Where is Shaiko? I think he's answered in the last 2 or 3 rounds. He's done enough in every single one to make sure they stay in. He may still be down at 6 and 9, but the kills have got maximum impact. BDS have got to get one more, and we go to overtime. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, they knew what they needed to do. They knew where they could go.
I've never seen him slam his table before, Shaiko.
Careful of your hands. You've got a couple of rounds to play.
He's feeling it.
Either side is feeling it right now. Beast Coast, that lead, that security, that confidence, filtered, flitted and pulled away bit by bit by bit by BD Bloody S.
3 rounds in a row now for BDS on the attack. Beast Coast looking powerless to stop them over the last few. Are we gonna need the extra 3 rounds of overtime to settle this? Or can Beast Coast get it done here and now? They've had plenty of chances. They've had their moments. This is the final opportunity to close it down in regulation without the stress, without the pressure of having to go to overtime.
They've had so many chances though, Tim. 3 rounds on the bounce, they've had the chance, but haven't quite been able to get it done. We end things off on, dare I say, one of the more infamous sites in Siege overall. That 2nd floor Armory Archives. We've seen a few different flavors of attacks onto it as well. BDS first call coming out. Leakyfax down. What a player to find.
Gunner hasn't had an impact the past few rounds, but this could be the biggest he has had the whole major. Shaiko steps himself as cautiously up these stairs. If he wins this, he brings the balance back. The Malusi pushes him back. The Banshee screams.
Takes out that utility, gives himself the space on metal stairs to maybe push up there later on. But right now, Beast Coast, they're spreading out. They've got themselves into break. They're looking to take fights anywhere in the map that they can here. They know that one more kill could be the difference maker. It gives them the 5v3. It gives them the space that they will need. Shaiko, he's trying to get anything going that he can here. He heads up those east stairs. He's looking for pressure. But Beast Coast have battened down the hatches there.
And Gunner has just dropped away as well, so almost inviting Shaiko at Beast, burning another 30 seconds or so as he's walking into goo mine after goo mine here. But they've dropped away. They don't feel the need to take the challenge right now. Let BDS be the ones to sweat as we get towards this last 60 seconds.
Here comes that pressure. The flashes onto the back end of the shield. The fuse is going to tuck in. Spirits the man that could stop against this, but with the support of this, it's a cheeky little pick back up for the Fuser. Shaiko has an entrance. And if it's called, might have a quick exit. Look at Friday working that kid over on Office. There is some pressure that's coming on the back. It's going to be a very sudden bit of audio, and instead, they just don't know Diffuser. He could be the man that breaks this approach, the man that breaks this hold. There's one! And he tucks himself behind the shield. He's about to be swung from the front and the back, and they secure it. But
trade
20 seconds. Pre-day and users to stop Beast Coast to find a plant to keep themselves in it. Beast Coast, the wave, holding on for one more. 1 versus 3. But with 8 seconds left, Pre-day holding on for the plant. The wave comes. The crash over everything we knew about competitive Siege. Beast Coast, they are your Manchester Major champions.
And what a performance it has taken them in that final round to get the job done. Unbelievable stuff from the NA team, Des.
What else is there to say? BDS looking forlorn, but Beast Coast, they deserve everything.
What a series! What a gift to be able to be a voice on this, to share with the pair of you. What a gift to be able to watch. And how we go, the two teams fought to the end.
Like I say, the underdogs have worked some magic at this event. No one had them down as their winner. If you did in your predictions, fair play to you. But for Beast Coast, Gunner breaking the best of 5 record. These boys have grafted hard these last 5 months. They deserve everything.
They've earned every little bit of this. Heartbreak on the side of BDS. Commiserations, of course. They've played their part in what has been one of the most memorable finals. How do you come out of SI24 in that final and repeat it? I don't know. But I feel like we've managed it in Manchester. What a matchup. We've just seen two giants head-to-head here and just leaving absolutely nothing on that stage.
SI, one of the best games, best finals, best series we have ever had. Was a great top of the game Team World Destroyers versus Team World Destroyers. Here, what we have is one of the best stories. Beast Coast, first in NA, showed up here, showed stronger than I think anybody expected, and showed what you can do, what can be achieved, and what can be built upon from the ground. Beast Coast are your champions. Lift that trophy. But I would be very confident in sort of saying probably not. Unbelievable. And what a coach.
Fettuccini's words magic this event. There's been so many moments where we've seen him going absolutely nuts. He's that vibes coach. He keeps the spirits high. And I think on that last map, vibes are what made the difference.
They can and should be extremely proud of everything that they have accomplished, and they should enjoy every moment.
Well, let's give it to the man who will break it all down. Ian Chambers, please.
I never like to interrupt a moment like this. Guys, just place the trophy down just for one moment. We will get that up in the air momentarily, but we talk about fairy tale runs, dream come true, underdog stories, Cinderella stories. This is all of those rolled into one. Gunnar, we talked about doubt. I didn't see an ounce of doubt in any of your eyes here tonight.
I mean, hey, they had everything to lose. We didn't have anything to lose. Every game we've played, people said we're gonna lose. Every prediction, we're gonna lose. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what I just did. We just won a major in 2 months. Yeah, we were having fun.
Gunnar, the team here have voted you MVP of the entire tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Gunnar. Record-setting, most kills in a best-of-5 in Tier 1 history. You are making history here on this stage with your roster.
I don't know what to say. This is the first time we've had like supporters every time that I've been in an event. It's just unreal. I didn't necessarily think we were gonna win a major in 2 months, but we're nasty, bro. I don't know what to say. We're just having too much fun. Too much fun, bro.
Gunnar, are you him?
I'm him, bro. I'm him.
Hot and cold, I just want to talk to you briefly. Come here. Just briefly. You are a Siege OG. You've been part of this since year 1. You've done it. What does it mean?
I mean, honestly, just fuck all the haters. I've been hated since day 1, and now I got a fucking trophy. I mean, what are you gonna say now? I did it in this is the hardest time of Siege ever. We got it done. 3 months in, not even 3 months in. Holy
amazing. You've been so passionate. You've been brilliant. Everybody's fallen in love with you, watching you on the sidelines. The most animated coach I think I've ever seen. You did it.
Mom, my mom's right there. Mom, all those years of video games weren't for nothing! Yeah! I love my team so much. This group of guys, we're just having fun. Literally, we lost, and Gav was like, guys, we're losing because we're not having fun. Every round on border. Are you having fun, Matt? Matt, are you having fun still? And we had fun!
Just briefly, guys, listen. There's been a lot of talk about doubters. There's been a lot of talk about haters. I just want some brief words from anybody who wants to give them to the believers out there, because you've got your fans, am I right? What do you want to say to those who believed in you?
Fuck everyone who did believe in us, and if you did believe in us, I fucking love you. Let's fucking go!
This guy's a megastar. I want you to lift the trophy one more time. You deserve every second of it. Ladies and gentlemen, your Blast R6 Manchester Major champions, it's Beast Coast! Well, that brings us to the culmination of what has been an epic major here in Manchester, the very first ever UK major. One more time for Beast Coast. Look at it. I just got to give a shout out to BDS as well. What a run they went on. BDS will be back. From me, I just want to say a massive thank you to our amazing talent team who brought you every piece of action throughout this entire process. To the production team who make this all possible and bring it all to life. And to, of course, Manchester. I've got to give a big shout out. Give yourselves a round of applause. Manchester! We will see you at the next event. I always say this, but in R6, we are just getting started.